The main hall of rain dinners, the grand casino nestled in the heart of Alabasta, buzzed with noise, dice clattering, cards flipping, and drunken laughter spilling across velvet-draped tables. Lights flashed, bells chimed, fortune hung in the air like static. In a dim, far-off corner of the casino, two men sat quietly at a table, unnoticed by the crowd, except by a few sharp-eyed Baroque works agents loitering nearby. They watched the pair closely, though even they dared not venture too close. One of the men was tall, calm, and dressed simply, with a bamboo sword resting across his lap. Isho. And the other was the storm-in-waiting, Sanders, the lightning-bearer. Sanders rolled a chip between his fingers, his expression unreadable. "Not only that," he said casually, as if they were discussing weather, "I also know the current location of Poseidon." Isho's brows twitched. "The poneglyph that holds Poseidon's coordinates, it's in my territory." The clink of the chip stopped. Isho turned slowly to look at Sanders. His pale eyes, though blind, seemed to bore into his captain's soul. Two of the three ancient weapons, revealed by this one man, a man who, by all reports, had escaped Impel Down only months ago. Isho wasn't easily rattled, but this was beyond comprehension. He had only just joined the crew, yet it already felt like he was walking beside a man who saw the threads of the world itself. It couldn't be a bluff. Sanders didn't need to lie. Isho had already joined. He'd sensed no malice or manipulation. Just knowledge. Endless knowledge. How could he know all this? "Some things," Sanders said, reading his expression, "I have other ways of discovering." He smiled, lightning faintly dancing in his gaze. "My only goal in Alabasta is to bring you and Nico Robin aboard." Isho exhaled slowly and lowered his head in quiet reverence. To be part of such a crew is an honor. Before, he had joined out of curiosity. Now he was committed. "Shall we go meet our next member, Captain?" Sanders stood, stretching his arms. "Of course. Although, I must admit, going head-to-head with a warlord of the sea as our first pirate battle, that's a hell of a start." Isho chuckled, gripping the hilt of his sheathed sword. "Well then, let's make it one to remember." Together, they walked deeper into rain dinners, toward the shadow behind this desert nation, Crocodile. Meanwhile, in a private conference room above the casino floor, Crocodile sat at the head of a long table, fingers tapping his golden hook against polished wood. Around him were his most trusted agents in Baroque works, seated stiffly. He scowled at the report he'd just received. "You're telling me Sanders has been sitting in the casino all this time?" he asked. "Drinking and gambling? With a blind man?" "Yes, Mr. Crocodile," one agent stammered. "They've been casually talking. We couldn't get close enough to hear." "Oh, and the thugs who tried to jump him earlier?" "Struck by lightning. Right outside the building." "Lightning?" Crocodile narrowed his eyes. "That would be the rumble fruit," Nico Robin said, softly from beside him. Crocodile snorted, but said nothing. His agents looked visibly nervous. A pirate with a 2.4 billion bounty, and a Logia user no less. Even Crocodile, powerful as he was, knew what Sanders had done, defeated Admiral Akiji. And now he was walking around Crocodile's casino like it was a tavern. A subordinate rushed in and whispered to Crocodile. Sanders wanted a meeting. The room tensed. Even Robin looked serious. Crocodile growled. "Bunch of cowards." He stood, towering and wrapped in his heavy fur-lined coat. "Bring him in. Let's see what this little lightning freak wants." Sanders and Isho were escorted into the room, the doors opening with an ominous creak. Crocodile didn't bother with traps. He knew they wouldn't work. This man was beyond underhanded tricks. As Sanders stepped inside, his eyes locked immediately on Crocodile, seated like a warlord on his throne. The scar carved across his face was practically begging to be sliced deeper. Beside him stood Nico Robin, clad in a white coat and a brimmed hat, eyes sharp and unreadable. The rest of the room, Mr. One, the other officers, watched like cornered beasts. Crocodile didn't blink. "Sanders," he said, tone dry and arrogant, "shouldn't you be chasing celestial dragons instead of lounging in my casino?" He glanced at Isho, then tilted his chin upward, defiant. Typical crocodile, bold to a fault. Sanders smirked and pulled out a chair, sitting across from him without hesitation. I'm here on behalf of an old friend from Impel Down, he said. Douglas Bullet. He wanted me to check in on you. Crocodile raised an eyebrow. Bullet. His lips curled slightly. That idiot's still alive. We're not exactly friends, Sanders replied. Tried recruiting him. He refused. So I left him there. Crocodile chuckled under his breath, golden hook glinting in the light. So what do you want from me then? He said. If you're here to gamble, fine. But if you've come with other intentions. His hook tapped the table rhythmically. I won't be so polite. His eyes were sharp, his killing intent unmasked. Despite being outclassed in bounty and reputation, Crocodile showed no fear. His agents, however, looked like they might jump out the window. Sanders simply grinned. So arrogant. You haven't changed a bit. Crocodile had always carried that pride, refusing to ally with Doflamingo during the Paramount War, choosing to fight his own way against gods and monsters alike. That attitude earned him enemies and admirers. And now, it earned Sanders' respect. His gaze shifted to Nico Robin. I came to recruit a crewmate, he said. Silence fell over the room. Robin's eyes narrowed, her mind racing. Crocodile's face hardened. And somewhere outside the casino, a low rumble of thunder echoed through the desert sky. Gwaha! Crocodile's booming laugh echoed through the shattered silence of the conference room. His golden hook gleamed as he tapped it rhythmically against his chair arm. Don't tell me you came here to recruit me. Sanders? He asked mockingly. Sanders smirked, shaking his head. Not even close. Sure, he'd once considered it. Crocodile was powerful, resourceful, and experienced, but the former warlord trusted no one, worked only for himself, and had never bowed to any flag but his own. Even when he later co-founded the Cross Guild with Mihawk, they were equals under a clown's crown. Submitting to another man's command? Impossible. No, my target is her. Sanders turned his gaze toward the tall woman, standing silently beside Crocodile. Nico Robin, he said. Robin blinked, her expression unreadable. Crocodile's face darkened instantly. There it was, confirmation of his worst suspicion. Sanders hadn't just wandered into Alabasta on a whim. He was after her. Nico Robin, the one woman in the world who could read the poneglyphs. Robin herself was caught off guard. She had no idea how Sanders knew she was here, let alone who she was. With a sharp crack, the table in front of Crocodile disintegrated into sand and crumbled to the ground. She's my comrade, Crocodile growled, eyes narrowing dangerously. A member of Baroque Works. Comrade, Sanders laughed aloud, like he'd heard the most absurd joke of the century. You? Crocodile? Don't make me laugh. He gestured lazily to the agents standing behind Crocodile. Those people? They're not comrades. They're pawns. Tools. You don't trust anyone, not even her. Smoke curled from Crocodile's cigarette as his eyes locked onto Sanders. And then he moved. In a blink, he vanished from his chair, reappearing directly in front of Sanders, his golden hook arcing through the air. Clang! A blur of motion. Isho stepped between them, his bamboo, sword catching the hook mid-swing, deflecting it with a sharp crack of Haki. Captain's busy right now, Isho said calmly, holding firm. Don't interrupt him when he's trying to make a new friend. The lightning crackling around Sanders' hands faded as he nodded in appreciation. Crocodile stepped back, eyes narrowing at the blind swordsman. Humph. So this is your crew, Sanders? A blind man? Sight isn't the only way to see the truth, Isho said gently, tapping his sheathed blade to the floor. Sanders stood slowly, brushing imaginary dust from his coat. Since you're already so interested, he said, I'll tell you what you really want to know. He looked Crocodile dead in the eye. You want to know where Pluton is? I'll tell you. Gasps filled the room. Even the stoic Baroque Works agents froze in shock. Crocodile's eyes flashed. He looked at Robin, then at his own men. Only a handful of people knew about his true ambition. Someone had talked. Don't bother looking around, Sanders said casually. No one betrayed you. I just know. Crocodile's fingers clenched into a fist of sand. Then you're here for Pluton, too, he muttered, voice low and deadly. No, Sanders replied. I told you. I'm here to recruit Robin. He turned his eyes toward her again, unbothered. And let's be honest, Crocodile. Do you really think she would tell you anything if she found it? Robin stiffened. That stung more than she wanted to admit. She didn't trust Crocodile. Not fully. Not ever. Crocodile glared at her, then back at Sanders. And you think she'd tell you? If she wants to, Sanders shrugged. But that's the difference. You want to use her. I want her to choose. His voice dropped a little lower. And for the record, Pluton is in Wano. Crocodile went still. His cigarette burned lower. Wano. Sanders smiled. Yeah. So unless you're ready to go toe-to-toe with a Yonko, I'd suggest you forget about it. The room held its breath. That meant Kaido had it. And if you're still not satisfied, Sanders added, I could even tell you where the blueprints are. Crocodile's pupils narrowed to slits. But I doubt you have the guts to go after those. The world government's already watching. Then, with the conversation complete, Sanders began walking toward Robin. The time for words was over. Bastard. Crocodile's face twisted in fury as he lunged, golden hook raised. He would not allow Sanders to take her. Robin was his key to everything. Boom. But before he got far, Isho tapped his blade to the floor again, and a sudden, crushing gravitational pressure slammed down on Crocodile like a falling star. Crocodile staggered, teeth gritting under the invisible weight. He hissed. You're a devil fruit user? You underestimated me, Isho said softly, and you threatened my captain. That was your second mistake. Enraged, Crocodile's arm turned to sand and elongated into a massive blade, lashing out at Isho. Clang! Isho's bamboo sword, coated in pitch-black armament Haki, met the attack head-on. The entire room shuddered from the impact. A storm erupted. Walls shattered. Ceilings cracked. The air turned to chaos. As the titans clashed, Sanders calmly approached Robin. Before he could speak, Mr. One, Das Bones, leapt forward, arms morphing into steel blades. Don't throw your life away, Sanders said coldly. With a single swift motion, he kicked Das Bones across the room, sending him crashing into the remains of shattered pillar. The other agents, Bon Clay, Miss Doublefinger, and the rest, looked at each other in fear and slowly began to back away. Sanders turned to face Robin. For the first time, he smiled. Hello, Nico Robin.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hello, Mr. Sanders. Nico Robin seemed a bit nervous. The man in front of her was a terrifying figure, someone bold enough to slaughter the celestial dragons. It seems I don't need to introduce myself. So, would you like to become my crewmate, Nico Robin? Sanders smiled as he spoke. Robin hesitated for a moment, glancing in Crocodile's direction. Don't worry, Crocodile isn't a match for Isho. Crocodile was indeed strong, much stronger than when he first appeared in the original story. But he still wasn't on Isho's level. That blind old man possessed the true strength of an admiral, much more impressive than Ryukyu. It was hard to imagine how Crocodile had been defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, who had just arrived at the Grand Line and didn't even know about Haki. Was it because his will and spirit had been crushed by Whitebeard? Crocodile shared some similarities with Gecko Moria. At least Moria had managed to survive an encounter with Kaido, but 10 years later, he had deteriorated into little more than a has-been. Robin was stunned. Crocodile wasn't a match? Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet this man in front of her casually claimed that Crocodile wasn't a match for the blind man. Do I really have a choice? Robin smiled bitterly. Crocodile was already being held off, and the others stood no chance against a pirate with a bounty of 2.4 billion. She didn't even have the right to make a choice. Of course, you have a choice, Sanders replied with a smile. I know you're the sole survivor of O'Hara, and I'm aware of everything you've gone through over the years. You know about O'Hara? O'Hara had been completely erased by the world government, and most people in the world had no idea that such an archaeological sanctuary had ever existed. Of course, and I also know who let you escape. Sanders spoke softly. Robin recalled Sanders' former Marine status and his recent battle with Admiral Akiji, and it suddenly made sense to her. Why are you recruiting me? To decipher the poneglyphs. Robin asked. She didn't bother to mention the kind of forces that would hunt her down. That meant nothing to the man before her. Even the dreaded Buster Call, which had caused her so much suffering, would mean nothing to him. That's part of it. I am indeed interested in the Void Century, Sanders nodded. You said I wouldn't reveal the poneglyph's contents to Crocodile. How do you know whether what I say is true or not? It doesn't matter, Sanders replied. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. You're not interested in knowing the location of Pluton? Robin asked curiously. After all, Pluton was one of the 3 ancient weapons, capable of destroying an entire island with a single shot. Even the world government, the Marines, and the Yonko coveted its power. I already told you, I know where Pluton is. You don't think I was lying to the sand crocodile, do you? In this day and age, did no one believe the truth anymore? Isho had been much better about it. He believed Sanders without question when he said he knew the whereabouts of both Pluton and Poseidon. At that moment, the building they were in began to collapse. The commotion from Isho and Crocodile's battle was no small thing. Let's continue this outside. Sanders grabbed Robin by the shoulder, and in a flash they were standing outside on an open field. After taking a moment to regain her composure, Robin asked seriously, You really know the location of Pluton? Not just Pluton, I know where Poseidon is too, Sanders said. I even have the poneglyph that records the location of Poseidon in my possession. Robin's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected that not only did Sanders know the location of Pluton, but he also knew about Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. And he had a poneglyph? Just who was this man? If what he said was true, how many secrets did he hold? Could he read the poneglyphs too? If you want proof that I know, I can take you to see the poneglyph guarded by the royal family of Alabasta. Sanders said casually. Alabasta's army of 600,000 sounded intimidating, but it wouldn't be a problem for him. If push came to shove, he could sneak in and see it for himself. He already knew where the poneglyph was stored. Have you made your decision, Nico Robin? If you become my crewmate, you'll be free to live your life as you choose. You'll be able to pursue your dream of deciphering the poneglyphs and uncovering the history of the Void Century. You'll be able to tell the world, under the name Nico Robin, that O'Hara once existed. You won't have to live under an alias, constantly hiding and running. You won't have to fear the world government's pursuit. You won't have to fear the Buster Call. Not even the Marine admirals will be able to harm my crewmates. After listing the benefits of joining, Sanders extended his hand and looked seriously at Nico Robin. To live freely. Nico Robin looked up at Sanders. In the sunlight, his already towering figure appeared even more imposing. She didn't want to live in fear every day. She didn't want to experience betrayal, abandonment, and being sold out at every turn. She wanted to live freely. She wanted to travel to islands and nations openly, like everyone else. She wanted to fulfill her dream of uncovering the lost history. Everything Sanders said was what she had been yearning for deep down. After a long moment, she extended her right hand and placed it in Sanders' large hand. I am willing to become your crewmate. Ha! Sanders lightly grasped Robin's hand and laughed heartily. Then, Miss Archaeologist, let me give you some good news. Saul is still alive. Consider them my gift to you upon our first meeting. Robin stood frozen in place. Memories from long ago resurfaced in her mind. In her ears, she seemed to hear that giant's peculiar laughter once again. Dear Shishishishi, dear Shishishishi. Tears filled her eyes instantly. He's really still alive? Robin's voice was choked with emotion. The name Saul brought back painful memories from her childhood. Of course, he's in Elbaf, and he took the books that the O'Hara scholars saved with their lives there as well. Thank you. Robin covered her face with both hands, tears streaming down uncontrollably. To know that her friend from childhood was still alive was the best news she could have ever received. After comforting his new crew member, Sanders turned his attention to the battle between Isho and Crocodile. By this time, Much of the Rain Dinner's casino had collapsed. The people inside had already fled and were now observing from a distance, trying to figure out what was happening. Isho and Crocodile also emerged from the collapsed building. Crocodile looked a bit worse for wear. His slick-back hair was messy, with a few strands hanging over his forehead, and his clothes now had several cuts. In comparison, Isho fared much better, only having some dust on him. "Is that Lord Crocodile?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "What's going on? Is this a pirate invasion? Who's that middle-aged man?" "It looks like Crocodile is at a disadvantage." "Don't be ridiculous. Lord Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government." The distant chatter from the crowd didn't affect the 2 men on the battlefield. "It's hard to believe someone as powerful as you has been so unknown on the seas," Crocodile said, biting down on his cigar as he stared at Isho in disbelief. The pressure this man was putting on him was immense, yet he had never heard of him before. Even with Baroque works involved in the intelligence business, he had no information on this blind swordsman. "I'm not one for the limelight," Isho responded calmly. This time, he had acted so decisively for 2 reasons. First, because he had just joined the pirate crew, and he needed to show some commitment. Second, he had learned from Saunders about Crocodile's scheme, and he wanted to prevent the country from falling into chaos. Crocodile glanced around, his eyes darkening as he saw the ruins of his meticulously built base. Then his gaze fell upon Saunders and Nico Robin standing together. Seeing Crocodile looking at him, Saunders smiled and waved. That sight nearly made Crocodile's blood boil. He hadn't done anything to provoke Saunders. He had been minding his own business in his base, eating tomatoes and crocodile meat, dreaming about his future. Then this guy suddenly showed up, attacked, and without a word, took his second in command. To top it all off, his base was now in ruins. And judging by how Robin was standing next to Saunders, it was clear she had already agreed to join him. Crocodile's ambitions and plans were shattered in an instant. Furious, he felt like throwing Saunders into a crocodile pit to be eaten alive. "Why are you, with such strength, serving under a brat like Saunders?" Crocodile asked Isho. Crocodile was almost 40, so it wasn't out of place for him to refer to Saunders as a brat. "Join forces with me. We can run Baroque works as equals, and once we get our hands on Pluton, becoming the Pirate King will be within reach," Crocodile offered. Hearing this, Saunders almost burst out laughing. It had taken him a lot of effort to convince Isho to join his crew. In fact, Isho hadn't wanted to be a pirate at all. Crocodile thinking he could recruit him was absurd. Isho, in particular, was very dissatisfied with the concept of warlords of the sea, pirates who were legally allowed to plunder. "I have no interest in Pluton or becoming the Pirate King," Isho replied softly. Crocodile, seeing that his offer was rejected, attacked without hesitation. "Desert Girasol," he shouted, summoning 4 massive sand blades with his hands that slashed toward Isho, their force carving a huge trench into the ground. Isho swung his bamboo sword, sending out a massive flying slash in return. The 2 forces collided midair, causing sandstorms and dust to swirl violently. "That man is named Isho. I recruited him today," Saunders said, introducing him to Nico Robin. "You just recruited him today? I've never heard of Isho before," Robin said in surprise, watching the fierce battle between the 2 men. "Ha ha! Isho tends to keep a low profile. He's a very gentle man with a strong sense of justice. He blinded himself because he didn't want to witness the world's evils anymore. He's a man who cares deeply for ordinary people," Saunders explained with a laugh. "So, you don't need to worry about being betrayed or abandoned. To be honest, we're good people," he continued, laughing again. "A man who blinded himself to avoid seeing the world's evil. How admirable," Robin remarked, feeling calmer. "You seem to know Isho well, Captain," she added. "Yeah, I came to Alabasta specifically to recruit the 2 of you." "It's quite a coincidence that Isho happened to be here," Saunders said. "You could just call me by my name," he added. "I'm pretty easygoing, except when it comes to enemies." Easygoing? Robin's lips twitched. This was the man who had destroyed fleets and wiped out entire passenger ships? Easygoing? Even now, Robin was still filled with confusion and fear about her future. After all the betrayals and deceptions she had experienced, it was hard for her to trust anyone. Once they're done fighting, I'll take you to Alabasta's capital to see the poneglyph, Saunders said. As I mentioned before, you don't have to tell me what you read if you don't want to. He understood Robin's situation and knew it would take time for her to open up. Can you read the poneglyphs yourself? Robin asked, curious. No, I can't, Saunders admitted, shaking his head. What I know, I've learned through other means. Once we return from the East Blue, I'll take you to Sky Island. That's our territory, and there's a poneglyph there, along with the ruins of a city from hundreds of years ago, he continued. Sky Island really exists? Robin asked in surprise. Of course it does, Saunders confirmed. He then told her about Shandora. Amazing! An island that was blown into the sky. Robin exclaimed, astonished. The wonders of Sky Island and the Shandora ruins filled her with awe, and the thought of two poneglyphs there only heightened her anticipation for the journey ahead. At that moment, the battle between Isho and Crocodile was nearing its end. In the end, Crocodile was defeated by Isho. Even though he displayed strength far surpassing his original debut in the story, he now lay on the ground, gasping for air. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and his forehead, yet the cigar still dangled from his lips. His face was etched with disbelief. He had lost to an unknown man. The last time he tasted defeat was against Whitebeard. This blind, middle-aged man was undoubtedly one of the top-tier fighters in the seas. But how had someone like that been recruited by Saunders? Crocodile couldn't wrap his head around it. As the news of Crocodile's defeat spread, both the onlookers and the members of Baroque Works were in shock. Lord Crocodile has actually lost? Who is that middle-aged man? Is he a pirate? Will they come for us next? This is terrifying. Lord Crocodile is a powerful Logia user. How could he be defeated? Not far away, Baroque Works members, led by Mr. One, stood watch, wary of Saunders and his crew. Should we charge in and rescue the boss? Mr. One asked, clutching his chest, several ribs broken from Saunders' earlier kick. Mr. Two hesitated. As much as I hate to admit it, are you sure we could really save him if we go in? His words made the others fall silent. If their mighty warlord leader couldn't defeat the blind swordsman, what chance did they have? Especially with a pirate worth 2.4 billion berries standing with him. Even if they threw their lives away, they wouldn't stand a chance against those two. Damn it, Nico Robin betrayed the boss. He even gave her the vice president position. Mr. Five grumbled, picking his nose and glaring at Robin. Saunders and Robin arrived on the battlefield, where Isho stood with his sword resting at his side. His clothes were a bit disheveled, but he had no serious injuries. Robin gazed at Crocodile with complicated emotions. A proud warlord of the sea, now defeated by an unknown opponent. Given Crocodile's arrogance, he must be feeling utterly dejected, she thought. Hey, Crocodile, Saunders called out as he looked down at the defeated man. Is this all the strength you have? A man who once fought Douglas Bullet. Saunders taunted. Bullet trained even while imprisoned in Impel Down. But you? It's been a long time since you've trained seriously, hasn't it? Crocodile sat up, leaning against a rock. If you're going to kill me, then just do it. No need for all this talking, he said without a trace of fear on his face. Long ago, when he first set out to sea, he had already prepared to stake everything. Now it was just a lost gamble. Why would I kill you? Saunders shook his head. I've already achieved my goal. He had no personal grudge against Crocodile. His purpose for coming here was to recruit crew members, not to get involved in Alabasta's affairs. Besides, Crocodile's scheme had already been exposed. If he still had the audacity to continue his plan to seize the country, he'd soon be shark bait. This was also why Isho hadn't delivered a killing blow. True warriors had their pride. They could be defeated or killed, but they wouldn't stoop to shameful acts. Those who were shameless would be ridiculed by the entire sea. Crocodile, I meant what I said earlier, Saunders added with a smirk. But do you have the guts to challenge the Yonko in their own territory? Staying here in the first half of the Grand Line won't get you anywhere. Go to the New World and fight. You can't dream of being Pirate King if you can't even take on the Yonko. Don't tell me Whitebeard broke your spirit. Saunders sneered. If that's the case, you might as well retire and wait for death. Why bother calling yourself a pirate anymore? Sanders clearly wanted to provoke Crocodile into going to the New World. A Logia fruit user, still hanging around the rookie village. How unfriendly to the newbies of the sea, Sanders mocked. Crocodile, veins bulging on his forehead, glared fiercely at Sanders. You damn bastard. His loss to Whitebeard had made him realize the gap between their powers, which was why he tried to compensate with external means. But now, before his plan had even begun, it was shattered. Let's go, Sanders said casually, ignoring Crocodile's menacing gaze, and motioned for Isho and Robin to leave. After they departed, Crocodile's subordinates rushed over, worry etched on their faces. Boss, are you all right? Mr. 2 helped Crocodile up. I'm fine. So what do we do next? Continue building our ideal kingdom. Mr. 5 asked. Once I've healed, we're going to the New World. Crocodile growled, still holding his cigar, rage boiling inside him. Why are you just standing there? Go prepare a big ship. Crocodile barked at his subordinates. Useless fools. They were of no help at all. He had indeed slacked off recently. In the past, he would never have lost so quickly. He needed to set sail again, head to the New World. Only through constant battle could he grow stronger. The first half of the Grand Line had become too comfortable. There were always more powerful fighters emerging on the seas, and it wouldn't be long before another rookie came to defeat him. He never wanted to experience the humiliation of earlier again. He wouldn't become anyone's stepping stone. Besides, he needed to find out if the Pluton was really in the Yonko's territory. Just wait, Sanders. I'll come for you, Crocodile muttered, staring in the direction they left. At the outskirts of Rainbase, Sanders, Isho, and Robin walked leisurely toward the city's edge. When Crocodile mentioned going to the New World, a smile crept onto Sanders' lips. He glanced at Isho. Now you can relax, right? Sanders said. Isho, whose observation Haki was also exceptional, had overheard Crocodile's words. He nodded with a smile. With Crocodile heading to the New World, there would no longer be any danger of Alabasta falling into chaos. Are we really not going to take some camels and bring water? Robin asked, her face full of concern. Just earlier, Captain Sanders had declined the idea of riding camels and carrying water. Robin found this worrisome, knowing that the journey to the capital wasn't short, and without water, they could die of thirst. No need. We have everything on the ship, Sanders replied nonchalantly. On the ship? Robin asked, puzzled. But the port is quite far away, and aren't we heading to Alabasta's capital? Her expression grew more skeptical as she felt her captain might be a bit unreliable. You'll see soon enough, Sanders smiled mysteriously as they headed toward the ship's location. Before long, Robin's jaw dropped as she saw the ship in the middle of the desert. She never would have guessed someone could bring a ship here. You didn't carry the ship all the way here, did you? Robin asked, shocked. Of course not. Our ship can fly. Sanders laughed heartily. Isho chuckled as well. A flying ship? Seems our captain has quite a few secrets. He was becoming more and more intrigued by Sanders. Robin felt the same. Sanders was growing more mysterious to her, like a figure shrouded in mist, just out of reach. Come aboard. There are plenty of empty rooms. Robin, you could take a room on the second floor. Isho and I will stay on the first, Sanders said as he leaped onto the ship. Once aboard, Isho, being blind, chose a room and then lay on a deck chair to rest. Meanwhile, Robin explored the ship's interior, her eyes filled with curiosity. While Robin was busy organizing her room, Sanders approached Isho. Isho, from now on, you'll be my vice captain, Sanders declared. With Isho's strength, he was more than qualified for the position. Vice captain? You should find someone else for that. I'll be fine just as a combatant. Isho declined. He had no interest in titles or authority. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so unknown all these years. Are you sure? The vice captain gets to decide how much protection money we collect from the territories we'll rule in the future, Sanders teased. You wouldn't want the common folk to suffer because we overcharge them on protection fees, right? Sanders smirked. In the future, any island or village flying his pirate flag would have to pay some form of protection fee, like taxes. Why else would he protect them? Every Yonko crew survived by collecting such fees. Pirates didn't produce goods, so without some kind of tax, they'd starve. Isho's lips twitched at the thought. Sanders had used this line to recruit him before, and now he was doing it again. With a resigned sigh, Isho nodded. Sanders beamed with satisfaction. With Isho as his vice captain, he could be more hands-off in the future. Isho, despite his blindness, was more than capable of handling most things. Worst case, Sanders could assign him an assistant. Besides, they didn't have much territory to manage yet. They wouldn't need to occupy land anytime soon. The ship, under Sanders' command, gradually lifted off into the air, soaring toward Alabasta's capital. The news of Crocodile's defeat quickly spread as the onlookers passed it on, reaching other places. The first to receive the information, naturally, was King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom. At that moment, Cobra sat on his throne, his brows tightly furrowed after hearing the report from the kingdom's guard. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, was defeated, and not by Thunder God Saunders? Who is this blind swordsman? The captain of the royal guard, Igaram, shook his head. I've had people scour newspapers and bounty posters from recent years, but there's no trace of this man. He must be a hidden master from among the common folk. A hidden master among the common folk? That's unbelievable, Cobra exclaimed with amazement. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, most people with even a hint of ability had gone out to sea in search of fame and fortune. Who would have thought there were still such hidden talents in the general populace? What's Crocodile's current situation? Cobra asked. Our people have discovered that Crocodile is actively recovering from his injuries, while his subordinates are preparing a ship, as if they're getting ready to leave. Leave? Cobra's eyebrows shot up, and a delighted expression crossed his face. This is good news for Alabasta. Though Crocodile had helped them repel pirate invasions, Cobra had always felt uneasy. Could a pirate, recognized by the world government, truly be that kind-hearted? Cobra didn't believe it. But since Crocodile hadn't done any direct harm to Alabasta and had even gained significant public support, Cobra hadn't dared to move against him hastily. Now that Crocodile seemed to be leaving, Cobra was naturally overjoyed. Send someone make contact with Crocodile's subordinates and confirm whether he's really leaving. If he is, the kingdom can offer some assistance, whether it's berries or supplies. Don't be stingy on this matter. Cobra thought for a moment before giving these instructions. Doing so would not only ensure Crocodile left quicker, but might also win him some favor with the public. It was a win-win situation. I understand. I'll issue the order right away. By the way, where did Saunders and his group go? Cobra asked again. Although Crocodile had coexisted with them peacefully for a while, Saunders was different. With a bounty of 2.4 billion berries and a crew member capable of defeating Crocodile, Cobra couldn't rest easy without knowing whether Saunders had left Alabasta. We're not sure. Their ship can fly, and right now, we have no idea where it went, Igaram replied, somewhat helpless. A flying ship? I've never heard of such a thing. If only we had one. Cobra remarked wistfully. Flying had always been a long-held dream of mankind, but apart from a few devil fruit users, sustained flight was nearly impossible. For now, have Pell patrol the capital more frequently, Cobra ordered. Pell, the vice-captain of the Royal Guard, possessed the bird fruit, falcon model, which allowed him to transform into a falcon. With Saunders' whereabouts unknown, having Pell patrol the skies was a good way to ensure the capital's safety. I've already sent Pell, Igaram said with a smile. Just then, Pell himself hurried in, looking somewhat grim. Your Majesty, Saunders has arrived in Alabasta, he reported. What? Cobra shot up from his throne, his expression instantly becoming anxious. Is he here to invade the capital? Igaram, if Saunders attacks the palace, you must take Vivi and flee. Inform the army and prepare for battle. Have the deadly waters ready. If Saunders harms any civilians, we must protect the people, even if it costs us our lives. Cobra issued orders rapidly. The deadly waters were a toxic substance that could temporarily boost strength but would result in certain death afterward. Alabasta wouldn't use such a thing unless absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, please calm down. Saunders and his crew haven't made any dangerous moves. They're shopping, Pell quickly clarified. Shopping. Yes, they've been buying a lot of daily necessities, clothes, shoes, bedding, and food, Pell explained. Upon hearing this, Cobra sighed in relief. Shopping? Fine, as long as they weren't attacking. He'd even let them take all the supplies in the city if it meant they didn't invade. Alabasta wasn't limited to just one city, and as long as the citizens were safe, they could always resupply from other towns. Tell the soldiers in the capital not to act rashly. As for the spies, have them stay far away. As long as Saunders and his crew don't make any threatening moves, act as though they aren't even here, Cobra instructed, his voice steady once more. Meanwhile, Saunders and his crew were indeed busy shopping. Since his ship had previously been his alone, all the provisions were only sufficient for him. With Robin and Isho joining, it was only natural they needed to stock up on more supplies. Are you sure you don't want to head directly to the poneglyph? Saunders asked Robin as he casually picked through items. There's no need. Since the captain already knows where the poneglyph is hidden, there's no need to make a big scene, Robin replied. After all, that's where the royal family of Alabasta has rested for generations. We can go quietly at night. All right, whatever you say. Saunders shrugged indifferently. Uncle Isho, how about I buy you a couple of new outfits? Robin called out to Isho. After spending a short amount of time together, the three had quickly become comfortable with one another. Robin was no longer as tense and confused as before. In her own words, there was no point in running away or betraying them when she was with a man who could defeat an admiral and another who had bested a warlord of the sea. She was better off just staying on the ship. Besides, both Saunders and Isho were easy to get along with. Me? I'll leave it to you to choose, Isho said with a warm smile. Aside from the clothes he was wearing, he didn't have anything else. It was always useful to have spare clothing while sailing, but since he couldn't see, he had to rely on others to help him shop. Hey, Robin, you didn't say anything about buying clothes for me. The captain, Saunders joked, pretending to be dissatisfied. Uncle Isho can't see, so of course someone else has to choose for him. You can buy your own clothes, can't you? Robin retorted, rolling her eyes. Saunders laughed heartily. He was merely trying to help Robin integrate into the crew more quickly, nothing more. At least I'm paying for everything. Couldn't you show me a little appreciation? Saunders teased. Consider it a gift to the new crew members, Captain. After all, you've got plenty of treasure and berries in your storage room, Robin said nonchalantly. There's still a ton I couldn't carry off that celestial dragon's yacht. You wouldn't believe how rich they are. Just one piece of furniture was worth millions of berries. Well, that's something else. The group continued to joke and chat as they bought an enormous amount of supplies, changing their outfits completely in the process. Isho even sported a new sun hat. After loading all their purchases onto the ship, Saunders noticed that several Alabasta royal guards were stationed around the ship, keeping watch from a distance. They were likely sent by Cobra, who didn't want any foolhardy thieves to approach and provoke Saunders' wrath. After dropping off their haul, the trio returned to the city. Isho headed to the casino, saying he planned to buy some gambling equipment in case they got bored on the ship. Meanwhile, Robin went to the bookstore to buy some books, with Saunders tagging along to carry them. As they left the bookstore, Robin turned to Saunders, who was carrying hundreds of books. Captain, the pirate flag is almost ready. Should we go pick it up? Previously, since Saunders had been alone, he hadn't bothered to declare himself a pirate crew. But now that there were three of them, it was time to fly their pirate flag. As for the name of the crew, he had lazily chosen to go with the name the Marines had given him, Thunder God Pirates. Even the ship now had a name, Thunder God. When they arrived at the shop, the owner came out cautiously to greet them. The items you ordered are ready. Saunders hadn't asked for much, just a pirate flag and a sail with a skull design. The design was simple, a bolt of lightning striking down onto a skull. After paying, Saunders and Robin returned to the Thunder God. Isho hadn't returned yet, so while Robin tidied things up, Saunders hoisted the pirate flag and painted their symbol onto the ship. By the time Isho came back, laden with gambling gear, they all sat down for a nice meal on the ship, preparing to head to Poneglyph under the cover of night. Night fell, and the evenings in Alabasta were somewhat chilly. The royal guards that Cobra had sent were yawning while standing far from the Thunder God's ship. After a day of surveillance, they had let down their guard around Sanders and his crew, gathering in small groups to pass the time with casual chatter. Suddenly, one of the guards collapsed without warning. Soon after, all of the guards fell to the ground, unconscious. In the shadows of the night, Sanders, Robin, and Isho emerged. They were headed to the Tomb of the Kings on the western side of the palace. After neutralizing the guards, the group quietly moved toward the temple. Before long, they arrived at the tomb. "Where is the poneglyph hidden?" Robin asked curiously, scanning the surroundings but finding no sign of the ancient stone text. Relying on his memory, Sanders walked up to a pillar carved with the image of a catfish-headed figure. With a gentle push, he rotated it, revealing an entrance on the ground. "A hidden staircase? I see. Even if you searched all of Alabasta, it would be nearly impossible to find this without Cobra personally revealing its location," Robin realized, nodding in understanding. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel curious. How did Sanders know about such a secret place, one that only the kings of Alabasta would be aware of? "You can go down and take a look yourself," Sanders said, turning to Robin. "You're not coming in?" Robin asked. "I don't need to see it, and Isho can't see, so it's better if you go on your own," Sanders replied, tossing a lamp shell, one of the many varieties of dials he had collected from Skypiea, over to Robin. Catching the lamp shell, Robin didn't hesitate and descended into the hidden stairwell. Sanders and Isho remained outside, gazing at the night sky in boredom. "Captain, isn't this supposed to be a place only Cobra knows about? How did you come to know of it?" Isho asked, curious. "Special sources," Sanders replied casually. He couldn't exactly admit it was because he had read the original story. Isho didn't press further. Some things, he figured, would become clear in time. After a while, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Robin emerged, holding the lamp shell in her hand. Sanders rotated the pillar back to its original position, causing the hidden staircase to disappear. Clapping his hands together, he said, "All right, let's head back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we set sail for the East Blue." Without saying another word, the group made their way back toward the Thunder God's ship in silence. However, just before they arrived, Robin couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. "Captain, aren't you at least a little curious about the whereabouts of Pluton?" she asked. Sanders turned to her, feigning surprise. "Robin, you don't still think I'm lying, do you?" he asked. "I really do know where Pluton is. It's in Wano country." Robin's eyes widened in shock. "You really know?" she asked in disbelief. Up until now, she had thought Sanders was just making things up. "Of course. I told you, Pluton is in the Four Emperors' territory," Sanders explained patiently. "Wano country is currently under the rule of Kaido of the Beasts." Seeing his nonchalant expression, Robin couldn't believe it. She had been doubtful of his words all along. "And you also know where Poseidon is?" she asked cautiously. Sanders nodded. Poseidon. The name itself suggests it's closely connected to the ocean. Naturally, Poseidon is located on Fishman Island, Sanders said with certainty. "Fishman Island?" Robin exclaimed in surprise, but then quickly realized it made sense. The only place closely tied to the sea and the Sea Kings would be Fishman Island. "What exactly is Poseidon?" Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. She only knew that Pluton was a super battleship, but she had no clue about Poseidon. Poseidon is also called the King of the Sea Kings. It's an ability that allows one to communicate with Sea Kings, Sanders explained vaguely. "Communicate with Sea Kings?" Robin exclaimed in shock before quickly covering her mouth. Even Isho raised his head in surprise. They were both well aware of what Sea Kings were, massive creatures that lived in the ocean. Most Sea Kings were hundreds of meters long, but some of the larger ones could grow to several thousand meters. If someone could communicate with and command these Sea Kings, even the Marines wouldn't stand a chance. The Sea Kings could destroy anything on the sea. "This is unbelievable." The power to command such colossal creatures really exists. Robin exclaimed after calming down. No wonder it's called Poseidon. It feels even more powerful than Pluton. Each has its own strengths, Sanders replied softly. Pluton is dormant in Wano country, and it's incredibly difficult to retrieve or awaken it. Poseidon's power isn't easily controlled either. Sanders knew that Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, was Poseidon, but at the moment, she wasn't in a position to wield that power. She was far too timid. However, once Sanders acquired the powers of the float fruit, which would allow him to make entire islands float, he planned to head to Fishman Island and recruit Shirahoshi. Then, with his derivation of all things ability, he would further hone Poseidon's powers. Captain, are you planning to claim both Poseidon and Pluton? Robin asked. Even though I know where Pluton is, retrieving it and waking it up are two entirely different challenges. It might just end up as a decoration, Sanders said with a smile. As for Poseidon, once we reach Fishman Island, she will become our newest crew member. A new crew member? Robin was taken aback. Captain, are you saying that Poseidon is a person or, rather, a living being? Up until now, Robin had always thought that Poseidon, like Pluton, was an object or a tool. She never expected that Poseidon would be a living entity. Poseidon is the mermaid princess, Princess Shirahoshi, Sanders revealed. Once every few hundred years, a mermaid princess is born who can communicate with the sea kings and inherit the name of Poseidon. Sanders didn't hold back in sharing this information. It wasn't something that could be hidden for long. Despite Robin and Isho having only recently joined his crew, Sanders already trusted them greatly. By sharing such an enormous secret, he hoped they would recognize him as a trustworthy captain sooner. A mermaid princess, Princess Shirahoshi? Robin was overwhelmed by the flood of revelations. At just over 20 years old, her mind was spinning from all the secrets she had just learned. Neither she nor Isho had expected Sanders to disclose such monumental information so freely. In that moment, both Robin and Isho fully accepted Sanders as their captain. For him to share such critical secrets with them proved that Sanders was indeed someone they could trust. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku sat in his office, processing paperwork. A Marine Rear Admiral knocked on the door and walked in. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we've received news from Alabasta. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 2.439 billion berries has appeared there and clashed with Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in Rain Base. Afterward, Crocodile was defeated by a swordsman under Sanders' command. Additionally, the demon child Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries, has also joined Sanders' crew. The Rear Admiral quickly summarized the events involving Sanders and Alabasta and handed the detailed report to Sengoku. Ever since Sanders slaughtered a celestial dragon and defeated Admiral Akiji, his intel had become a top priority, even higher than that of the 4 emperors. Although the 4 emperors were powerful and had vast territories, they didn't target celestial dragons, nor did they cause trouble recklessly. Sanders, however, was different. He was fearless, with no limit to what he might do. Sengoku wouldn't be surprised if Sanders attacked the Holy Land, Mariehua, someday. It had only been just over a month since Sanders defeated Akiji, and now he had caused another major incident in Alabasta. This time, he faced off against a warlord of the sea right off the bat. Sengoku frowned as he flipped through the report. Does our intelligence division have any information on this swordsman? Sengoku's gaze sharpened when he saw that Crocodile had been defeated by a man named Isho. Though Crocodile's bounty was under 100 million, Sengoku knew he was far more formidable than his bounty suggested. Defeating someone like Crocodile shouldn't have been done by someone unknown. There's not much intel from the intelligence division, the Rear Admiral responded. We only know that his name is Isho, a swordsman, and he appears to have a Paramecia-type devil fruit ability related to gravity. We couldn't find any record of him fighting before this. The Marines' intelligence division was highly efficient, managing to gather Isho's name and even deducing his potential devil fruit ability from his battle with Crocodile. A gravity-based devil fruit, huh? Another troublesome one. It seems Sanders recruited quite an impressive guy, though I wonder how they met. And Nico Robin. Why would Sanders recruit her? What is he planning? Sengoku's expression grew heavy as he read about Nico Robin. She, too, was a dangerous individual, with her goal being to uncover the secrets of the Void Century. Now, aligned with Sanders, the threat level was even higher. A flying ship. Suddenly, Sengoku noticed a part of the report mentioning that Sanders had a ship capable of flight. This discovery left Sengoku momentarily at a loss. If Sanders had a ship that could fly, how could they ever capture him? It would be like when Shiki, the Golden Lion, escaped. Had he not attacked Marineford, the Marines might never have caught him. Continuing through the report, Sengoku came across the announcement of the founding of the Thunder God Pirates. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. A former Marine prodigy had now hoisted his own pirate flag. Immediately issue a bounty for Isho of the Thunder God Pirates. Set it at 1.9 billion berries. Sengoku ordered as he stared at Isho's photo. Defeating Crocodile alone would warrant a bounty of at least 1 billion. But considering Isho was now Sanders' crew member, an additional 900 million was added. As for Nico Robin, considering her association with Sanders, raised her bounty to 93 million berries. Even though Robin hadn't done anything in Alabasta, her bounty increased by over 10 million simply because of her affiliation with Sanders. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The Rear Admiral saluted and left. Sanders' bounty remained unchanged since he hadn't really done anything this time, other than kicking away a minor henchman. The founding of the Thunder God Pirates caused quite a stir across the seas, not because the pirate crew was newly formed. Many had already anticipated that Sanders would eventually start his own crew, but because of Isho defeating Crocodile. The title of a warlord of the sea carried a lot of weight. Over the years, many had challenged them for fame, but none had succeeded. Now, Isho had defeated Crocodile and instantly became a pirate with a bounty close to 2 billion berries, drawing considerable attention. Gururara, that sand-playing crocodile got defeated. Whitebeard laughed heartily aboard the Moby Dick as he read the newspaper. First bounty at 1.9 billion? Seems that little lightning brat has recruited some good companions. On Aurora, Thunder God Pirates? Is Sanders forming his own crew? Kaido, reeking of alcohol, chuckled drunkenly. Come to the New World. I'll avenge Jack. Let's see if your lightning can do more than tickle me. Since Sanders had defeated Aokiji, people had begun to compare him to the Four Emperors. Although he had yet to challenge any of the four directly and was still traveling alone, many viewed him as a potential fifth emperor. Nonetheless, despite this lack of a formal title, Sanders had garnered a considerable following. Many pirates expressed their desire to join Sanders' crew, hoping to help him contend for the title of the fifth emperor and eventually become the Pirate King. Many believed Sanders had the best chance to become the Pirate King due to his youth. He was not yet 20 years old, making him the youngest top-tier fighter on the seas. Isho's addition to the Thunder God Pirates only strengthened his supporters' enthusiasm. However, Nico Robin didn't attract much attention in this uproar. Most people in the world didn't even know what the poneglyphs were. And even among those who did, very few knew that Nico Robin could read them. Hence, Robin, with her 93 million berries bounty, was largely overlooked. Some of Sanders' supporters were dissatisfied with Robin's bounty, which was less than 100 million berries, feeling that she was unworthy of being Sanders' second crew member. The discussions about Sanders were all over the sea, but at this moment they were floating on the ocean. Since the wind was strong while flying in the air, after a brief discussion, they decided to sail on the sea once the waters were calm. Sanders and Isho were on the first floor deck, playing dice. There was no other option. Isho had a bit of a gambling addiction, and he would often drag Sanders to play with him. Meanwhile, Robin was on the second floor balcony, busy learning armament Haki and observation Haki. She knew that without these skills, the Thunder God Pirates might be laughed at by others if they had to fight another crew, and it turned out some of them couldn't use Haki. Isho and Sanders were both Haki experts, more than capable of guiding Robin. Just then, a newspaper bird slowly approached. Robin paused her training, wiped the sweat from her face, and waved to the bird. The bird flapped its wings and landed on the second floor railing. Robin took out 100 berries, handed it to the bird, and gently patted its head, making the bird unusually obedient. "Off you go," Robin said with a soft smile, waving her hand before opening the newspaper. 2 bounty posters immediately fell out. "Isho, you've got a bounty now," she said, tossing Isho's bounty poster down to the first-floor deck. Sanders quickly flashed over to catch the bounty and returned to his seat. "Oh, 1.9 billion berries. Sengoku is really underestimating my first mate," he said. "Isho, your bounty should be at least 2 billion. Blind swordsman? Sengoku really isn't good at coming up with names." Sanders glanced at it, then casually tossed the bounty poster aside. Isho smiled and opened the dice cup. "Big, I win," he said. Sanders glanced at the dice, already a little tired of these gambling sessions, where he had to help Isho due to his blindness. There was no excitement anymore. He decided that he needed to recruit another crew member soon, so they could play mahjong instead. With mahjong, Isho wouldn't need anyone to help him read the tiles, and he could play by feel. It's worth noting that there was mahjong in the world of pirates, saving Sanders the trouble of teaching them a new game. "Captain, we're approaching Twin Capes. Should we prepare to lift the ship?" Robin looked ahead and asked. Due to her vast knowledge, Robin was temporarily acting as the Thunder God's navigator. "Got it," Sanders responded. Don't ask why Sanders was taking this route instead of directly crossing the calm belt. He had never seen the reverse mountain and wanted to witness the wonders of the pirate world firsthand. Before joining the Marines, he had lived in the Sabaody Archipelago. After enlisting, most of his missions had been near Marine headquarters, so he had never traveled to the Four Seas or the New World. As they neared Twin Capes, Sanders immediately noticed the whale repeatedly crashing into the red line. What a huge whale! Is that an island whale? Why is it ramming its head and injuring itself? Robin asked, curious as she looked at the whale laboon. Maybe it's missing a friend, Sanders said with a smile. He didn't intend to recruit Brooke this time, as his journey hadn't passed through the Florian Triangle, and he didn't want to poach too many of Luffy's future crew members. However, he thought it wouldn't hurt to bring some news to Laboon, and he also wanted to meet an old friend of Rayleigh's. "Captain, how do you always know so much? Didn't you say you've never been here before?" Robin asked, now accustomed to Sanders' knowledge of many secrets. "Haha. Well, I know a little bit," Sanders laughed heartily, deciding to reveal the story of Laboon and the rum bar pirates to the two of them. "One amazing friendship," Isho remarked, clearly moved. For someone who had witnessed much of the world's filth and evil, stories like this touched him deeply. "Where did you hear this story, Captain?" Robin asked curiously. "There's one surviving member of the rum bar pirates. Well, barely surviving. We can call him half a person, I suppose," Sanders replied with a chuckle. "Come on, let's meet the doctor from the Pirate King's crew, and let him know how Rayleigh is doing." They approached Laboon, and, compared to the massive whale, the Thunder God pirate ship was like a tiny ant. Laboon's movements created waves that rocked the ship, so Sanders used his powers to lift the ship into the air. After a while, Laboon calmed down. Sanders knew this was because the Pirate King's doctor, Crocus, had administered a sedative to the whale. Just as Sanders was considering how to enter Laboon's stomach, a figure emerged from the whale's body. The man had gray hair, glasses, and a flower-like decoration on the back of his head. It was none other than Crocus, the ship doctor of the Pirate King. Sanders controlled the Thunder God ship to float towards him. Crocus was momentarily stunned when he saw a flying ship, then turned his gaze towards Sanders and the others. "Looks like some important figures have arrived today," he said, clearly recognizing Sanders and his crew. "Hello, I'm a friend of Rayleigh's," Sanders greeted him. "A friend of Rayleigh, huh? So that old guy is still alive," Crocus said with a sigh. "Very much alive. He's living in the Sabaody Archipelago as a coding mechanic, often selling himself to slave traders for booze money." "Ha ha, that sounds just like him," Crocus laughed. "Next time you see him, be sure to give him my regards." Hearing news of his old friend seemed to lighten Crocus' mood. "No problem," Sanders nodded. "Oh, and I have another piece of news for you about the rum bar pirates." Sanders pointed at Laboon, who was still near Crocus' feet. One member of the Rumbar Pirates is still alive, Brook, the afro-haired swordsman and musician. Crocus was taken aback by this revelation. After more than 40 years, he had long believed that the entire crew of the Rumbar Pirates had perished somewhere in the Grand Line. After all, if they had survived, they would have surely returned to see their friend, Laboon. "He's really alive?" Crocus asked, still in disbelief. "He's alive, though his condition is rather unique," Sanders replied, explaining everything he knew about the Rumbar Pirates and Brook's current situation. The Rumbar Pirates never forgot their promise to Laboon. One day, Brook will return here and fulfill the promise they couldn't keep. "So, you should tell Laboon this," Sanders added with a smile. "Maybe that will stop him from ramming into the Red Line." "Thank you for bringing this news. I think Laboon will be very happy," Crocus said gratefully. He didn't ask why Sanders hadn't brought Brook out of the Florian Triangle. After all, those who set sail must bear responsibility for their own actions, and no one was obligated to help others without reason. In the future, Brook will find new companions and set sail again, and one day, he will return here to fulfill their promise, Sanders continued. "Well, that's all I had to say. You can tell Laboon the news. I got to be going now." With that, Sanders bid farewell to Crocus and left, eager to witness the marvel of Reverse Mountain. After the group departed, Crocus immediately relayed the news to Laboon. Laboon let out a joyful roar toward the sky. Having a clear purpose again, Laboon no longer rammed into the Red Line. For Laboon, losing the meaning of waiting had been the most terrifying thing. But now, his waiting had purpose once more. Following Crocus' advice, Laboon began to rest and heal, quietly waiting at Twin Capes for the return of his friends, hoping for the day when he could reunite with them. After mending this small piece of regret, Sanders steered the Thunder God Pirates toward Logtown. The place where Roger was executed was a sight he felt was worth visiting. After all, an old friend was waiting for him there. Logtown, the city of beginnings and ends. The Thunder God Pirates sailed into the harbor, arriving at this significant town. As per his usual habit, Sanders used his fusion fruit ability to completely seal off his room and the storage area holding his wealth and treasures. After all, this was his entire fortune. Among the treasures was the highly valuable Logia-type Rumble Rumble fruit. He couldn't afford to let it be stolen. "Captain, are you sure it's okay not to leave someone behind to guard the ship?" Robin asked, a little uneasy. She wasn't aware that Sanders had a Logia-type devil fruit, but the mountain of treasures in the storage room alone was enough to make her concerned. "No need. Just bring some money with you for spending. Everyone can go out and enjoy themselves. Buy whatever you want, go to the casino if you feel like it. We'll set sail again tomorrow, so have fun today," Sanders laughed. In truth, his observation Haki covered a wide range. If any petty thieves tried boarding the ship, he'd know immediately. "I'll be off then," Isho Fujitora said as he leapt ashore. Hearing Sanders announce free time, he was quick to leave. Sanders didn't want to gamble with him, and Isho himself felt that constantly betting with one person wasn't that enjoyable either. Now that they were finally in a bustling town, he intended to indulge his gambling habits. Robin smiled lightly and jumped ashore as well. Sanders wasn't worried about her safety. In all of Logtown, only Smoker could pose a threat to her. The rest were just small fry. Besides, Robin had been surviving on the seas for over a decade. She was more than capable of taking care of herself. Speaking of the East Blue, the pirates there were really unlucky. Not only did they have to deal with the occasional visits from Marine hero Garp, but they also had to face a Logia user if they wanted to enter the Grand Line. No wonder the East Blue was considered the weakest of the four seas. Encountering a Logia before even reaching the Grand Line would make anyone surrender. The Smoke fruit wasn't particularly powerful, but it depended on the opponent. A group of people who didn't know about Sea Prism Stone or Armament Haki could only wait for death when faced with a Logia user. Sanders strolled through the bustling streets of Logtown. After taking a glance at the execution platform where Roger had been executed, he randomly chose a tavern and sat down. He believed that the Marines would soon come looking for him. In the office of Logtown's Marine branch, the room was filled with smoke. Smoker, with his white hair and 2 cigars hanging from his mouth, sat at his desk, smoke constantly billowing out and shrouding the entire room. At this moment, Smoker appeared somewhat dejected, his eyes filled with a sense of loss, far from the determined figure portrayed in the original story. His current state was, of course, due to the newspaper detailing the reasons for Sanders' defection from the Marines. Just then, an urgent knock came at the door. "Come in," Smoker called out. A Marine opened the door, only to be hit by the thick smoke, causing him to cough uncontrollably. After a while, he finally regained his composure. "What is it?" Smoker asked, not moving an inch, only casting a cold glance at the Marine. This terrifying sight made the Marine tremble with fear. Smoker's bad temper had become well known throughout the branch. If it weren't for an urgent matter, this Marine would have avoided approaching him. "Captain Smoker, we've received word from the harbor. The Thunder God pirates are suspected to have arrived in Log Town," the Marine reported loudly. Smoker's eyes narrowed as he shot to his feet. "Who did you say?" he demanded, staring at the Marine with wide eyes. "See, Captain Smoker, it's the Thunder God pirates. The one led by Thunder God Sanders," the Marine stammered, repeating himself. "Sanders." Smoker grabbed his jit, which was embedded with sea prism stone, and started toward the door. "Where is he now?" "At tavern," the Marine answered. Smoker said nothing as he walked out. "Captain Smoker, should we assemble a squad to apprehend him?" the Marine asked, his voice trembling slightly. Smoker stopped and turned to look at the Marine, his face filled with disbelief. "The entire branch combined isn't strong enough to survive a single punch from him. And you want to arrest him?" he sneered. The Marine's face flushed red with embarrassment. He had asked out of habit, but regretted at the moment the words left his mouth. Now, he wanted to slap himself. What was he thinking? Suggesting arresting a pirate who had defeated a Marine admiral. "No need to gather anyone. I'll handle this alone," Smoker said, turning to leave. "What? You're going alone? That's too dangerous," the Marine exclaimed. "That's an order," Smoker replied coldly, without looking back. The Marine stood frozen in place, scratching his head before ultimately obeying Smoker's command. At Marjorie's tavern, Sanders sipped a cocktail while listening to some young pirates boast about their exploits. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Sanders!" Sanders sat still at the bar, not turning his head. The next moment, a strong smell of cigar smoke filled the air, and Smoker placed his jit on the bar with a firm thud. "It's been a few years, Smoker, and it seems you haven't gotten any stronger," Sanders smirked, raising his glass and glancing over at Smoker. "Don't you dare call me white hair, you damn lightning brat," Smoker growled, biting down on his cigars angrily. Back when they were both at Marine headquarters, Sanders had always teased him by calling him white hair, and Smoker had never liked it. The two of them often fought, being fellow Logia users, but it was always Smoker on the receiving end of a beating. Your skills haven't improved, but your temper sure has. Now it's even easier for me to beat you. Just a flick of the wrist, and you're done for," Sanders mocked. Smoker remained silent. He knew Sanders wasn't exaggerating. After all, anyone who could defeat a Marine admiral could easily crush him. "So, what brings you to the East Blue? Shouldn't someone like you be out fighting the big pirates in the New World?" Smoker asked after a long pause. "What's it to you? Can't I just be here for a vacation?" Sanders gave Smoker a dismissive glance. "Why waste your time in this rundown place? You're not going to get any stronger without real battles," Sanders continued. "You've been through elite training, but if you stay here too long, you're going to rot." Though Smoker's smoke fruit wasn't the most powerful, it was still a Logia type. He could make something of himself on the Grand Line. Low Town might be known as the town of beginnings and ends, but in reality, it was just a gathering spot for small-time pirates. Placing a Logia user here was a waste of talent. Sure, it deterred East Blue pirates from entering the Grand Line, but it wasn't doing Smoker any favors. Long-term complacency would ruin him. "I'm planning to request a transfer to the Grand Line soon," Smoker said through gritted teeth. "Now tell me, why are you here in the East Blue?" "The East Blue isn't owned by the Marines. I can come and go as I please. If you got a problem with it, Why don't you call Sengoku and bring the admirals with you? Sanders said casually. It sounded like boasting, but Sanders wasn't worried. Even if Sengoku came with the admirals, as long as one of them stayed behind, Sanders felt confident he could hold his own. With Isho by his side, he could take on 2 or 3 of them if needed. Faced with Sanders' arrogance, Smoker had no choice but to resign himself. Fine, it's not like I can stop you anyway. Headquarters will have to deal with you, Smoker muttered, slumping into a chair in defeat. There was no point in trying to fight. If Sanders really got angry, he could level Logtown without breaking a sweat. As someone who had trained at Marine headquarters, Smoker knew full well the power of Marines at Admiral level. That's more like it, Sanders chuckled. Do you really think a little captain like you can handle me? Why risk your life for a few hundred berries a month? If anyone should deal with me, it's Sengoku himself. Come on, it's been a while since we last saw each other. Let's have a few drinks, Sanders said, calling the bartender over to bring more drinks. There was an unspoken understanding between the two. Neither mentioned Sanders' defection from the Marines. There was no point. The past was the past, and there was nothing more to say. If Smoker hadn't known the full story, he might have confronted Sanders about it. But now he didn't have the guts. After learning what had happened behind the scenes, Smoker no longer had the moral high ground to challenge him. The actions of Marine headquarters and the world government had shaken the beliefs of many Marines, including Smoker. Still, that small doubt in his mind wasn't enough for Smoker to follow in Sanders' footsteps and defect. Like many others, Smoker knew the Marines and the world government had their flaws, but he remained convinced that, overall, the Marines were still a force for justice, fighting pirates and protecting the innocent. Let's save the reunion for another time, Sanders said, finishing his drink and stretching as he stood up. I want to explore Lowtown. I haven't even eaten yet, waiting for you. As Sanders moved to leave the bar, Smoker, sitting at the bar without turning around, took another deep drag from his cigars. The dense smoke filled the area, causing the bartender to back away coughing, but he didn't dare complain. After all, Smoker was the highest-ranking Marine officer in Logtown, someone not to be crossed. Still got something to say? Sanders asked, stopping by the door. I'm a Marine. How can I just sit here and let a pirate walk under my nose without doing anything? Smoker said as he picked up his jit and pointed it towards Sanders. Sanders chuckled, but said nothing, walking out of the bar as Smoker followed behind him. Is that Smoker? And wasn't that guy just a pirate? The other patrons in the bar murmured. Smoker had become a familiar sight in the bar, but seeing him chase after Sanders with his weapon raised made them realize who Sanders really was. Looks like another pirate's dream is about to end. Smoker's a Logia devil fruit user, right? No small-time pirate can stand a chance against him. One patron remarked, raising his glass. Let's drink to another pirate getting arrested. They all toasted, clearly unconcerned about whether Smoker would succeed. Outside the bar, Sanders overheard their conversation and glanced at Smoker with a grin. Seems like you've been doing well here. Smoker said nothing, only grunted before rushing at Sanders. He needed to see how much the gap between them had grown. His lower body transformed into smoke as he soared towards Sanders, his jits swinging fiercely. TSK, still fighting the same old way, Smoker. Sanders mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. Spending all your time in this backwater, no wonder you've got a false sense of invincibility. Sanders' leg, imbued with Haki, shot out with immense force. His kick shattered Smoker's jit with ease and continued straight into Smoker's torso. So fast, Smoker's eyes widened in shock as the kick connected before he could react. Smoker's large frame was sent flying, crashing into a nearby stall and rolling onto the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as the surrounding vendors and townspeople fled in panic. Experience had taught the people of Lowtown never to stick around when a fight broke out. You're too weak, Sanders said dismissively, pointing at the destroyed stall. Oh, and make sure you pay for the damage. Without another word, Sanders turned and walked away. Smoker, clutching his chest in pain, watched him leave, his expression dark. Damn it, the gap has gotten this big. Smoker muttered, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He didn't even use his rumble fruit powers. Despite his rigorous training, which was more intense than in the original story due to his friendship with Sanders. Smoker still found himself leagues behind. The residents of Lowtown trusted him, but compared to Sanders, the difference was like night and day. Captain Smoker, several Marines patrolling nearby, rushed over after hearing the commotion. "Captain, did you encounter an enemy? Should we gather the Marines to capture them?" One of the Marines asked, clearly concerned. "Cough, no need," Smoker replied, standing with the help of the Marines. "Just take me back to the base. And make sure to compensate the vendors for the damage, double the amount," Smoker added. "Yes, Captain," the Marine saluted. As Sanders wandered around Lowtown, having left Smoker behind, he eventually found a restaurant to fill his stomach. Then he began shopping for the supplies they needed: food, drinks, and essentials. As he passed by a weapon shop, Sanders stopped in his tracks. If he remembered correctly, this shop had two decent swords. One was the skillful greatsword Yubashiri, and the other was the Sandai Kitetsu. Lately, he had been learning swordsmanship from Isho, and he was considering getting himself a sword to play with. It didn't suit his image to always act like a brute, swinging his fists around. Since he was on the same ship as Isho, Sanders naturally wouldn't pass up the opportunity to learn from him. By now, he had become a swordsman capable of unleashing flying slashes. Similarly, Sanders wasn't going to miss out on mastering Isho's Paramecia-type gravity devil fruit either. Currently deducing Isho's Paramecia-type gravity fruit abilities. Estimated time remaining, 12 days. If it weren't for being stuck on the ship and unable to spar with Isho, the deducing process will be even faster. After thinking it over, Sanders decided not to take the two swords. They were just skillful grade swords, not quite fitting for his status. One of the reasons he came to the East Blue was to find Golden Lion Shiki, who happened to have two excellent swords, Odo and Kagurashi. To be treasured by a pirate as renowned as Shiki, these two swords were at least of the great grade category. Sanders left the weapon shop and returned to the ship with the supplies. By then, Robin had already returned and was sitting on the second-floor balcony reading a book. Isho was still nowhere to be seen. They were set to sail the next day, so it was likely that Isho would return by morning. Sure enough, when the sun rose, Isho appeared at the harbor, tapping his staff on the ground as he walked. They set sail, and Sanders headed toward their next destination, Cocoyasi village. He needed to find a navigator for their crew. The gentle sea breeze brushed their faces, while seabirds soared in the blue sky above. Sunlight shimmered across the ocean's surface, creating a beautiful, sparkling effect. Sanders and Isho sat by the edge of the ship, fishing. The fishing line dipped into the sea, and the rod bent slightly. Both of them jerked their rods upward simultaneously, and two large fish were swiftly pulled out of the water. "Ha ha, Isho, I win again. My fish is bigger than yours." Sanders laughed heartily as he compared the size of their catches. Isho chuckled softly, releasing his fish back into the sea and returning to his nap. Yes, they were betting again. Sanders had grown tired of betting on card games with Isho, so they decided to wager on who could catch the bigger fish. Meanwhile, Robin was lounging on a chair on the second floor, legs crossed, with a pair of orange sunglasses perched on her forehead. She glanced at the two men fishing on the deck and smiled slightly before returning to her book. Ever since she joined the Thunder God Pirates, Robin had noticed a significant change in her mindset. She no longer lived in constant fear, always thinking about hiding or worrying that the Marines or bounty hunters would catch her. Here, she could sleep peacefully through the night and walk freely in public without the anxiety of being discovered by the Marines or the world government. The calm and safe environment had helped her relax, and she'd become much more open and cheerful. Just then, Robin noticed a black dot appear on the horizon. Raising her head, she peered through the binoculars. It was a marine battleship with a distinctive dog-shaped figurehead and a blue seagull symbol on its sails, indicating its affiliation with the Marines. Upon seeing the ship, Robin instinctively felt a bit of fear. But then she reminded herself that she was now a member of the Thunder God Pirates. Smiling to herself, she called out to Sanders, who was still fishing at the ship's edge, "Captain, there's a marine ship up ahead." Should we avoid it? There's no need, Sanders replied without even turning around. It's just a marine battleship. Why should we avoid it? Who said pirates had to steer clear of marines? What do they take him for? Bring the ship closer, Sanders ordered. Robin lowered the binoculars and stopped worrying. With a captain who had defeated a marine admiral and a first mate capable of taking down a warlord of the sea, there was no need to avoid even an admiral's ship. Meanwhile, the lookout on the marine battleship also spotted the Thunder God ship. Pirate ship spotted ahead. The marine lookout shouted down to the deck. Can you tell which pirate crew it is? A marine sergeant asked. What does the pirate flag look like? There wasn't the slightest panic on the faces of the marines aboard. After all, this wasn't just any marine battleship. It was the ship of marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. In the East Blue, or even the whole world, there weren't many pirate crews that could strike fear into their hearts. It looks familiar. It's a skull with a lightning bolt emblem, the lookout called down. The sergeant's face showed a moment of contemplation before his expression suddenly changed. Are you sure? A lightning bolt going through the skull? Yes, Sergeant. Exactly as you described. Damn, it might be the Thunder God pirates, the sergeant exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. What are they doing in the East Blue? He quickly rushed off to inform Vice Admiral Garp's aide, Bogard. Bogard, dressed in a gray suit and wearing the Marine's Justice cloak, remained calm even after hearing the sergeant's report. He approached Vice Admiral Garp. At this moment, Garp, wearing his iconic doghead hat, was seated on a stool, fast asleep. Puff, puff, puff. With each breath, the snot bubble on his nose expanded and contracted rhythmically. Vice Admiral Garp. Huh. Garp's snot bubble popped instantly. Bogard, what's going on? Is it time to eat? Bogard, accustomed to Garp's seemingly unreliable demeanor, showed no reaction and remained as calm as ever. Vice Admiral Garp, the Thunder God pirates have been spotted not far from our ship. Should we give the order to pursue them? Bogard asked. The Thunder God pirates? Garp's face showed a brief moment of confusion before he quickly understood. Sanders, that little brat. What's he doing in the East Blue? Smoker, who had been kicked by Sanders earlier, didn't bother to report that the Thunder God pirates were in the East Blue, knowing it wouldn't make a difference. He understood that even if he did, the Marine headquarters wouldn't deploy an army led by at least 2 admirals to hunt Sanders down. Therefore, Garp had no idea Sanders had entered the East Blue. Of course, we should pursue them. I'm a Marine of Justice. After all, how could I ignore pirates? Garp stood up from his chair, answering righteously. Then, in a quieter voice, he muttered, That brat really messed up Kazan. I hope he hasn't fully healed yet. With that, Garp marched towards the deck. Vice Admiral Garp. Seeing Garp, the Marines on the deck perked up instantly. Serving on the Hero Garp ship was a badge of honor for them. Garp leaped onto the doghead figurehead at the bow of the ship, crossed his arms, and gazed ahead. The Justice cloak billowed in the wind. If it weren't for the cute doghead hat he was wearing, the scene would have been very imposing. Looks like we've got a serious opponent here, Sanders' voice echoed as he sensed Garp's presence using his Kinbunchika Haki, observation Haki. He reeled in his fishing rod and turned to Isho. No more games. There might be a fight soon. With that, Sanders walked to the bow of the Thunder God ship and leaped up, standing across from Garp with the sea between them. Isho put away his fishing rod and calmly joined Sanders. Robin, observing Sanders and Isho's serious demeanor, was slightly surprised. She grabbed her binoculars and took another look at the Marine ship, immediately recognizing Garp standing at the bow. Is that the Marine hero, Garp? Upon realizing it was Garp, Robin quickly put down her book and jumped to the deck. Captain, are we going to fight Garp? Robin asked a bit nervously. We might have a little skirmish, Sanders replied. Garp wasn't like a Kainu. He wouldn't recklessly start a full-blown battle. If they really went all out, few Marines on Garp's ship would survive. As the distance between the two ships shortened, Isho remained calm, while Robin grew increasingly tense. Garp's reputation was well known among pirates. After all, he was the man who had chased the pirate king, Roger, across the world. At around 300 to 400 meters apart, Sanders was the first to speak. Long time no see, old man Garp. Sanders wasn't particularly close to Garp, they had only met a few times. During his 2 years with the Marines, most of Sanders' time had been spent training under Zephyr and combating pirates. "Ha ha, Sanders, you little brat. I heard you injured Kazan." Garp laughed heartily and shouted, "Are you here to avenge your student, old man?" Sanders asked. Kazan, also known as Admiral Akiji, had once served as Garp's aide and was his disciple. The famous frozen gauntlet technique Kazan wielded was a combination of the ice fruit's power and techniques passed down by Garp. "I'm not avenging him. I've been too busy laughing at him." Garp burst into laughter. Upon hearing that Kazan had been defeated by Sanders, Garp had called Kazan just to mock him. "Then what's this about? Are you here to arrest me?" Sanders asked with a grin. "Of course. As a Marine, it's my duty. Facing a notorious pirate like you, how can I just stand by?" Garp declared, clenching his fist and leaping off the doghead figurehead. At the same time, Sanders vanished from the Radiant's deck. Both appeared in the air simultaneously. "Let's see what you've got, Sanders. Show me how you managed to beat Kuzan." Garp shouted as he launched a powerful fist clad in armament Haki. Not backing down, Sanders covered his arm with the same armament Haki, clenching his fist and meeting Garp's punch head-on. He didn't use the powers of his Goro no Mi, Rumble Fruit. It was a pure contest of physical strength and Haki. Their fists collided midair. Boom! The impact released a shockwave, sending both the Doghead battleship and the Thunder Godship sliding backward. The overwhelming force churned the previously calm sea into massive waves, causing the Marines aboard Garp's ship to hold onto the railing to avoid being thrown off. Bogard, with his sword at his side, kept a watchful eye on the two figures in the air. After exchanging a punch, Sanders and Garp returned to their respective ships. Sanders' expression grew serious as he looked at the old man in the doghead hat. This old man is strong. With just one clash, Sanders could already feel Garp's iron fist, honed to its peak, and his formidable armament Haki. It was clear this man was indeed worthy of being called a formidable warrior, having reached the level of an admiral purely through physical prowess and Haki. Garp's fists were truly refined to their ultimate potential. "Haha, Sanders, you brat. You got some skill." Garp grinned while squeezing his fists. "I can't believe you managed to train like this in Impel Down. You're a real monster. A top-tier powerhouse at under 20 years old." But unfortunately, Sanders had already taken a path that opposed the Marines. "Why didn't you use your Thunder Fist? Isn't that your signature move?" Garp asked. "Old man, one punch is enough. You can report to Sengoku that you try to capture me. Besides, if we really go all out, none of your Marines will survive," Sanders replied casually, waving his hand. He knew they weren't going to have a serious fight. "You arrogant brat." Garp's face changed, revealing that Sanders had hit the mark. Garp had indeed planned to go easy. After all, he was a vice admiral. Letting Sanders go without even trying would be a huge embarrassment for the Marines. Yet, he also wanted to gauge Sanders' current strength. That punch had told him all he needed to know. Sanders' physical strength and Haki were stronger than even Kazan's. Coupled with his Rumble Fruit, it was no surprise that he had managed to defeat Akiji. "You think us old folks are washed up? We haven't left the stage just yet. Don't think I can arrest you," Garp threatened. "Oh, then are you prepared to die in the East Blue, Garp?" Sanders grinned. 2 against 1. Our odds are pretty good. If he and Isho teamed up against Garp, they might actually be able to bring him down." Garp blinked in surprise. 2 against 1? He glanced at Isho and Robin, then focused on Isho. Sanders hadn't mentioned the Marines aboard Garp's ship or Robin. He had only mentioned 2-on-1. That meant this blind swordsman must have top-tier strength as well. Sensing Garp's gaze, Isho smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Old man, did you really think my first crewmate was just some run-of-the-mill pirate with a bounty of a few $100 million? Sanders laughed, showing off his white teeth. In terms of vice captains and pirate crews, Isho's strength was one of the best, perhaps only rivaled by Ben Beckman of the Red-Haired Pirates. No one knew for sure if the Red-Haired Pirates operated as a dual-captain crew, but if Isho had a bounty, it would easily be in the billions. Hearing Sanders dismiss pirates worth several $100 million as mere small fry, Garp twitched. His gaze toward the Thunder God pirates became even more serious. If Isho really was as strong as Sanders claimed, then the Thunder God pirates were a terrifying force. Two top-tier combatants? Once they filled their crew, they might be even more difficult to deal with than the Four Emperors. The world was growing more chaotic. Robin, listening to her captain call pirates worth hundreds of millions small fry, pursed her lips but said nothing. Her own bounty was only 93 million, barely even a small fry. Isho, meanwhile, wore a helpless expression. He didn't particularly want fame, but his captain seemed determined to make him a household name. "What are you doing in the East Blue anyway?" Garp finally asked, the same question Smoker had posed earlier. "I came to smack your grandsons, but," Sanders replied with a mischievous grin. "You little brat." Garp's forehead veins bulged, his eyes glaring dangerously at Sanders. He knew Sanders wouldn't actually hurt his grandson, but spanking him? That was something Sanders might actually do. And the last thing Garp wanted was for his grandsons to have any more pirate influences. One Shanks was bad enough. Now, with Sanders, Garp worried his grandsons might really follow in the footsteps of pirates. "All right, old man. If we're not fighting, I've got things to do. I'll be on my way," Sanders said, waving his hand. The Thunder God ship started to move forward, passing by Garp's ship. The Marines aboard Garp's ship remained tense, gripping their swords and guns. Bogard's right hand hovered over his sword's hilt, ready to act at any moment. Garp furrowed his brow, but ultimately chose not to engage further. He had to think about the safety of the Marines under his command. Even though Sanders had once been a Marine, they were now enemies. If a fight broke out, Sanders wouldn't hold back. Bogard, strong as he was, probably couldn't stop that blind swordsman. As the Thunder God ship drifted further away, Garp ordered the ship to return to Marine headquarters and instructed Bogard to report the presence of Sanders in the East Blue, specifically mentioning Isho's strength to Sengoku. Meanwhile, Garp retreated to his cabin to wrestle with a bag of Sunbay crackers. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone, staring grimly at the Thunder God Pirates dossier. He immediately issued a request for an explanation from the Marine base in Logtown, demanding to know why they hadn't reported the Thunder God Pirates' presence. Smoker, in response to the inquiry, bluntly retorted, "Is the fleet admiral planning to send all 3 admirals to arrest Sanders?" effectively shutting down the questioning. The Marines, of course, weren't going to send 3 admirals to apprehend Sanders. In fact, they likely wouldn't send even one. Ever since Sanders had defeated Akiji, the Marine headquarters had adopted the same approach to Sanders as they did with the 4 emperors. As long as he didn't stir up trouble, they would pretend not to see him. After parting ways with Garp's ship, Sanders and his crew finally arrived at Cocoyasi Village. Cocoyasi Village. The Thunder God ship quietly docked on the coast. Sanders lowered the sails and took down the pirate flag. Carrying a large chest, he jumped ashore, with Robin and Isho following closely behind. "Captain, what's inside the chest?" Robin glanced at the small box Sanders had handed her and pointed at the large chest he was carrying. "There's berries inside, about 100 million. Sanders patted the large chest on his shoulder, his smile carrying a hint of mystery. "As for what's inside the box you're holding, you'll find out soon enough. 100 million berries. Why are you carrying so much money?" Robin asked, puzzled. She didn't doubt for a second that the chest held 100 million berries. The ship's storage was packed with treasures, and berries was probably the least valuable of all of it. Compared to the overall wealth in the storage room, 100 million berries was just a drop in the ocean. "Our future navigator will definitely need this 100 million berries," Sanders said with a smile. "But once she gets it, the outcome might not be so pretty." "All right." Robin smiled back, not pressing him further. After all, they would find out soon enough what Sanders was planning. Meanwhile, Isho's pale eyes gazed toward a certain part of Cocoyasi village, his brow furrowing slightly. The 3 of them walked into the village. It seemed unusually quiet. They walked for a while without encountering anyone. Suddenly, a man wearing a police uniform, sporting a mustache and covered in scars, stepped out from a corner. A cigarette hung from his mouth. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man blocked Sanders and his crew, his face serious. Sanders took one look at him, and the man's appearance immediately matched a figure from his memory. It was Jinzo, the chief of Cocoyasi village's security. A good man. We're pirates, here to find a girl named Nami, Sanders said with a warm smile. Robin shot Sanders a surprised look. Was it really wise to reveal they were pirates in front of a civilian? Pirates! Jinzo's face changed. Upon hearing the word pirates, Jinzo's first thought was that pirates whom Nami had stolen from had come looking for her. By this time, Nami had already started going out to sea to steal treasure from pirates. And Jinzo knew full well why Nami was doing this. There's no one by that name here. You've got the wrong place, Jinzo said, trying to remain calm, hoping to send Sanders and his group away quickly. I think you've misunderstood. We've heard that Nami has incredible navigational talent, so we're hoping she'll become our navigator, Sanders explained. Upon hearing they weren't here for revenge, Jinzo breathed a sigh of relief. Nami had always had a gift for navigation, something even Arlong's crew had taken advantage of by making her their cartographer. Just as Jinzo was about to say something, he suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching in the distance. His face changed, and he quickly pulled the three of them into hiding. A hideous, fierce-looking fishman strutted down the street. After the fishman passed by and was out of sight, Jinzo let out a long breath. This place is dangerous. A group of fishmen has taken over. Nami probably won't leave with you. You should go quickly. If the fishmen find you, it will be extremely dangerous, Jinzo warned Sanders. In truth, if it were up to him, Jinzo would want nothing more than for Nami to leave with these people. It wasn't just him. All the villagers in Cocoyasi wanted Nami to escape from here. That's why they pretended not to know that Nami was saving money to buy back the village. They didn't want Nami to become a bargaining chip when she finally tried to break free from Arlong's crew. But Jinzo also knew that Nami would never abandon Cocoyasi village and leave on her own. Though the people in front of Jinzo were pirates like Arlong's gang, both men were tall and imposing. However, Jinzo didn't believe they could stand up to the fishmen. The fishmen were too powerful, so strong that even the Navy's ships couldn't defeat them. So, Jinzo quickly tried to dissuade Sanders and his crew. We're not leaving. Can you take us to see Nami? Sanders said with a smile. Oh dear, why won't you listen? Jinzo looked anxious. Those fishmen are extremely brutal. If they find you, you'll lose your lives. Seeing that Sanders refused to leave, Jinzo was getting desperate. All right, I'll take you to her sister first. After you meet Nami, you should leave quickly, he said, realizing Sanders was determined. He led Sanders and the others through the village, avoiding places where the fishmen might appear toward Nojiko's house. Along the way, Isho asked, Are those fishmen treating you very badly? They're more than just bad. We have to pay them to stay alive. 10,000 berries for adults, 5,000 berries for children. Those who can't pay are killed on the spot, Jinzo said, his tone despondent. Is that so? How cruel. Isho murmured softly. Hasn't the Navy come to help? Robin asked curiously. They've come several times, but they're no match for those fishmen. The fishmen are too powerful, like monsters. I really think you all should leave before it's too late, Jinzo urged once more. But Sanders and his crew didn't seem to care, which left Jinzo feeling helpless. They soon arrived at a house. The backyard was planted with tangerine trees. Jinzo knocked on the door, and a young girl with short blue-purple hair and some tattoos opened the door, poking her head out. Jinzo, who are these people? The girl looked at Sanders and the others, puzzled. Let's go inside first. The fishmen might see, Jinzo said, pushing the door open and walking in. After closing the door, Jinzo introduced Sanders and his crew. You've come to find Nami, and you want her to be your navigator? Nojiko asked, looking at Sanders. That's right, Sanders replied with a smile. Nami won't leave here. You should go quickly. If the fishmen find you, you won't be able to escape, Nojiko said, her eyes filled with sorrow. Can we at least meet her? Maybe she'll agree, Sanders said as he placed the large chest on the ground and sat on top of it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Both Jinzo and Nojiko's faces filled with alarm. Who is it? Nojiko called out loudly. It's me, Nojiko, A clear female voice answered from outside. Jinzo and Nojiko simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Jinzo opened the door, and in walked a young girl with orange hair. She looked about 13 or 14 years old, her face carrying a maturity beyond her years. As soon as she saw Sanders and the others, her expression changed. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Nami demanded. "Is this the navigator the captain was looking for?" "She's just a kid," Robin said with a soft chuckle as she looked at Nami. "We're pirates, and we want you to be our navigator," Sanders said. "I won't leave here." "Please go now," Nami said firmly, her small face full of determination. "Aren't you even curious to hear our offer, Miss Navigator?" Sanders stood up from the chest, his tall figure exuding an intimidating presence. Nami took 2 steps back, warily eyeing Sanders. "No matter what the offer, I won't leave. This is my home," Nami said. If she left, Arlong would slaughter everyone in Cocoyasi village. She would never allow that to happen. She needed to save up 100 million berries to buy the village's freedom from Arlong. "Is that so?" Sanders smirked, snapping his fingers lightly. He opened the large chest, revealing stacks upon stacks of berries. "If you agree to be my navigator, you'll get a salary of 10 million berries every year." Berries? At the sight of the money in the chest, Nami's eyes immediately turned into berry signs. Even Jinzo and Nojiko were stunned by the sight of so much money. How much was inside that massive chest? So, this was why the captain brought so much berries. "How interesting," Robin said with amusement, looking at Nami, who was acting like a greedy treasure hunter. "There's 100 million berries here. If you agree to be my navigator, it's yours as a signing bonus. After that, you'll receive an annual salary of 10 million berries. 100 million berries. Nami's eyes sparkled even brighter. Hearing that she could get 100 million berries just by becoming his navigator, plus 10 million berries every year, Nami was filled with excitement. "Are you serious?" Nami's voice trembled as she spoke. "Of course," Sanders nodded, pushing the large chest toward Nami. "Did you hear that, Nojiko Jinzo? There's 100 million berries here. With this, I can finally buy back Cocoyasi village," Nami said excitedly, her eyes brimming with tears as hope for the future filled her face. As for working as a navigator for someone else, Nami didn't care. It was far better than being forced to be Arlong's cartographer, the one who killed Belmir. But Nojiko and Jinzo didn't share Nami's joy. Instead, their faces grew somber, and a heavy atmosphere surrounded them. Lost in her excitement, Nami didn't notice. She was too happy and filled with the hope that she could finally free her village from Arlong's cruel rule. Robin observed Nojiko and Jinzo, then glanced at Nami, seemingly deep in thought. "I'm willing to be your navigator. So this 100 million berries is mine now, right?" Nami checked the berries in the chest, carefully verifying its authenticity before looking at Sanders seriously. "It's yours. You can do whatever you like with it. Give it away, burn it, whatever you want," Sanders said with a smile. "All right, thank you. Give me some time, and I'll become your navigator," Nami said gratefully, then hurriedly dragged the large chest outside. The small figure hauling the enormous chest wore a smile of pure joy and excitement. Nojiko pressed her lips together, her face turning pale, while Jinzo hung his head in silence. They both knew Arlong wouldn't let Cocoyasi village or Nami go. Everyone knew it. Everyone except Nami, who still clung to her hope. As Nami left the courtyard, beaming with happiness, Jinzo turned to Nojiko and said, "This is the end, Nojiko. It's time to settle things with those bastards." Then he looked at Sanders. "You don't know anything about this situation, but thank you for the berries. If you can, please take Nami out to sea when the time comes. I'm asking you to take good care of her." With that, Jinzo bowed deeply to Sanders and his crew. "I'm begging you." Jinzo left, a firm resolve in his heart, as he began gathering the villagers. "No matter what happens, don't go outside," he said. "When you see Nami, take her and leave immediately." Nojiko grabbed a knife from her room, said something to Sanders, and then dashed out. "You're quite cruel, Captain," Robin said, looking at Sanders. From the conversation and the reactions of Nojiko and Jinzo, she had pieced together the situation. A group of fishmen had taken over the village and made some kind of deal with the young navigator girl. If she could pay 100 million berries, they would let her buy back the village. Having wandered and seen the filth of the world from a young age, Robin knew the truth. The girl's hope would soon be shattered. The fishmen wouldn't keep their word, and Nojiko and Jinzo's reactions confirmed it. That's why she called Sanders cruel. He was about to destroy the innocent dreams and fantasies of a teenage girl. It was a bit harsh. This world has no place for naivety. You must face reality if you want to survive, Sanders said calmly. He could easily descend like a god and kill Arlong's entire crew. But if he did that, Nami would never grow. Robin fell silent. Yes, the world didn't need innocence. She had suffered because of her own naivete as a child. Compared to her, Nami was fortunate now, because Nami had them, Sanders and the crew, to support her. No matter what happened, her cherished friends and village wouldn't be harmed. We're here, after all, Sanders added. Those people outside won't be harmed. Sanders said calmly as he listened to the crowd gathering outside. And besides, I've already prepared a gift of apology. He pointed to the small box in Robin's hands. Treasure. Robin recalled Nami's greedy expression when she saw the berries earlier. Something more valuable than treasure. You can open it and see. Curious, Robin opened the small box. Inside, there was a strange fruit with patterns swirling around it resembling lightning. This is a devil fruit. Robin was surprised, not expecting that inside would be one of the sea's rarest treasures. What do you think of this gift? Sanders asked with a smile. Revenge is most satisfying when done by one's own hand. She'll take the power I'm giving her and get her revenge herself. You're not suggesting Nami eat this devil fruit and go seek revenge on her own, are you? Robin asked, shocked. There's no way she'd be strong enough to defeat those fishmen right after eating a devil fruit. Devil fruits do indeed grant immense power, but those naturally stronger fishmen wouldn't be so easily defeated, especially with her unfamiliarity with the power. But what if it's a Logia-type devil fruit? Sanders replied nonchalantly. A Logia-type devil fruit grants the ability to transform into elements. None of Arlong's crew knew how to use Haki or had sea prism stone, so as long as Nami avoided falling into the sea, she'd have a fighting chance. Her first battle as a member of the Thunder God Pirates could be against those fishmen, which would be a good opportunity to test her skills. A Logia fruit. Robin's jaw dropped, staring in disbelief at the devil fruit in her hand. Even Isho showed a trace of surprise on his face. Robin had never imagined that this devil fruit was actually one of the rare and powerful Logia types. Every Logia-type fruit was incredibly strong. Its element-based transformation made its user nearly invincible in a place as small as the East Blue. No wonder the captain wanted Nami to exact her own revenge. With the power of a Logia fruit, maybe she really could pull it off. Which Logia fruit is it? Robin asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. Sanders replied with a mysterious smile. Nami dragged the large suitcase to Arlong's base. Oh, isn't this our talented cartographer? What's with the big suitcase? Need some help. As soon as Nami stepped into the base, Arlong noticed her. Arlong, I've got the money. Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at Arlong with hopeful eyes. Huh? What did you just say? Arlong asked, a bit puzzled. Nami dragged the suitcase in front of Arlong and his crew and said, Our agreement from before to buy back Cocoyasi village. You'll keep your word, right, Arlong? Hearing this, Arlong burst into laughter and said, Of course. When it comes to deals involving money, I keep my word, even if I die. Arlong suddenly stopped, narrowing his eyes at the suitcase. Did you just say you've got all the money? Yes, I've gathered the full 100 million berries. Nami's voice was filled with excitement. She was so close to gaining freedom for herself and Cocoyasi village. She quickly opened the suitcase, displaying the berries inside for Arlong to see. 100 million berries. Not a berry more or less. Now you can give me back the village, Nami declared loudly. Is this really 100 million berries? Where did you get all this money so quickly? The fishmen began whispering among themselves, casting suspicious glances. Arlong stood up from his seat, picking up a stack of berries and holding it in his hands. As he flipped through the bills, the smell of ink wafted through the air. Arlong, the 100 million berries are yours now. It's time for you to keep your promise, Nami said once again. Her words caused the fishmen to fall silent, exchanging glances and then looking at their leader. The fishmen all knew that their boss had never intended to keep his promise. Nami, the cartographer, was far too valuable to them. With the maps Nami made, they could rule the seas even more effectively. Their dream of dominating the East Blue was within reach. Letting her go was out of the question. Arlong, you're going to keep your word, right? Nami looked at him hopefully. Of course, I'll honor our agreement. Arlong snapped the suitcase shut, a cold smile creeping across his face. At this, the other fishmen grew anxious. How could he keep the agreement? Without Nami, their dream of building Arlong's empire and ruling the East Blue, and even the Grand Line, would be impossible. Before the fishmen could speak, Arlong continued. But all of this money is fake. You've tried to deceive me with counterfeit money. So how could I possibly keep our agreement? Upon hearing this, Nami was completely stunned, frozen in place. The fishmen instantly understood Arlong's game. A moment later, Nami snapped back to reality and shouted, "That's impossible. I checked every single berry myself. They're real." No one knew money better than she did. She had already verified the authenticity of every bill back at Nojiko's house. But it really is fake. I don't know where you got this money from, but it seems you've been scammed. Our little genius cartographer. Arlong spread his hands, smiling mockingly. No way. Nami couldn't believe what she was hearing and stepped forward, trying to retrieve the berries to verify them again in front of Arlong. But before she could touch the suitcase, Arlong had already moved it out of her reach. These are all fake bills, just worthless paper. Go ahead and burn them. Arlong tossed the suitcase to a muscular fishman, giving him a meaningful glance. The fishman immediately understood his boss's intent and quickly echoed, "Yeah, these are all fake. I'll go burn them right away." Speaking, he carried the box of money and walked to the side. The fishmen immediately understood their leader's intentions. They followed, shouting that all the money was fake. "Don't take it. That's real money. Don't take it." Nami saw the money being taken away and immediately rushed forward to chase after it. Arlong grabbed her and held her down. Nami stretched her arms towards the money box, but Arlong's strength was no match for hers. She could only watch helplessly as the box was taken away. "Nami, are you trying to deceive me with fake money?" "That's real money, Arlong. I'm not lying. It's all real money." Nami argued. "It's all fake. Real. It's real. I verified every single one. When I say it's fake, it's fake." Arlong, showing his true colors, grabbed Nami's head with his large hand, glaring at her menacingly. Hearing this, the fishmen couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Nami stood frozen in place, eyes wide in shock, her mind completely blank. "Ha ha ha. It's all fake money, my little surveyor. Damn it. Damn it. You swore on the money. You said you would keep your word, even if it killed you." Nami struggled, shouting angrily at Arlong. "When have I ever not kept my promises? The money you brought was all fake. Of course, I won't sell Cocoyasi village to you, ha ha ha." Arlong laughed maliciously. The fishmen all laughed along with him. At that moment, Nami finally understood. Arlong had never planned to let Cocoyasi village go, nor had he ever intended to let her go. Despair filled her heart. "You beast! Ha ha ha! It's only 100 million berries. If you work hard, you'll gather it soon enough. Next time, you won't need to use fake money to fool me, ha ha ha." Arlong laughed heartily and then turned to look at Nami. "Or are you planning to run away from here? But if you dare to escape, I'll kill every last person in Cocoyasi village immediately. Ha ha ha." Arlong threatened viciously. Seeing Nami's tear-streaked, pitiful face, Arlong laughed without a trace of guilt. Instead, he reveled in the cruelty. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Nami's eyes. She turned and ran towards the village. Oh, is she finally going to run away? Ha ha ha. Arlong continued to laugh, showing no intention of chasing after her. Shouldn't we go after her? A fishman asked. Chase? Why chase? She would never let the villagers die without helping them. You're quite cruel, aren't you? Another fishman commented. Ha ha. Do you think I'd let such an excellent navigator escape that easily? Arlong said with a sinister grin. Once she's mapped the entire ocean, I'll grant her freedom. Hearing this, the fishmen laughed again. That could take decades, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Measuring every part of the sea might take her a lifetime. By the way, how did Nami get so much money? After laughing, one fishman asked curiously. 100 million wasn't a small amount. By their estimates, it would have taken Nami close to a lifetime to gather that much money. Who cares where she got it from? The better she is at getting money, the happier I am. In the end, it's all going to be my money anyway. Arlong showed no interest in how Nami gathered the money. As long as it was real, that's all he cared about. Where it came from didn't matter to him. In Cocoyasi village, the villagers gathered, and the village sheriff, Jinzo, stood in the middle of the crowd. This is it. Everyone, pick up your weapons and fight. Jinzo held a sword and shouted to the crowd. All the villagers clenched their fists and raised their arms in excitement. Each of them wielded weapons: swords, knives, sickles, and hoes. We swore years ago not to sacrifice our lives easily, no matter how painful or humiliating the rule of those fishmen became. As long as Nami was doing well, we would endure it. But that ends today. Nami has already gathered 100 million berries, but we know Arlong will never let us go. We've lost hope of freeing the village, and Nami has lost hope as well. We will not allow those despicable fishmen to continue playing with that child's kindness any longer. She has already carried too much burden for us. She's in more pain than we are. She's been forced to work for the scum who killed her foster mother, just so the fishmen won't harm us. Now, someone is willing to take Nami out to sea. They could offer Nami 100 million berries at their first meeting, meaning they're good people. Nami will have a better life with them, and she will finally be able to pursue her dreams. Now it's time for us to make a stand against those fishmen. Pick up your weapons and fight them. Does anyone have a problem with that? Jinzo shouted in anger. If not for the fact that Nami still had hope, if not for the fact that Nami didn't want to leave them, they would have picked up their weapons and fought the fishmen long ago. The only reason they had endured the humiliating rule of the fishmen was because of that kind-hearted girl. Nami had carried too much for them. But now, that child's hope was bound to be crushed by Arlong, so they could no longer be a burden to her. No problem. How could there be? The villagers shouted from the crowd. All the villagers are ready to fight. We can't keep letting those bastard fishmen rule over us. Charge! The villagers roared loudly, preparing for a life-or-death battle, even though they knew they had no chance of winning. Not far away, on a rooftop, Sanders and his two companions stood quietly, watching the villagers from afar. Truly admirable people. It seems our little navigator is quite remarkable. Listening to the villagers' shouts, Robin hugged a small box and smiled, her eyes filled with envy and memories. She was envious because after leaving O'Hara, she had never met people who helped her like this. The memories took her back to O'Hara, where she had also encountered such elders. What a wonderful story. To witness something like this in a world full of sin and filth, I'm quite pleased, Fujitora, Isho said with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Suddenly, Fujitora, Isho, moved his eyebrow and asked a question. Our little navigator has arrived. Just as he finished speaking, Nami arrived where the villagers had gathered. What is everyone doing? At that moment, Nami had wiped away her tears, but her red eyes still showed that she had been crying earlier. Nami, we've known about your situation for a while. Nami's face changed slightly. Finally, she remembered that during her conversation with Nojiko earlier, Jinzo had been present. At that time, she mentioned buying Cocoyasi village, but Jinzo hadn't seemed suspicious at all. Both his and Nojiko's faces didn't look right. Nami, we've always pretended not to know. We didn't want to become an obstacle when you decided to escape from Arlong. Now, you should know as well, Arlong will never let us go. Those greedy fishmen won't spare us. So, Nami, you should leave with those pirates who just arrived." Jinzo spoke with a pained expression on his face. The other villagers looked at Nami with pity in their eyes. "It's not true, everyone. It's not like that," Nami said, a little flustered. "Arlong said the money was fake." "Maybe it really is fake." Nami forced a smile. "I've already saved 20 million berries. I'll be able to save 100 million soon. Please wait a little longer, everyone. Just wait a little longer." Nami looked at the villagers holding their makeshift weapons. She knew exactly what they were planning to do. Her face was filled with panic. The fishmen were far too strong. If the villagers fought them, they would die. She didn't want to see anyone else die. "Nami," Jinzo, like a father, hugged Nami. "You know it's useless. You've carried the weight of our lives on your shoulders and fought until now. For you, joining Arlong's crew must have been worse than 1,000 cuts. You've done your best, Nami." Jinzo whispered softly into Nami's ear. "Just leave the village now, Nami." Jinzo looked at her. "Please, Nami, go." Nojiko smiled at her, her eyes soft and kind. The other villagers also smiled at Nami, their eyes filled with determination. "Don't do this, everyone." Nami took 2 steps back, holding a dagger in front of the villagers, trying to stop them from fighting Arlong and his crew. "I don't want to see anyone get hurt anymore. You'll all die," Nami cried as she pleaded with them, her voice filled with despair. "We know." Jinzo looked at Nami with a calm expression. In Nami's shocked gaze, he walked up and gently grabbed the dagger. "Nami, we made up our minds." The village doctor spoke up. "Move aside, Nami." Jinzo shouted at Nami, then turned to face the villagers. He drew his sword and pointed it toward the sky. "Let's go, everyone. Even if we can't win, we'll make those fishmen see our resolve." The villagers raised their weapons high and shouted in unison. Under Jinzo's leadership, they marched past Nami and charged toward Arlong's base. Nami stood frozen in place, her face soaked with tears. She dropped the dagger, her heart sinking in despair. In her ears, she could still hear Arlong's sinister laughter. "Ha!" Nami's expression turned furious, and her heart filled with hatred for Arlong. She tightly grabbed her left shoulder where the Arlong pirate's tattoo was. Her fingers left 5 red marks on her skin. "Arlong!" Nami shouted in hatred, grabbing the dagger from the ground and aiming it at the tattoo. She didn't want to have anything to do with Arlong anymore. Just as she was about to stab the tattoo, a gentle hand grabbed her wrist. "Need some help, Navigator?" A warm voice sounded beside her. At the same time, another voice, a female one, said, "That's really cruel, Captain. Our navigator has been crying." Nami turned her head and saw Sanders and his crew smiling at her. The pirates who wanted to recruit her as their navigator were standing right behind her. Why did you give me that money?" Nami asked, her voice filled with bitterness. She knew it wasn't their fault, but the thought of the villagers dying at the hands of Arlong's crew made her angry at Sanders' group. "Do you want to save them, Nami? We're pretty strong too." Sanders smiled, understanding her anger completely. After all, he knew he had acted a bit harshly in this situation. But to help his navigator see the harsh realities of the world and grow stronger, he had to do it. "You don't understand. You don't know how strong Arlong is. He destroyed 5 Marines' warships with ease." Nami shouted, her eyes filled with fear. The fishmen were too strong. The Marines was no match for them. How could humans ever defeat monsters like them? "Hey, we're pretty strong pirates too." Sanders squatted down, looked at Nami with a smile, and said, "I've got a bounty of 93 million berries." Nami was stunned as she looked at the wanted poster, then glanced at Nico Robin. Robin's bounty photo had already been updated after it was raised, so Nami could easily recognize her. A flicker of something called hope ignited in her heart. 93 million berries. There was no bounty this high in the entire East Blue. And that was just one person. The woman had called this man in front of her Captain, so he must be even stronger. "Help me. Please help me. I don't need any salary." I just want to defeat Arlong. Nami pleaded with Sanders, her eyes full of desperation. I won't help you. Sanders' words made Nami's heart sink. But you can protect the villagers yourself. Sanders pulled out the Goro Goro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, and offered it to her, smiling calmly. It's a devil fruit. You've probably heard of it. Eat this, and you'll gain the power to protect your village. Revenge is something you must carry out on your own. Nami looked at the devil fruit. Without hesitation, she took it and ate it. She had heard of the legendary devil fruits, each one worth 100 million berries, each one granting incredible powers. If she ate it, she could gain the strength to protect the villagers. And Nami, being smart, quickly figured something out. By consuming this precious fruit, she would owe these people. With this devil fruit and the 100 million berries, they had already invested at least 200 million berries in her. If she were to die, they would lose all of it. She bit into the devil fruit hard. The unspeakable, disgusting taste filled her mouth, making her want to retch. But she thought of the villagers of Jinzo, of Nojiko. She forced herself to swallow it down. That taste. I remember it well. I never want to eat a second one, Robin commented as she watched Nami grimace while eating the fruit. Isho nodded in agreement beside her. Sanders, on the other hand, smirked but remained silent. He had never eaten one himself, and now he was curious. Was it really that bad? After consuming the devil fruit, a transformation began within Nami's body. I wonder what kind of power it will grant. Robin said, intrigued. Sanders had only told her it was a Logia-type devil fruit, but he hadn't revealed the specifics. Suddenly, electric sparks began to crackle around Nami's body. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as lightning enveloped her. Robin and Isho furrowed their brows. It seemed familiar. Robin turned her gaze towards Sanders, who was smiling the whole time. Go ahead, Nami. Now that you've gained the power of lightning, Sanders said encouragingly, go protect the villagers. Release your rage on Arlong and his fishmen. Tell them you're the navigator of the Thunder God pirates. The power of lightning. Robin's eyes widened in surprise. She was stunned. This was Sanders' power. How could it be? There weren't supposed to be two identical devil fruits in the world. Isho also showed a hint of confusion on his face. Remember to be cautious of seawater. That's the devil fruit's weakness, Sanders said as he gently patted Nami's head. Nami, still dazed by the strange sensation running through her body, began to feel a surge of power. It was as if she had become lightning itself, as if she could now control a vast, overwhelming force. The villagers are almost at Arlong's base. If you don't hurry, it'll be too late, Sanders reminded her softly. Nami snapped out of her daze, her determination rekindled, and she dashed off. She didn't know if this newfound power was enough to defeat Arlong, but she had to try, for the sake of the villagers, for Jinzo and Nojiko. Without hesitation, she rushed toward the base. However, Nami suddenly tripped and fell face first into the dirt. Captain, are you sure this will work? Robin covered her face, unable to watch. No big deal. She's just not used to the speed yet. She'll get the hang of it after a fight or two. Sanders laughed it off. Nami scrambled to her feet, astonished by the speed she had just experienced. She looked down at her hands in disbelief. So fast. Was this the power of a devil fruit? Maybe, just maybe, she could defeat Arlong with this. She could feel the terrifying power coursing through her body, as if she had the ability to destroy everything in her path. Standing up again, Nami bolted toward Arlong's base, her mind filled with one goal. She had to try, no matter what the cost, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Turning into a streak of lightning, Nami sped towards Arlong's base. Watching Nami's departing figure, Robin turned around, her face full of doubt as she looked at Sanders. Captain, what exactly is that devil fruit? Why does it seem so similar to your ability? She had some suspicions in her heart. If Sanders hadn't said it was a Logia-type devil fruit, Robin might have thought it was a Paramecia-type that could control electricity. After all, devil fruits come in all shapes and forms, and a Paramecia-type with electro powers wasn't impossible. Oh, It's the rumble rumble fruit, Sanders said casually. The rumble rumble fruit. Robin's face was full of shock and confusion. It was well known that no two devil fruits of the same kind could exist at the same time. A fruit would only reappear in the world after the previous user had died, and their captain had long been famous for being a Logia-type monster within the Marines, known for wielding the power of the rumble rumble fruit. So how could there be another rumble rumble fruit? Robin couldn't believe Sanders would lie to her. So Nami must have eaten the rumble rumble fruit. But how is this possible? Robin was utterly puzzled, her mind in a whirl. She prided herself on being a calm and rational person, but ever since joining the Thunder God Pirates, her worldview had been shaken time and time again. Could it be that Sanders never actually ate the rumble rumble fruit? But Robin quickly dismissed that thought. How could it be? The Marines wouldn't make such a mistake. So what was going on? But isn't that the fruit you ate, Captain? When did I ever say I ate the rumble rumble fruit? Sanders spread his hands nonchalantly and began walking towards Arlong's base. Robin was left speechless, glancing at Fujitora Isho. Let's go, Fujitora, Isho chuckled lightly. It seems our captain has many more secrets waiting for us to uncover. With that, he followed Sanders. Nami anxiously rushed down the road, stumbling occasionally, but each time, she struggled to get back up. Everyone, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Nami prayed in her heart, hoping the villagers would slow down and delay their confrontation with Arlong's crew. Meanwhile, she was still trying to get used to her new abilities. She felt like she could release lightning at any moment, but she refrained. She had only heard about devil fruits, but wasn't entirely sure how they worked. What if this power ran out? She had to save it for when she reached Arlong's base. By now, the villagers had already arrived at the gates of Arlong's base. Arlong, come out, Aegean shouted without hesitation. Damn fishmen, we're ready to fight you. See our resolve, fishmen. The loud commotion soon caught the attention of the fishmen inside the base. Who's making all that noise? Arlong, sitting in his chair, frowned. Boss Arlong, it seems like those villagers are planning to fight us, one fishman said, listening carefully, still in disbelief. Huh, fight us? Have those lowly humans lost their minds? Arlong stood up. It seems the fate of our little surveyor has made these pathetic humans very angry. It looks like they're still not afraid of us. They're bold enough to defy me. Let's go. Teach these miserable wretches a lesson. Show them that humans should bow down to the feet of fishmen. Arlong laughed as he marched toward the gates, his crew following with mocking laughter. The idea of humans fighting them was absurd. A group of grotesque, menacing fishmen stood up and followed Arlong. They wore cruel smiles on their faces. Creak! The gate of the fishman's base opened, and Arlong's towering figure stepped out. So, you're the ones planning to rebel against me? Seeing the villagers with their makeshift weapons, Arlong sneered. With these worthless pieces of junk, he mocked. More vicious fishmen poured out from the gate, each of them laughing and ridiculing the villagers. The villagers, reminded of the fishmen's strength and cruelty, took a few involuntary steps back. Arlong, you scum! Aegean raised his sword, his expression firm. Cocoyasi village will never bow to your rule. Oh, Arlong laughed dismissively. He paid no attention to Aegean's sword as he scanned the crowd. Where's my surveyor? Did she just allow you all to come here and die? Arlong, you monster! Nami will never work for you again. Aegean shouted, his eyes filled with hatred and fury. Nami has left the village. She's joined a crew of pirates. Hearing this, Arlong's expression immediately darkened. His surveyor had escaped, and with some unknown pirates? That surveyor was crucial to his dream of ruling the world, and she had escaped. In an instant, Arlong lost all interest in wasting time on the villagers. He needed to recapture his surveyor as soon as possible. Kill them, then we'll go after our surveyor. I don't care who those pirates are. I'll make them pay. Arlong gave a cold command to his fishman subordinates. Fight these fishmen. Let them see our resolve. Jin, Nojiko's foster brother, raised his sword, ready to charge at the fishmen. Just then, Nami's anxious voice rang out from the crowd. "Wait, everyone, please wait." Hearing Nami's voice, Jin's face changed. Arlong's grim expression eased noticeably. "Ha ha! Looks like my little cartographer can't bear to leave you worthless peasants behind." Arlong laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Nami, why didn't you leave with those people?" Jin's face was full of worry as he shouted at Nami. Wasn't everything they did meant to get Nami out of the village so she could pursue her dreams? If Nami hadn't left, then what was the point of everything they'd done? Nami rushed to Jin's side with astonishing speed. "I finally made it in time." Seeing that none of the villagers had been harmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha! Nami, you really can't bear to leave these villagers behind." Arlong sneered, looking at her. "Nami, you have to go. Don't worry about us." Jin pushed Nami behind him, and the villagers gathered to shield her. "Isn't it laughable, Nami, that these worthless peasants want to challenge me?" Arlong chuckled. "Go kill a few of them. Let our cartographer know the price of defying us. Let these lowly humans realize that the fishmen are a superior race, and they cannot be defeated by lesser beings." Arlong commanded his fishmen soldiers. He had made up his mind. No matter how Nami pleaded, he would kill a few humans to assert the fishmen's dominance, and to warn Nami. Perhaps it had been too long since the fishmen had killed anyone, and these lowly humans had dared to resist them. "Understood, Boss Arlong." Several hideous fishmen stepped forward with cruel smiles, walking toward Jin and the villagers. "I'll tear you to pieces," one of the fishmen snarled, cracking his knuckles. Jin and the villagers gripped their weapons, preparing to fight. "Let's fight these fishmen," Jin shouted as he prepared to charge. Nami quickly ran toward the fishmen, trying to stop them from hurting the villagers. The fishmen paid no attention to her. Nami, with her small frame, posed no threat. They didn't lay a hand on her because she was their valuable tool. But at that moment, Nami grabbed one of the fishmen by the arm. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from her body. "Ah!" The fishman who had been touched by the electricity trembled violently, his eyes rolling back. Moments later, he collapsed onto the ground, his mouth emitting black smoke to the astonishment of everyone around him. "Huh!" Everyone stood frozen, both the villagers and the fishmen. They didn't understand why the fishman had fallen just because Nami touched him. "Amazing!" Nami stared at her hands in disbelief. "What just happened?" Jin asked in confusion, his voice snapping Nami back to reality. She quickly stepped in front of Jin and the villagers. "Everyone fall back. I can handle the fishmen now." Nami blocked the villagers with confidence. The fact that she had just taken down a fishman gave her the courage to stand up to them. The captain was right. She now had the power to protect the villagers. The villagers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. "Everyone retreat now," Nami urged again, seeing their hesitation. Jin looked at the fishman lying on the ground and thought about the pirates who had once brought her 100 million berries. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered the villagers to step back. "But we can't let Nami face the fishman alone," some of the villagers protested, wanting to stand by her side. At that moment, Arlong stepped forward. He fixed his cold gaze on Nami. "Even though I don't know what kind of tricks you're pulling, Nami, you'll pay for this." Arlong suddenly disappeared, his massive hand lunging toward her. "Watch out, Nami!" Seeing Arlong charge toward Nami, Jin raised his sword, ready to rush in and help. So fast, Arlong's movements were so quick that Nami couldn't even react. She could only watch in terror as his massive hand closed in on her. Arlong's terrifying face flashed in her mind, and out of fear, she shut her eyes. Is this the end? Even with the power of a devil fruit, I can't fight against a monster like Arlong. Nami's heart was filled with despair. But after waiting for a long time, Arlong's hands never touched her. Nami slowly opened her eyes. Arlong was right in front of her, his arms stretched out, staring wide-eyed at her neck, with a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Following his arm with her gaze, Nami was shocked to find that Arlong's hand had passed right through her neck. At that moment, her neck had turned into blue electricity. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Arlong couldn't hurt her at all. What the hell is going on? One of the fishmen shouted in confusion, his eyes wide in disbelief. Jin, who had been rushing forward, suddenly halted, equally stunned by the sight. Damn it! Arlong had a bad feeling. He swung his massive hand again, this time aiming to slap Nami's face, wanting to confirm his suspicions. Watch out! The villagers shouted in alarm. Under the horrified gazes of both fishmen and villagers, Nami's head turned into blue energy, and Arlong's hand passed through it without causing any harm. What's going on? Boss Arlong can't hit Nami. This is unbelievable. The villagers were equally shocked by the scene before them. How had Nami changed so much in just a few minutes? Living in a remote village, they had no idea that devil fruits even existed. Nami, too, was now certain Arlong couldn't hurt her. The panic and fear on her face disappeared, replaced by excitement and joy. The power of the devil fruit was incredible. Even Arlong couldn't hurt her. It was unbelievable that those pirates, whom she barely knew, had given her something so precious. Everyone fall back. Arlong can't harm me. Nami shouted to Jin and the villagers again. This time, Jin and the others didn't hesitate. They didn't know what was happening, but they could see that Arlong truly couldn't hurt Nami. If they stayed, they might become leverage Arlong could use to threaten her. As the villagers retreated, Nami felt more at ease and reached out toward Arlong with her electrified hand. She had taken down a fishman like this just moments before. Seeing the electrified hand and recalling the fallen fishman, Arlong's face changed dramatically, and he retreated quickly. Not far away, Isho slapped his forehead with an exasperated expression. Why does she need to touch them? She could just zap them to death from a distance. She just ate the devil fruit. Give her a break, Sanders said, leaning against a wall with a calm expression. Robin, watching Nami's clumsy attempts, covered her mouth with a quiet laugh. Sanders smiled playfully, seeming to recall how awkward he had been after eating his own devil fruit. Logia. This is a Logia-type devil fruit. How did she get one? Arlong yelled, completely incredulous. He knew all too well that Logia-type devil fruits allowed the user to transform into elements and evade physical attacks. Having been to the Grand Line, he was well aware of their powers. But how could Nami have eaten a devil fruit? She didn't have one earlier, when she brought the 100 million berries for the deal. Logia? Is that what just happened? Arlong couldn't hurt me because of this Logia? Nami touched her neck, murmuring to herself. Arlong said she had eaten a Logia-type devil fruit? Is that a type of devil fruit? If so, does that mean there are other types? From Arlong's shocked expression, it seemed like Logia fruits were incredibly rare and valuable. How could those pirates have given her something so precious? And they had even given her 100 million berries earlier. Were they really that rich? Damn it, you don't even know what you ate? And it turned out to be a Logia-type fruit. Arlong shouted in frustration. Now that he knew Nami had eaten a Logia-type devil fruit, he also knew that he couldn't harm her. Having been to the Grand Line, he knew that the only ways to hurt a Logia user were with Sea Prism Stone or Haki. And he had neither Sea Prism Stone nor the ability to use Haki. If he knew how to use Haki, he wouldn't be hiding out in this backwater village, terrorizing weak humans. Recalling his past encounter with a Navy officer who had Logia powers, Arlong's face turned dark with fear. Long ago, he had been captured by the current Marine Admiral, Kizaru, and thrown into Impel Down. He had felt powerless against a Logia user. Only because Jinbei became a warlord of the sea was Arlong eventually released. But now, Nami, the girl he had always considered a mere tool, had obtained the power of a Logia devil fruit. Damn it! How did Nami get a Logia devil fruit? What should we do? We can't hurt her. Some of the more knowledgeable fishmen began to panic. Meanwhile, Jin and the villagers had no idea what they were talking about. What was a Logia? What was a devil fruit? But they knew one thing for sure. Nami really couldn't be hurt by those detestable fishmen. I get it now. No wonder you were able to pull out 100 million berries so easily. You must have stolen from those pirates, right? Arlong snarled. Damn it, you're so lucky. Not only did you steal 100 million berries, but you also stole a powerful devil fruit. The fishmen suddenly realized what was happening. It seemed that Nami's gains from before were no small matter. Did this mean that Nami's new abilities were also from those pirates? Though they didn't know the pirates' intentions, they understood one thing. It was definitely a good thing. That's not true. Someone gave it to me. Nami angrily retorted, displeased by Arlong's accusation that she had stolen both the berries and the devil fruit. In her heart, she was filled with gratitude towards Sanders and the others. They had saved her and the village of Cocoyasi. But come to think of it, she didn't even know their names yet. Oh, right? Weren't they called the Thunder God Pirates? What a cool name. It sounded so powerful. Don't be ridiculous. Who would give away such a precious Logia-type devil fruit? Arlong scoffed, completely disbelieving Nami's claim. He knew all too well that Logia-type devil fruits were far more valuable than other types. Who in their right mind wouldn't eat it themselves? Even if someone didn't know it was a Logia type, they still wouldn't give it away. Devil fruits were far too rare and precious. Believe it or not, I don't care. Nami shrugged, not concerned whether Arlong believed her or not. Now, take your fishmen and leave. She sternly warned him, her face serious. Arlong's expression darkened for a moment before he sneered. Do you really think just because you have devil fruit powers, you're invincible? Sure, I can't hurt you, but I can hurt them. He pointed at the villagers, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Nami's face paled. Jin immediately shouted for the villagers to run. They couldn't let themselves be used as Arlong's leverage against Nami. Shahaha. So what if you have Logia powers? If I capture them, won't you still have to obey me? Arlong laughed evilly. Shahaha. With a devil fruit user like you under my control, I'll soon rule the East Blue. He grinned as his plan took shape in his mind. As long as he held the lives of the villagers in his hands, what did it matter if she had the powers of a Logia fruit? She would still have to work for him. With such a powerful devil fruit user as his subordinate, he would be unstoppable in the East Blue. He could expand his territory without fear. Go, split up and capture those humans. Arlong ordered his fishmen. Once we catch even one of them, Nami will have no choice but to submit to me. The panic that had previously clouded the fishmen's faces instantly vanished. They knew Nami was too kind-hearted to stand by while the villagers' lives were threatened. The fishmen quickly scattered, chasing after the fleeing villagers with their superior speed and strength. No! Nami's face filled with despair once again. She dashed toward one of the fishmen, reaching out with both hands. As soon as she touched him, the fishman trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, smoke still rising from his body. Move faster. Don't let Nami touch you. Arlong barked. Seeing his subordinate fall so easily from a single touch, his face twisted with irritation. He knew that if they could capture even one villager, Nami would be forced back into his service. Arlong had already made up his mind. He would get his hands on a sea stone collar from the Grand Line. Once Nami was shackled, she'd have no choice but to make sea charts for him. And if powerful enemies ever came along, he would use the villagers' lives to force her into fighting for him. Shah-ha! The thought made Arlong burst into wicked laughter. He could already see his empire expanding across the East Blue, and eventually even the Grand Line. Nami's speed was impressive. She had already taken down 3 fishmen in quick succession, but there were just too many of them. The fishman at the front of the pack had already caught up to Jin. Jin, holding a sword, turned to face the fishman, fully prepared to die. Even if it cost him his life, he wouldn't become a burden to Nami. Ha ha ha, weak human, you'll be my prisoner now. The fishman sneered as he reached out to grab Jin, completely unafraid of the sword in his hand. To him, it was no more dangerous than a stick. Jin swung his sword with all his strength, but the fishman effortlessly caught the blade and snapped it in two. With a cruel grin, he reached out both hands to seize Jin. No! Nami screamed, racing toward them. It's too late, Nami. The fishman laughed, knowing she wouldn't reach them in time. But just then, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down from above. Crack! Blinding lightning flashed, and the fishman was instantly reduced to a charred husk, his body collapsing and scattering like ash. That terrifying lightning wasn't Nami's doing. At the same time, several more bolts of lightning struck the ground in front of the fishmen chasing the villagers, causing them to freeze in fear. Cowards! If you want to fight, do it head-on and stop scheming, came a calm voice. Sanders, Isho, and Robin stepped out from the shadows. Lightning still crackled around Sanders' fingertips. The sudden appearance of the three pirates sent shockwaves of fear through Arlong and his crew. They stared at Sanders in disbelief. "Who are you?" Arlong snarled. "How dare you interfere with my business? Are you looking to die?" But Sanders and the others paid him no attention. "Little navigator, the powers of the Goro Goro no Mi aren't meant to be used like that," Sanders said with a chuckle, looking at Nami. "Goro Goro no Mi?" Nami blinked in confusion. "Picture yourself controlling lightning. Feel the power coursing through your body and direct it outward," Sanders instructed her. "Like this." He extended his finger, pointing toward the main gate of Arlong Park. Lightning gathered at his fingertip, then shot out, striking the gate with a deafening boom. The massive wooden door was instantly shattered by the lightning strike, and Arlong jumped in shock, cold sweat dripping down his face. What had he just heard? The rumble rumble fruit. Wasn't the rumble rumble fruit the ability of that monstrous genius from the Marines? If Nami really ate the rumble rumble fruit, does that mean that monster who escaped from Impel Down is dead? Moreover, Arlong glanced at Sanders with growing suspicion. This man was also using lightning powers. What was going on? He wasn't an ignorant villager. He knew that each devil fruit was unique. The more he looked at Sanders, the more familiar he seemed. And the mention of the rumble rumble fruit, Arlong's face suddenly paled. Damn it! Why was this guy here in the East Blue? He shouldn't be in this remote sea. The New World is where monsters like him belong. Why would he come here? Nami stood staring at the splintered remains of the gate, her mouth hanging open in amazement. "I could do that too?" she asked in awe. "Of course," Sanders smiled. "Believe in yourself. You don't even need to touch these fishmen. You can fry them from a distance with your lightning." Sanders' smile widened as he encouraged Nami. "Now that no one can harm the villagers, go ahead and defeat all of these fishmen. Think about all the pain you've endured over the years. Think about your foster mother. Strike down this darkness with thunder and claim your new life." As he finished speaking, Sanders shot a bolt of lightning at the ground in front of the fishmen, leaving no room for misinterpretation. This was a warning. Nami's mind flashed with images of Belmere, her voice, her face. She remembered the scene where Arlong shot her, his twisted laughter echoing in her memory. Her body began to glow with lightning as anger surged within her. With a single thought, electricity gathered in her hands. Boom! Thunder cracked, and lightning struck a fishman, electrocuting him on the spot. From Sanders' perspective, it was only a few 100,000 volts, but it was more than enough to fry these fishmen lackeys. Nami's eyes lit up. "I can really control lightning. This is incredible." The remaining fishmen, witnessing the scene, were terrified and backed away in panic. None of them could have imagined they would one day be the ones at the mercy of another. If they had been inside their base with access to seawater, they might have had a chance to escape or use it to attack Nami. But out here, with no water in sight, Nami was an unstoppable force to them. Some of the fishmen tried to flee, only to be herded back by Sanders' lightning strikes. "Damn it! Sanders! You're that traitor, the Thunder God Sanders." Arlong finally lost his composure, screaming in despair. Sanders raised an eyebrow and replied casually, "Oh, you recognize me? I thought this backwater place wouldn't know who I was." While newspapers circulated far and wide, not everyone recognized the people on bounty posters. It was similar to how Luffy, at the start of his journey, had no idea who the warlords of the sea or the four emperors were. The world was vast, and many places were isolated from information. "Sanders, the Thunder God Sanders. How is he here? We're doomed. We're all dead. That's the guy who defeated an admiral." "Run!" shouted the other fishmen, their faces twisted with fear as they desperately tried to escape. "His name is Sanders?" Nami thought to herself as she glanced at Arlong, who was now trembling in fear. Thunder God? A Marine's traitor? This guy seemed like someone very powerful, and to think he came all the way here to recruit her as a navigator. The villagers exchanged nervous glances. They finally realized that the pirates who had come for their Nami were no ordinary crew. They were extremely powerful. Even these monstrous fishmen, whom they had feared for so long, were now trembling at just hearing his name. Arlong, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth in despair. "So it really is you," he shouted, his voice cracking with fear. "Why are you here in the East Blue? Shouldn't you be in the New World, fighting against those monsters?" Right now, Arlong's heart was filled with hopelessness. He had never expected that in this remote village in the East Blue, he would encounter such a notorious pirate. This was someone who had defeated a Marine's admiral. The mere thought of it made Arlong's heart sink. He remembered all too well the helplessness he had felt when Admiral Kizaru had captured him years ago. "I'm here to find my navigator," Sanders said with a casual smile, pointing to Nami. "Damn it," Arlong cursed under his breath, knowing he was finished. He had no idea how Sanders had learned about Nami, but he understood that he had lost. Without hesitation, Arlong turned and dashed toward the base, aiming to reach the connected sea beyond. As long as he could dive into the ocean, even someone like Sanders wouldn't be able to touch him. In the water, Arlong was invincible. No matter how strong a devil fruit user was, they would never stand a chance against a fishman underwater. In the sea, Arlong would even dare to challenge Whitebeard. If Sanders knew what was going through Arlong's mind, he would probably roll his eyes hard. At Whitebeard's level, even underwater, Whitebeard could crush Arlong easily. Compared to Jinbei, Arlong was nothing but a small fry, a petty thug, completely insignificant. "Arlong's trying to run." Nami shouted in alarm as she saw Arlong making a break for it. Panicking, she tried to summon lightning to stop him. Sanders said calmly, "Isho." Isho, with a gentle smile, took a step forward and tapped the ground lightly with his bamboo sword. An invisible force spread out and enveloped Arlong. In an instant, Arlong collapsed to the ground, like a dog unable to move. He felt as though his whole body had grown several times heavier, so much so that he could barely move, let alone stand. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Arlong fall flat on his face. "Isho is a Paramecia-type devil fruit user," Robin explained kindly, like an older sister. "He ate the gravity fruit and can manipulate gravity." "Gravity fruit?" Nami blinked, looking at Isho in confusion, but nodded slowly. "Now," Sanders said, turning to Nami, "you can finish off these fishmen yourself." Nami snapped back to her senses, summoning lightning once more. She zapped the remaining fishmen, one after another, as they ran in panic. But they didn't get far. Soon enough, Nami had defeated them all. Before long, all the fishmen lay on the ground, except for Arlong. Sanders glanced around, but didn't see Hatchon among the defeated. He figured Hatchon must not be there, which was good. He wouldn't have to kill him, sparing Rayleigh's face. At that moment, Isho released his gravitational hold on Arlong, and the fishman leader struggled to his feet, trembling. You actually got the favor of Sanders," Arlong said with a bitter, twisted smile. "You don't even know how powerful he is. You're incredibly lucky, you know that." Arlong knew that his time was up. He wouldn't survive today. Nami stood in front of him, her face full of hatred. "Arlong, you bastard. This is for Belmere. Pay with your life." She gathered all her remaining strength and unleashed her most powerful lightning bolt at Arlong. Boom! The lightning hit him, sending Arlong flying, crashing hard into the ground. His body convulsed a few times before he passed out. Though Arlong was seriously injured, his fishman physiology allowed him to survive. Nami walked up to his unconscious body, raising her hand to deliver the final blow. Jinzo and Nojiko, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of pity, not for Arlong, but for Nami, who was still so young and about to kill someone. "Captain," Robin asked, turning to Sanders with concern. She's still just a kid. Sanders nodded. With a flick of his hand, a bolt of lightning, 10 times stronger than Nami's, struck Arlong, turning him into a charred corpse. The sudden shift startled Nami, and she turned to Sanders. You've already defeated them, Sanders said with a kind smile. I'll take care of the rest. Raising his hand slightly, Sanders summoned a storm of lightning from the sky, striking down all the remaining fishmen. Each one was instantly killed by the powerful bolts. He had killed plenty of people before. What difference would a few more fishmen make? Jinzo, Nojiko, and the other villagers looked at Sanders with deep gratitude in their eyes. Thank you. Nami's voice trembled as she whispered, thank you. Truth be told, she had hesitated just moments ago. All right, Sanders said, smiling warmly. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Sanders, captain of the Thunder God Pirates. He gestured toward Isho. This blind man here is Isho, our vice captain and also a swordsman. Isho smiled and nodded at Nami. And this is Nico Robin, Sanders continued. She's a brilliant archaeologist. Robin smiled gently as she patted Nami's head. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Tears welled up in Nami's eyes as she looked around at the lifeless bodies of the fishmen. With a deep bow, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Sanders and his crew. Sanders smiled back. Now, go gather the villagers and take back all the treasure the fishmen stole from you. Nami quickly ran to the villagers of Cocoyasi village. Everyone, I did it, she cried out. The village will no longer be ruled by the fishmen. Hooray! The villagers erupted in cheers, their voices filled with excitement and joy. With Nami leading them, they rushed to Arlong's base, tearing it apart and retrieving all the treasure that Arlong had plundered from them over the years. Jinzo and Nojiko approached Sanders and his crew, their faces filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Jinzo said, his voice full of emotion. He wasn't just grateful that Sanders and his crew had saved them. He was thankful they had freed Nami. No need to thank us, Sanders said with a wave of his hand. Nami is one of us now. As the villagers were dismantling the hated Arlong base, a Marine's warship docked on the shore of Cocoyasi village. So this is the place where those fishmen ruled? One of the Marine officers remarked, his voice dripping with disdain. What a backwater. Stepping off the ship was a Marine officer with a rat-like, sleazy face. He glanced at the rundown village with a look of disgust. Let's go. Time to collect our money from that fishman. Arlong, the officer, Captain Izumi, said to the Marine soldiers behind him, a greedy smile creeping across his face. Who would have thought a fishman could have the brains to cut a deal with the Marines? He sneered. Meanwhile, the villagers had gathered all of the treasure that Arlong had plundered over the years and piled it up at the entrance of his base, a mountain of wealth. Among the most eye-catching items was the large chest of berries belonging to Sanders. Along with the treasure, they also brought out the detailed sea charts Nami had painstakingly drawn over the years. Looking at the pile of maps, stacked higher than a person, Jinzo walked over to Nami and gave her a big hug. All these years, you've suffered so much, Nami, Jinzo said, tears streaming down his face as he felt the weight of what Nami had endured for the sake of the village. It's fine now. Everything's over, Nami replied, her eyes crinkling into a joyful smile. No wonder the captain wants you as our navigator, Robin commented with a chuckle, holding one of Nami's maps. Such detailed and precise charts. Your talent as a navigator is extraordinary. As a knowledgeable archaeologist, Robin could immediately see the brilliance in Nami's cartography, recognizing her as a natural-born surveyor and navigator. Of course, Sanders said with a grin. The Thunder God Pirates only recruit top talents and geniuses. Nami, who could sense and predict the weather like a prodigy, was leagues beyond even legendary figures like Shiki's expert meteorologists. Blushing at the compliment, Nami looked down shyly. Thank you, Sanders. Thank you for saving the village. There's no need to thank me. You became my navigator, and that made you one of us, Sanders replied with a smile. For my crew, I'll always be there when they need me. Then, he gestured toward Arlong's base. Do you want me to destroy this place that has trapped you for so many years, Nami? Nami turned to face the base, her expression conflicted. Arlong's base had been like a giant stone pressing down on her, and the villagers suffocating them under its weight. Please, she said softly. It was time to destroy this evil place. Watch closely, Nami, Sanders said. This is the true power of the Rumble Rumble fruit. With a snap of his fingers, he continued, Earlier, you were like a child holding a gun but not knowing how to pull the trigger. As soon as Sanders finished speaking, dark clouds gathered in the sky above Arlong's base. The world suddenly plunged into darkness, as if a natural disaster was descending. What is this? Nami's eyes widened in shock as she looked up at the sky. Amid the storm clouds, lightning bolts crackled like silver serpents, lighting up the heavens with thunderous roars. Even Robin tilted her head up, her eyes filled with awe. This was her first time seeing Sanders truly unleash his power. The sheer magnitude of the force in the sky made her shudder. So this is the kind of power that could defeat a Marine admiral. Truly terrifying. Boom! Several lightning pillars descended from the sky, striking Arlong's base with the force of divine punishment. The terrifying power obliterated everything in its path. In an instant, the base was reduced to rubble. Buildings collapsed, dust filled the air, and the once tall structures were now nothing but ruins. The villagers stared in shock at the destruction before them, their eyes wide and their mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. That's amazing! Nami gasped in surprise. With a thought, Sanders made the dark clouds disperse, restoring light to the sky. Can I really have such power? Nami asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course, that's the power of the devil fruit. One day, you'll be able to wield it too, Sanders replied with a smile. That devil fruit must be very valuable, right? Nami questioned, intrigued. The thought of gaining such immense power made her feel hopeful. She wouldn't have to fear someone like Arlong anymore. Even though she was in the East Blue, she knew how rare and precious a devil fruit could be. Such power wouldn't just be worth a mere 100 million berries. If it went to auction, it would definitely fetch 1 billion berries, Sanders chuckled. 1 billion berries sounded like an enormous sum. But if the Rumble Rumble fruit was truly up for auction, both the world government, the Marines, and pirates alike would be more than willing to pay that price. An elite rear admiral of the Marines could instantly gain the power of a vice admiral just by consuming the Rumble Rumble fruit. With the right talent and training, they could even become a major fighting force. 1 billion berries? Nami's eyes immediately turned into berry shapes, and she froze in shock. I ate 1 billion berries. Her heart ached at the thought. She had never seen so much money in her life. The funds they had gathered from Arlong's base, plus Sanders' 100 million berries, still fell far short of that amount. If only I could sell it, Nami muttered quietly. Seeing her greedy expression, Sanders felt speechless, while Jinzo and the others burst into laughter. Robin smiled gently at the little navigator. Well, why don't you sell me then? I'm worth way more than 1 billion. Sanders quipped, lightly tapping Nami on the head. Ow! Nami exclaimed, instinctively clutching her head and rubbing it in pain. Her adorable reaction elicited more laughter from the group. Just as Nami was about to speak again, a sleazy voice came from the direction of the village. Has Arlong been defeated? Everyone turned to look, and there stood Captain Nezumi, flanked by 5 Marine soldiers as they strolled toward them. After wandering around the village for half the day, he had finally found this spot. Jinzo and the others had mixed feelings upon seeing the Marines. For years, they had hoped that the Marines would eliminate Arlong and his gang. However, aside from the initial defeat, they hadn't seen any Marines present since then. Now that Arlong and his crew had been defeated, the Marines had finally arrived. Captain Nezumi approached the entrance of Arlong's base and immediately spotted the pile of berries and treasure. Greed spread across his face. So much wealth. He had been a Marines officer for years, but had never seen this much money. His eyes glinted as he cleared his throat and proclaimed, I'm Marine Branch Captain. Since Arlong and his crew have been defeated, all this money is considered stolen goods and must be returned to the Marines. The Marines' identity comes in handy. Not only can I take all this treasure and berries, but I can also claim credit for defeating Arlong. This might even get me promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. He thought to himself that he might just want to thank whoever had defeated those fishmen. When Nami heard that the Marines intended to take the villagers' money, her anger flared. That's all the villagers' money. There's no way we're giving it to you. The villagers echoed her sentiments, equally furious. This was their life savings that they had handed over to Arlong. Now that he had been defeated, that money rightfully belonged to them. How could it be taken away by the Marines? They remembered how the Marines had done nothing while Arlong had oppressed them. Oh, Captain Izumi looked at Nami with disdain. You got some nerve, don't you? Such a bold little girl. He waved his hand, and his soldiers aimed their guns at the villagers. Everyone, put down your weapons. Not only do these treasures belong to me, but I'll also take credit for defeating Arlong. Do you want to become wanted criminals in the Marines? Captain Izumi dropped his facade completely, revealing his true arrogance. To him, they were just a bunch of lowly peasants from a remote village. The berries, combined with the credit for defeating Arlong, would be enough to justify turning the Marines' cannons against them. If you don't comply, I'll just level this place, he laughed maliciously, showing no regard for the villagers. It's normal for a few civilians to die in the process of defeating pirates. The headquarters won't punish me. They might even reward me. The villagers were seething with anger, but felt helpless. The cost of becoming wanted criminals was too high for them to bear. You bastard, Nami shouted, ready to charge at the Marines, but Sanders pulled her back. Leave it to me, Mr. Sanders, they are the Marines, Jinzo said, worry written all over his face. He still held on to the idea that they shouldn't offend the Marines or the government. But we're pirates, right? Just ordinary pirates, Sanders said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Jinzo paused, suddenly realizing that the people who had saved their village were indeed pirates. Pirates! Jinzo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with realization. That's great. Quickly, put down your weapons. They're all under arrest. Captain Izumi's face lit up with joy. These villagers had allied with pirates, giving him the perfect excuse to claim all that treasure for himself. What a stroke of luck. Not only could he pocket a massive amount of berries, but he could also gain credit for capturing pirates. Arrest me, Sanders scoffed, appearing right in front of Captain Izumi. The captain felt his vision blur for a moment as Sanders seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. Even Sengoku wouldn't boast like that. You've got quite the nerve. Sanders' expression was cold as he watched the struggling captain. Why you dare to challenge the Marines? Nizumi's eyes widened in terror as he tried to pry Sanders' powerful hand from his throat. But it was as if a vice gripped him, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Let go of the captain. The Marine soldiers behind Captain Izumi instantly changed their expressions, aiming their guns at Sanders and pulling the triggers. The bullets passed straight through Sanders' body, causing him no harm whatsoever. The speeding bullets continued toward the villagers, but in a flash, Sanders stepped in front of them, drawing his bamboo sword and effortlessly slicing the 5 bullets in half. TSK, this small place is always a problem. In the Grand Line, not many Marines members would dare to be so brazen in front of me, Sanders muttered to himself, applying a bit of force to throw Captain Izumi's corpse onto the ground in front of the remaining Marine soldiers. Take his body and get out of here. Tell the Marines headquarters that the one who killed him is named Sanders. The remaining Marine soldiers stared in shock at Nizumi's lifeless body. Captain Nizumi has been killed. It's so brutal. They were terrified and dropped their weapons, unable to comprehend that these pirates had the audacity to kill a Marines branch captain. Did they not fear the full wrath of the Marines? The remaining soldiers didn't dare to speak, fearing that this vicious pirate would turn his wrath on them too. They quickly dragged Captain Izumi's body away and fled the village, boarding their ship and sailing away without looking back. Is it really okay to just kill a Marines captain like that? Jinzo asked worriedly. He didn't find Sanders' actions particularly cruel, After all, this Marines officer had tried to rob them of their hard-earned money, which he deserved. His main concern was whether there would be any retaliation from the Marines. To him, the Marines and world government were colossal entities that one simply couldn't provoke. "It's fine, Mr. Jinzo. He was just a branch captain. The Marines headquarters won't make a fuss about it. They won't send anyone for revenge either," Robin reassured him with a smile. "Why not?" Nami asked, curious. After all, he was still a branch captain, overseeing a Marines unit. Captain Sanders is a pirate capable of defeating admirals, the highest fighting strength of the Marines. The Marines headquarters won't start a war over a corrupt officer like him against the Thunder God pirates, Robin explained with a grin. Defeating an admiral? Nami looked up in confusion. Coming from Cocoyasi village, she had no idea what defeating an admiral truly meant. Admirals are the highest combat power in the Marines headquarters. They're the strongest individuals in the Marines. It's precisely because of the admirals that the Marines can command such fear and respect across the seas, Robin elaborated. Although the Thunder God pirates have only 4 members, their strength is among the top in the ocean. If the Marines headquarters wanted to wage war with us, they would need at least 2 admirals and meticulous planning. But the Marines only has 3 admirals and cannot afford to move 2 of them at once. So you don't need to worry about retaliation. They cannot withstand the revenge of the Thunder God pirates, Robin concluded, her smile unwavering. In the time they spent together, she had come to understand the strength of the Thunder God pirates. With a captain capable of defeating admirals, a vice captain who was likely a top-tier fighter, and a ship that could fly, the Thunder God pirates posed a far greater threat than the 4 emperors of the sea. Thus, the Marines wouldn't act rashly, even if they were to kill a rear admiral. Wow, that's impressive. Upon hearing that the Marines headquarters wouldn't dare engage the Thunder God pirates lightly, Nami looked at Sanders with admiration. So you don't have to worry. Just enjoy the celebration of defeating the Fishman Arlong, Robin said, ruffling Nami's hair. At her words, the villagers, who had been worried, finally relaxed. The captain must be incredibly strong. His bounty should be very high, right? Robin's sister, you have a bounty of 93 million. The captain must be worth a lot more. Nami asked with curiosity. 93 million. Jinzo and the others looked at Robin in disbelief. They hadn't realized that this beautiful young lady was actually a pirate with a bounty of 93 million. Didn't the captain just say it? The Rumble fruit is worth a lot more than that. His bounty is 2.439 billion berries. Robin smiled as she revealed Sanders' bounty. 2.4 billion. The villagers and Nami's mouths dropped open in disbelief as they stared at Sanders. In the East Blue, a bounty of 30 to 40 million was already considered a major pirate. But Sanders had over 2 billion. 2.4 billion. That's an astronomical amount. Nami gazed at Sanders with stars in her eyes, as if seeing a super treasure. Bang! Sanders, feeling a headache coming on, flashed next to Nami and lightly knocked her on the head. You're not thinking of selling me, are you? Hey, how could I? Nami's cheeks flushed as she rubbed her hands together, embarrassed. In this moment, the group felt a mix of awe and amusement, having witnessed the formidable power and the even more astonishing bounty of their captain. The news of Arlong's defeat quickly spread from Cocoyasi village to neighboring villages. Upon hearing they were finally free from the oppressive rule of the Fishmen, villagers everywhere shed tears of joy. Jinzo led the villagers in returning all the money Arlong had stolen back to the people in other villages. To celebrate their newfound freedom, Cocoyasi village held a grand festival. The gentle night descended over the village, where people gathered in small groups, singing and dancing in celebration. Sanders sat drinking with Robin, while Isho played a game in the village square, with the loser of each round required to drink. This is really wonderful, Captain, Robin said softly, watching the villagers revel in their joy. You've saved so many people again. Burp, Sanders replied with a hiccup, his voice slightly slurred. What did you say, Robin? Nothing. Robin chuckled and looked up at the night sky. Sanders simply shrugged and continued drinking with the villagers. Initially, people had looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear due to his status as a pirate with a bounty of 2.4 billion berries. But as the night wore on, their reverence turned into gratitude. Elsewhere in the village, Nami sat cross-legged in front of Belmir's grave, with Jinzo and Nojiko standing behind her. Jinzo, Nojiko, do you think Belmir would have stopped me from becoming a pirate if she were still here? Nami's voice broke the stillness of the night. A pirate? Jinzo replied sternly. Don't be ridiculous. She would never let her precious daughter go off to be a pirate. Nojiko smiled. She wouldn't stop you. Even if she tried, you wouldn't listen to her anyway, right, Nami? Nami stuck out her tongue playfully and made a face at them. Of course not. I'd never listen. Jinzo, stunned for a moment, then chuckled. I see now. Nami's personality, he realized, was just like Belmir's. Nami, since you've made up your mind, then live your life the way you want, just like your mother did, Jinzo said, patting Nojiko on the shoulder before turning to leave. After he left, Nami looked at Nojiko. Would you like to join me and become a pirate? No. I'll stay here with Belmir and look after her tangerine grove, Nojiko replied, shaking her head. She glanced at Belmir's grave. Besides, someone needs to take care of things here. Be careful out there, okay? Nojiko reminded her, concern evident in her voice. I will. The captain and Robin will look after me, Nami assured her. Besides, Nami held out her right hand, looking at her palm, which now held a powerful new strength. I can protect myself now, too. Those are some trustworthy companions, Nojiko nodded. With Sanders, a pirate worth 2.4 billion berries, and your own incredible new power, I don't have to worry too much. Later that night, Nami asked Dr. Nakao to remove the tattoo on her shoulder that symbolized Arlong's crew, replacing it with something new. Then she returned to her stash and took out all the treasure and berries she'd saved, adding it to the 100 million berry Sanders had given her. She intended to leave this wealth behind for the village. The lively celebration lasted through the night, and dawn soon broke over Cocoyasi village. Sanders was loading the supplies the villagers had given him onto the ship. Robin and Isho were already on board, waiting. Isn't little Nami here yet? Could she have changed her mind? Robin said with a smile, glancing at the crowd of villagers gathered along the shore. Sanders feigned a stern look. If she doesn't come, I'll drag her back myself. She can't just run off after eating my rumble fruit. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd, and Nami emerged from behind the villagers. Jinzo, watching in surprise, shouted, What is she doing? Is she planning to leave without saying a proper goodbye? No way, Nami called out, transforming into lightning, and before anyone could react, dashed through the crowd, leaping onto the Thunder God's ship. Captain, set sail now, she urged. Sanders laughed heartily, guiding the ship away from the coast. But then, Nami lifted her shirt, and one wallet after another fell onto the deck. Huh? Jinzo patted his pockets frantically. My wallet's gone. Mine too. He and the other villagers realized that Nami had swiped their wallets as she passed by. From one wallet, Nami took out a single berry and waved it at the villagers with a mischievous grin. Take care, everyone. The villagers on shore yelled, You little thief! Give our money back! Sanders and Isho burst out laughing, while Robin chuckled, covering her mouth. Such a cheeky little cat. Our Nami, she mused. Take care of yourself, Nami. Come back anytime. Sanders, you better take care of Nami, or I won't forgive you. Sanders raised a finger toward the sky, and a clap of thunder boomed overhead in answer. The Thunder God pirates set sail once more, he declared, and with a thought, the ship began to rise from the water. The villagers stared in amazement. The ship, it's flying. Nami leaned over the railing, staring at the sea below. Wow, this is incredible. The ship can fly. From now on, Nami, you'll be the one steering the ship. Sanders said, grinning. The rumble fruit powers this ship. Now that you've eaten it, I won't have to steer anymore. Nami looked confused. Remember I promised you 1 million berries a year in wages? Sanders asked. Of course. When will I get this year's salary? Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. There won't be any. Sanders replied. What? Why not? Nami asked, stunned. That rumble fruit was worth 1 billion berries. You owe me 100 years of work to pay it off. Sanders laughed, and the three of them joined in, filling the ship with laughter. Get ready to work, Nami. The Marines, having suffered defeat in Cocoyasi village, returned to their base carrying Captain Nozumi's body. The base's deputy commander was stunned to see his superior dead and quickly asked for details. You said the one who killed Captain Nozumi was named Sanders? After hearing the Marines' report, the deputy commander narrowed his eyes, feeling the name was vaguely familiar. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he began searching through his desk. After a moment, he pulled out a wanted poster and asked, Is this the person? Yes, that's him. He snapped Captain Nozumi's neck in one move. The Marine confirmed, looking at the photo and the enormous bounty beneath it, 2,439,000,000 berries. He was speechless. The hell? Sanders, here in the East Blue. The deputy was shaken. This was a notorious pirate, capable of defeating Marine admirals. He immediately contacted Marine headquarters, truthfully reporting everything. He didn't dare exaggerate. If Sanders found out, not even the base would be safe. Headquarters responded quickly, telling him not to act rashly. They appointed him as the new base commander, promoting him from lieutenant commander to captain to replace Captain Nozumi. Without lifting a finger, he had become the branch's highest-ranking officer. High above in the sky, a ship swayed as it floated in the clouds. Captain, are you really okay with letting Nami steer the ship? Robin held onto the ship's side and asked Sanders. She's doing fine. It's a bit shaky, but she'll get better with practice, Sanders replied casually, reclining on his chair, rocking with the swaying Thunder God boat. All right, Robin smiled helplessly. It had been 3 days since Nami joined the crew. During this time, she had managed to gain basic control over the Thunder God ship using her rumble fruit powers. After a while, the ship steadied, and Nami emerged from the helm onto the deck, looking exhausted. Captain, why are we flying so high? Can't we just drift along the sea? Nami asked, glancing downward and shivering slightly. We're looking for someone. Once we find them, you can choose whether to sail in the sea or fly in the sky. Sanders said calmly. He was determined to obtain the abilities of the float fruit wielded by the Golden Lion. While Isho's gravity fruit could also make large objects float, it required continuous effort. The float fruit, on the other hand, allowed objects to remain airborne permanently, unless the user was defeated or incapacitated. Who will be this high up? Nami asked in confusion. The Golden Lion Shiki, captain of the Flying Pirates. He was a legendary pirate, along with the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate. Sanders explained, he ate the float fruit, which lets him make entire islands float in the sky. Whole islands floating in the sky. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you planning to recruit him, Captain? Robin asked, curious. Such a legendary pirate wouldn't submit easily, would he? Of course not, Sanders said. I'm interested in his float fruit abilities. Robin glanced at Nami, who had recently eaten the rumble fruit. She hesitated, then asked, Captain, if Nami has already eaten a devil fruit, how would it work? Isho's ears perked up, and his expression grew serious. They had wanted to ask earlier, but refrained, fearing that Sanders' secret might get out with the Cocoyasi village residents nearby. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the rumble fruit I ate? Nami asked, puzzled. Devil fruits, as rare treasures of the sea, are unique and never appear in duplicate. But now, Captain, you're a rumble fruit user, and Nami, you are one too, Robin explained to Nami. Captain, there's no issue with the devil fruit I ate, right? Nami asked, now feeling a bit worried. Sanders chuckled and reassured her. No problem. You ate an authentic devil fruit. It's perfectly fine. Looking at the three of them with a serious expression, he said, I have never consumed a devil fruit myself. I only possess the abilities of one. And he picked up a cup from the table, making a surprising statement. I don't just have one devil fruit power. With a thought, Sanders activated the power of the Moa Moa Nami. Under their astonished gazes, the cup in his hand instantly expanded fivefold. The cup grew. "That's amazing!" Nami exclaimed, mouth open in amazement. "Could you do that with gold, too?" Her first thought, unfamiliar as she was with devil fruits, was of making precious gold pieces larger, making each one count as several. Robin and Isho's expressions completely changed, looking at Sanders in shock. Everyone knows that no one can consume a second devil fruit, and having a second ability is believed to be impossible. Yet, here was Sanders displaying a second power. Expanding the cup wasn't from the rumble fruit at all. Truly surprising, Captain. Isho wiped a bit of sweat from his brow, deeply impressed. Robin was frozen in shock, her understanding shaken. Having two users of the same ability was already extraordinary. But for someone to possess multiple devil fruit abilities, how was that even possible? And just how strong was a captain who wielded such power? "No need to be so shocked, Robin," Sanders said. "The world is vast, and there's no end to its mysteries. The world government is even researching artificial devil fruits. Animal and paramecia types can already be artificially created, sharing some hidden knowledge about artificial devil fruits." He continued, "Vegapunk has been able to create artificial Zoan-type fruits using lineage factors. Even Momonosuke ate one of Vegapunk's creations. 4 paramecia abilities, artificial powers are produced using green blood derived from lineage factors. Has the world government advanced this much? Artificial devil fruits, they're beyond imagination," Robin said seriously. "My abilities have nothing to do with the world government. They're more of a special skill. This time, I'm seeking out Golden Lion's float fruit for that unique ability," he added. "It's nothing to hide, especially now that I'm no longer weak. Even if the whole world knew about my uniqueness, what could they do?" Once he obtained the float fruit's power, no one could touch him. His island wouldn't just stay put in one place. And even if Emu had extremely powerful long-range attacks, they still wouldn't be able to reach him. "I'll use a floating island as our headquarters. The sky island we currently have is too small, with not enough land," Sanders went on, imagining the future. A kingdom in the sky? That's beyond imagination. Robin and Isho were soon convinced by the idea that Sanders could possess multiple devil fruit powers. As astonishing as it was, it only benefited them. After all, the stronger Sanders became, the more advantageous it was for the Thunder God pirates. After drifting in the skies for over half a month, Sanders finally spotted Golden Lion's Island. "Wow, there really is an island floating in the sky," Nami exclaimed in amazement, staring at the massive island suspended in the air. Seeing this astonishing sight firsthand was beyond words. "Finally found it," Sanders sighed in relief. If they hadn't found it soon, their supplies would have been completely used up, and they'd have to find an island below to restock. Sanders quickly took control of the Thunder God, steering it rapidly toward Golden Lion's Island. "So this is Golden Lion's Island?" Robin asked, sitting on the edge of the ship. The Thunder God floated above the island, revealing endless forests below, with even an ocean in the distance. Lowering their altitude slightly, Sanders and the others could see huge creatures fighting in the forest, with countless animal skeletons scattered nearby. What's with these animals? Not only are they huge and have unique powers, but they're also all viciously aggressive, fighting to the death at first sight, Robin muttered, watching the continuous battles among the creatures. "This island is special. It grows a plant called Saikyu, which makes animals extremely aggressive and able to develop unique abilities based on their environment, like breathing fire or shooting lightning," Sanders explained. "A Saikyu? There's such a plant in the world? That's amazing," Robin remarked in surprise. Even with all her knowledge, she had never heard of such a plant before. Nami, too, was wide-eyed with fascination, watching the animals fighting below. Coming from East Blue and without extensive sailing experience, she was curious about everything. Over the years, Golden Lion has been hiding here to research Hasiku, aiming to create more brutal, powerful animals with unique abilities. His plan is to unleash them onto the seas to destroy the world. All is revenge against the world government and the Marines, Sanders explained. Destroy the world? Robin was shocked. She'd seen the ferocity of these animals in battle below. Not even one of them could be resisted by ordinary villages. If a large number of these evolved creatures were released across islands, they would wreak havoc on countless inhabitants. Just another power-hungry maniac bent on world destruction. Isho commented, gripping his cane sword tightly. Nothing angered him more than harming civilians, and Golden Lion's plans would bring death to countless innocents. Are there actually people living here? Robin suddenly noticed a village down below. They aren't attacked by these beasts? She asked. There's a type of tree here that gives off a scent the animals don't like, which keeps them away. Look, you can see a ring of them surrounding the village, Sanders pointed out. Incredible, Nami said. But isn't that tree's scent toxic? I heard that inhaling it for too long causes illness, making green spots appear on the body, which stiffens wherever they grow. Eventually, when the body is covered in spots, they die. The only cure for this disease is SIQ, Sanders continued. The island residents weren't exactly ordinary humans. They had wings on their arms and could actually fly. In a way, they seemed even more like sky people than the real Sky Islanders, whose wings were only decorative and served no functional purpose. Golden Lion must be controlling the island's entire SIQ supply if he's researching it, right? Robin asked. Of course, every bit of SIQ is being collected by Golden Lion for his experiments, with only a very small amount not under his control, Sanders replied calmly. So, the islanders wouldn't have much access to a cure and could die without treatment? Nami added. That's right. Compared to his ambitions, Golden Lion doesn't care about the lives of these people, Sanders said. Nami was reminded of Arlong, who had cruelly ruled over her village, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for these islanders, suffering as they lived under oppression. While Sanders and the others observed the island, a surveillance den mushy placed by Golden Lion noticed them. There's a ship flying over the island, a Golden Lion subordinate exclaimed in the monitoring room. A flying ship? Could be Boss Shiki. Impossible. The flag on that ship isn't from the flying pirates. Go report to Boss Shiki immediately. Soon enough, Golden Lion learned of the flying ship that had entered his domain. He glanced at the pirate flag flying on the Thunder God and narrowed his eyes. Well, now that's an interesting visitor. Clearly, even after hiding for over a decade, Golden Lion wasn't entirely unaware of the world's happenings. Ding, ding, ding. The Golden Lion, with a ship's wheel embedded in his head, his golden hair trailing to the ground, stepped forward, his two swords, Odo and Kagurashi, tapping against the floor. How did this guy find us? Was it a coincidence? Jaya. Golden Lion removed the cigar from his mouth, exhaling smoke with a slight grin. The sound of peculiar footsteps echoed through the room. Golden Lion turned to see Dr. Indigo, giving him a disapproving look. Dr. Indigo, can't you do something about that noise your shoes make? Indigo didn't respond verbally, but instead acted out a few silent gestures like a mime. Golden Lion stared, puzzled, and finally asked, Hey, what are you trying to say? Indigo finally spoke. This guy might be here to steal SSIQ. Golden Lion's eyes widened. So you can talk. Nearby, a large gorilla in a pink coat clapped happily. Golden Lion turned to it with an eyebrow raised. Huh, old hag, that's clearly just a gorilla. Indigo smacked Golden Lion on the head. After their antics, Shiki's face turned serious. How would he know about SSIQ? Indigo replied, Sanders doesn't know yet, but if he finds out about SSIQ, he'll definitely try to take it. Why would he? Shiki was still confused. He broke out of Impel Down, just like you did. The difference is, you escaped after attacking Marine headquarters, while he was thrown in without doing anything. His desire for revenge against the world government is probably even stronger than ours. Indigo continued. If the research on SSIQ progresses further, it could create an army of brutal, powerful animals. Sanders wouldn't pass up a force like that. Shiki laughed loudly. Couldn't we join forces instead? Sanders managed to defeat that marine ice brat. he's no small threat. With his help, overturning the world government would be even easier. Shiki had once invited Whitebeard to join him in taking down the government, but he was refused. Though he didn't believe Sanders was as strong as Whitebeard, he recognized him as a top-tier force on the sea, especially considering how young he was, with plenty of potential. Indigo pointed upward, making a sleepy gesture with his hands by his head. "You think I'm daydreaming?" Shiki asked. "Oh, so you actually understood?" Indigo said, surprised. "Someone that powerful and under 20. You think he'd submit to a relic like you?" Jai haha. "True, there aren't many who even remember me now." Shiki laughed, unaffected. "But either way, we should go see what this guy wants." With that, Golden Lion began moving toward the Thunder God, floating toward the ship, while Indigo and the gorilla observed from the monitoring screen. On the Thunder God, Sanders, who had been explaining the island's layout to Nami, Robin, and the others, suddenly looked off in one direction. "They're coming." He stepped onto the edge of the ship, gazing into the distance. "Nami, take over control of the Thunder God. Isho, protect them." "Understood, Captain." Nami immediately took control of the ship, her face filled with resolve. Isho also stood up, gripping his bamboo sword. "Captain, how are you planning to obtain Golden Lion's float fruit ability?" Robin asked curiously. Since Sanders had gained the rumble fruit's powers without eating a devil fruit, she guessed that getting the float fruit powers must not involve eating the fruit either. But how exactly was he going to do it? Not only Robin, but Nami and Isho were equally curious. Perhaps this time, they might finally get a glimpse into their captain's mysterious secrets. "Of course, by fighting," Sanders replied with a grin, clenching his fists and looking eager. This time, he planned to have a long-lasting fight with Golden Lion Shiki. He would stop only once he had obtained the float fruit's power, hoping that Shiki hadn't completely lost his edge and could hold out for a while. It wasn't just the float fruit ability that Sanders wanted. He also sought Shiki's Grandmaster-level swordsmanship. Deriving Golden Lion Shiki's Grandmaster-level swordsmanship. Derivation time, 364 days, 23 hours. Deriving Golden Lion's float fruit ability. Derivation time, 9 years. The derivation panel showed that his focus was now on the float fruit ability, and the swordsmanship derivation had also switched from Isho's to Shiki's. After this battle, Sanders intended not only to gain the float fruit ability, but also to become a sword grandmaster. Battle. Robin looked a bit puzzled. Just then, a yellow figure appeared in the distant sky. "So that's the Golden Lion? The legendary pirate said to be on par with the Pirate King. Roger, can Sanders defeat him?" Nami asked, wide-eyed and filled with worry. "Don't worry, Nami," Robin smiled, patting Nami's head. "Sanders is one of the top fighters on the seas, and besides, he is more than just the rumble fruit ability." Robin looked at Sanders' back with confidence. Their mysterious captain hadn't yet shared how many devil fruit abilities he possessed. "Oh, and since this battle might last a while, feel free to explore the island when you're free." "Don't worry about me," Sanders added, anticipating a fight that could last for days. Just then, Golden Lion arrived. "Kihaha, Sanders, how did you find this place?" Golden Lion scanned the Thunder God, then looked at Sanders with a laugh. "Coincidence," Sanders replied with a smile. "So, it seems even after hiding for over 10 years, you haven't forgotten the happenings at sea. You actually know who I am, Golden Lion." Sanders had assumed Golden Lion was so obsessed with his SSIQ research and plans for world destruction that he wasn't paying attention to outside affairs. "Kahaha, how could I not recognize a fellow escapee from Impel Down?" Shiki laughed, "But I didn't expect there'd still be people who remembered this old man. So, Sanders, how about joining me to overthrow the world government?" Golden Lion Shiki invited him. "With you and me working together, the Navy and those so-called emperors of the sea would be nothing. The whole world would be ours." "Oh, are you saying you'll become my subordinate, Golden Lion?" Sanders responded with a mischievous smile. The smile on Golden Lion's face faded, and he stared coldly at Sanders. "Brat, not even Roger had the right to say something like that to me," he spat. "Just because you beat that ice-wielding marine brat. You think you can stand above me? Don't kid yourself. We're far from finished. Is that so? Well, toothless lions don't deserve to be my leader. Sanders taunted without hesitation. To be honest, he didn't have much respect for Golden Lion. Hiding in the shadows, wasting such immense power and a unique ability like the float fruit. He had reduced himself to a clown, no different from Crocodile or Gecko Moria, just with more strength. Kihaha! Hearing Sanders' words, Golden Lion knew this would be no peaceful encounter. His eyes narrowed fiercely. It seems you're here to challenge me, and with these partners of yours. He sneered. A blind man and a little girl? Don't make me laugh. Piracy is no child's game. The moment he spoke, a tremendous pressure surged from Golden Lion's body. Conqueror's Haki, a legendary pirate who once rivaled Roger and fought alongside Whitebeard, was bound to possess Conqueror's Haki. The intense pressure enveloped the entire Thunder God, forcing down on everyone on board. Robin and Nami turned pale, struggling to stay on their feet on the deck. And this was without Shiki focusing his Haki directly on them. Noticing Robin and Nami's discomfort, Sanders frowned. Shiki, targeting the newcomers. So this is the legendary sea pirate's honor? As he spoke, his own Conqueror's Haki surged, colliding with Shiki's. Kihahaha, I just wanted to see what your companions are made of. It seems you've recruited a fine ally as well. Golden Lion glanced at Isho, who stood calmly and laughed heartily. He withdrew the Conqueror's Haki directed at the others, focusing solely on his clash with Sanders. Nami and Robin finally exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, it felt as though they were underwater, unable to breathe, with their backs drenched in cold sweat. The two invisible auras clashed in midair, stirring powerful shockwaves that scattered the clouds, as if threatening to tear the very air apart. The mast of the Thunder God creaked, cracking under the strain. So this is the strength of Captain and Golden Lion? Just their sheer aura is this terrifying. Robin shielded Nami, watching in astonishment. She knew of Conqueror's Haki, but this was her first time seeing an aura capable of altering reality itself. Such overwhelming power. Isho muttered, his clothing billowing from the shock waves as he observed Sanders and Golden Lion. Kihaha! Not bad, Sanders. Your Conqueror's Haki is impressive. Golden Lion chuckled wickedly. Right back at you, Golden Lion, Sanders said, arms crossed as he gazed up at his opponent. I've changed my mind. Let's work together as equals. Golden Lion's eyes turned serious, extending another invitation. Sanders' aura had impressed him enough to reconsider. I'm not interested in being your equal, Sanders replied coolly. There's no room in the new era for relics like you. In a flash, Sanders leapt forward, lightning crackling as he appeared before Golden Lion, fists covered in armament Haki, and unleashed a powerful punch. Golden Lion raised the sword on his leg to block. Clang! The metallic clash echoed as the force of Sanders' blow sent Golden Lion flying back several meters. You damn brat! Golden Lion snarled in fury. Let's see what makes you think you're so worthy. Old fossils should stay in their coffins. Sanders taunted, using Moonwalk to launch himself straight toward Golden Lion. They're about to start fighting. Robin said urgently. Nami, get the Thunder God farther away. We'll watch from a distance. Nami nodded quickly, steering the Thunder God further out. Just the presence of the golden-haired Golden Lion was enough to make her tremble. She couldn't get away fast enough. Once the Thunder God had moved to a safe distance, Sanders had no more restraints. Come on, Golden Lion. Let me see what puts you on par with Roger. Sanders roared. Brat, I'll show you what a true pirate is. Golden Lion shouted back. Flying slash. Golden Lion hovered in the air, crossing his legs to unleash a massive X-shaped flying slash at Sanders. Bring it on. Sanders' eyes gleamed with excitement. Sanders' Haki-infused fist smashed through Golden Lion's flying slashes with a resounding crash. The powerful slashes, as solid as if they were massive blades, shattered under his punch. Is that all you've got, Golden Lion? How disappointing. Sanders taunted, leaping upward in a flash of lightning. In an instant, he appeared above Golden Lion, his fist charged with a devastating electric power. 200 million volts, Thunder Fist. Golden Lion reacted quickly, coating his leg-mounted sword in Haki and blocking the blow. The impact was explosive, sending Golden Lion crashing toward the ground. Is that the strength of the captain? Nami watched in awe. Will I ever be that strong? She admired Sanders' Thunder Fist, feeling inspired. Her own abilities with the Rumble fruit only allowed her to harness 10 million volts, whereas Sanders effortlessly unleashed 200 million volts, a level of power she could only dream of reaching. I'll train hard. Nami nodded determinedly, recalling the helplessness she once felt without power. Now that she had a chance, she was eager to improve. Isho, watching the battle, gently encouraged her. Don't push yourself too hard. Leave the fighting to the captain and me. As the crew's navigator, all you need is enough strength to protect yourself if other pirate crews get too close. His gaze was gentle. As one of the older members, he was protective of young, kind-hearted Nami. On the battlefield, Golden Lion regained his balance, stopping his fall. Sanders, also landing on the ground, knew his Rumble fruit allowed him brief moments of flight. However, this wouldn't be enough to match Golden Lion's float abilities in an aerial battle. Ground combat would be much more satisfying. Haha, I'll admit, Sanders, you're strong, but defeating me is still a long way off. Golden Lion laughed heartily. The single Thunder Fist had barely fazed him, and now his fighting spirit burned bright. After years in hiding, the world was starting to forget him, but today he'd remind them. Sanders' eyes shone with excitement as he looked at Golden Lion. This was indeed a foe worthy of his full power. Golden Lion lifted his hands, activating his float fruit powers. Lion's Might, ground upheaval. In Golden Lion's base, the minions and Indigo, the gorilla, stared at the monitor, eyes wide. Boss Shiki got hit. One of the underlings exclaimed in panic as Sanders' Thunder Fist sent Shiki plummeting toward the ground. Shut up, idiots! Indigo snapped, slapping the underling hard enough to knock out a few teeth. Boss Shiki isn't that easy to defeat. He'd been by Shiki's side for decades and knew his true strength. Despite the impressive Rumble fruit powers Sanders wielded, Shiki was still a legendary pirate, once an equal to Roger. This battle was far from over. On the battlefield, Shiki's hands moved, and the ground trembled as massive chunks of earth and stone began to rise, forming a towering wall of over 100 meters. Dust filled the air, trapping Sanders in the center. Is that the legendary pirate's true power? This is terrifying. Robin trembled as she watched the ground morph around them. Why isn't Sanders moving? Nami asked anxiously, seeing him standing still within the stone lions forming around him. Lion's Might, Earth Roll. With Shiki's command, 8 massive lion heads lunged at Sanders. But he didn't dodge. He let the attack hit, allowing the earthen lions to swallow him whole. Stone shifted and compressed, creating a giant stone pillar around him, leaving only his head visible. Did Captain lose? Shiki is too strong. Nami gasped. Isho, can't you help him? Not yet, Isho replied, calmly comforting the worried Nami. Sanders has a plan. Robin looked thoughtfully at Sanders' face, poking out from a stone. Could this be how he intends to obtain the float fruit? But how? Kehaha! Shiki laughed as he saw Sanders trapped. Although he knew it wouldn't hold him for long, it still felt like he had the upper hand. Is this all you've got, Sanders? Are the young ones today so weak? Sanders ignored Shiki's taunts. His eyes closed as he let himself feel the crushing pressure of earth and stone. This was what it felt like to be buried alive. He opened his eyes, giving Shiki a slight smile. I just want to check if you'd grown rusty, that's all. With a surge of power, Sanders flexed his muscles and burst from the stone pillar, shattering it into pieces. Stones flew across the battlefield, and lightning crackled around his right hand, coalescing into a sword-shaped bolt in his grip. The thunder blade took the shape of a Tangdao from his previous life, buzzing with electricity that glowed blue. Are you a swordsman as well? Shiki asked, puffing on his cigar, visibly intrigued. As a master swordsman himself, he had always sought worthy opponents, though he'd chosen to lay low in recent years. Just started learning, Sanders replied with a smirk. Sanders swung his thunderblade, sending out a flying slash attack. Much smaller than Shiki's massive air slashes, but crackling with electricity as he infused it with his rumble fruit powers. Captain can use swordsmanship too? Nami wondered, eyes wide in awe at the lightning-wrapped blade. She mused about what kind of weapon she might wield someday. Isho, on the other hand, furrowed his brow. In Sanders' swordsmanship, he sensed a familiar aura. Shiki, unimpressed, easily shattered Sanders' slash with a swift kick and chuckled disdainfully. Kahaha, is it the extent of your swordsmanship? Beginner's level at best. Spare me the weak moves, kid. Without replying, Sanders used his thunder flash to close in, the thunderblade crackling with Haki as he swung it downward toward Shiki. Their blades clashed repeatedly, filling the air with the sharp clang of metal. Sanders' sheer strength pushed Shiki back a few meters, though Shiki's expression remained indifferent. Fighting a swordsman wasn't enough to get his blood pumping, even if this one was surprisingly powerful. You're wasting my time. Show me what you've really got. Shiki snapped, hair billowing as he launched his next attack, Lion's Thousand-Cut Valley. Swinging his legs in midair, he sent enormous slashes even more powerful than before, tearing up the earth and slicing through trees in their path. Seeing the ferocity of the attack, Sanders became serious. 200 million volt, thunder strike, he called out, first firing a powerful lightning bolt to counter the incoming slashes. As Haki enveloped his entire body, he swung his thunderblade repeatedly, trying to intercept Shiki's slashes. However, the larger slashes broke through his attacks, gouging massive cracks into the ground as they bore down on him. Sanders leapt out from the fissures, now dust-covered and looking a bit worse for wear. Suddenly, a massive octopus-like beast appeared beside him, raising a tentacle to strike. Sanders glared at it, releasing his Conqueror's Haki. The creature froze, a look of terror on its face, before retreating hastily. All around the battlefield, animals fled in fear from the pressure of his Haki. Kahaha! Shiki's mocking laughter echoed. Sanders, see that? That's true intimidation. You're out of your league, kid. Unfazed by the taunts, Sanders laughed. I'm not even 20. Of course, my swordsmanship's still green, golden lion. He saw Shiki not as a rival, but as a treasure trove of experience. If Shiki wanted to mock him, he didn't mind. Sanders raised his hand, summoning a colossal thunder dragon. 200 million volt, thunder dragon. The roaring dragon of lightning coiled in front of him, then charged towards Shiki with terrifying speed. Lion's might, earth scroll. Shiki roared. The ground surged up, mud and stone coalescing into a massive lion, charging forward with thunderous steps towards Sanders' thunder dragon. In the sky above, the two beasts clashed, the dragon crackling with electricity while the lion's form rumbled with raw, earthbound power. In a burst of explosive energy, both the lion and the dragon dissipated, leaving a scorched battlefield. The smell of charred earth lingered as Sanders advanced again, his thunderblade gleaming with intense energy as he charged Shiki. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, and every swing of his blade sent bright arcs of lightning through the forest. Animals, initially scared away, scrambled even further as thunderous clashes echoed through the woods, fighting among themselves in their flight. High above, dark clouds began gathering, casting the battlefield into ominous shadows. From the distant thunder god's ship, Robin watched through binoculars, her voice trembling. Is this the captain's true power? He's incredible. No wonder he could take down a marine admiral. Isho also finally recognized the source of that familiar technique. Sanders' swordsmanship bore the telltale signs of his own style. He wondered when Sanders had learned it. At that moment, a massive bird-like creature swooped down toward their ship. Isho unsheathed his bamboo blade, sending a flying slash that sliced the beast in two, and it dropped to the ground below. This fight isn't going to end soon. Perhaps we should move to the village below, he suggested. Floating here makes us easy targets for these beasts. Nami hesitated, nervous. Are you sure it's safe? Golden Lion Shiki is incredibly strong. We should stay close in case the captain needs our help. Isho smiled calmly. There's no rush. For warriors of their level, battles can go on for days before they're decided. Let's take this opportunity to visit the island. Robin recalled Sanders' earlier warning. Sanders mentioned that the air here might be toxic. We should bring the masks from the ship's hold, just to be safe. With their minds made up, the group directed the ship toward the village below. Meanwhile, inside Shiki's base, Indigo and his henchmen nervously watched the screen, the devastation of the forest reflected in their wide eyes. One of the lackeys turned to Indigo. Should we go help? No need, Indigo replied, keeping his eyes on the screen. This is Shiki's fight alone. We'd only get in the way. Back on the battlefield, Shiki scowled as he glanced at the gathering storm clouds overhead, memories of a past disaster flashing in his mind. The hurricane that once destroyed his flying pirates still haunted him, its dark clouds mirrored in the sky above. He and Sanders clashed repeatedly, their duels slowly shifting across the island as they exchanged powerful blows. The ground was devastated, with ruins everywhere. They fought relentlessly from dawn until nightfall, like two tireless machines, unleashing skill after skill. Shock waves, lightning strikes, earthen lions, and thunder dragons. Countless attacks echoed across the island, their booming sounds filling the air. By the following evening, Shiki the Golden Lion stood panting, looking at Sanders from a distance, his expression dark. His golden hair was singed in places, his cigar long extinguished, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The battle had lasted so long that he was nearing his limit. Regular attacks just weren't enough against this youthful powerhouse who seemed to care nothing for conserving his energy. For Shiki, a man in his later years, and unaccustomed to this intensity, the fight was taking its toll. Sanders was also looking worn out. His clothing was in tatters, his upper body bare and revealing solid, muscular form with a few fresh wounds left by Shiki. Yet his eyes gleamed brightly. After over a day of combat, he had finally achieved his first goal, mastering the swordsmanship of a great swordsman. He was now a true master swordsman. Is that all you've got, Shiki? Sanders taunted, holding his lightning blade. If you're done, just let me know, and I might even spare you. You brat. I'm the one who should be sparing you. Shiki, although weary, flushed with anger, his eyes blazing with fury. This young man had been relentless in his taunts, showing zero respect for his older opponent. Shockwave, Shiki shouted, launching a powerful cutting wave with his leg. Sanders smirked, now fully familiar with the advanced techniques of great swordsman-level swordsmanship. Shockwave, Sanders swung his thunderblade, unleashing a wave of energy to meet Shiki's attack. The two forces collided, the shockwave ripping through the nearby forest. What? Shiki's eyes widened in disbelief. He could feel a power similar to his own, and, alarmingly, just a bit stronger, enhanced by Sanders' lightning powers. When did you? Shiki looked at Sanders, his gaze serious. Thanks for the help, Shiki. Without you, I couldn't have improved my swordsmanship so quickly, Sanders grinned, and his smug expression nearly made Shiki explode with fury. Damn it, you used me as a sparring partner? Shiki's face turned red with anger, his Haki, Conqueror's Haki, flaring intensely. The ground around them trembled, clouds gathering in the sky above, and the already dark weather seemed to grow even gloomier from Shiki's fury. Don't take it too hard. I used to be a marine prodigy. It's only natural that my swordsmanship improves in battle, Sanders said casually. Shiki paused, recalling information about Sanders. A marine prodigy unlike any seen before, he had achieved mastery over his devil fruit powers within 2 years, and his combat techniques, including Haki, were all at a frightening level. What terrifying talent! Sengoku must be kicking himself for letting you escape from Impel Down, Shiki remarked, his expression complex. He had seen many prodigies before, Roger, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and himself included, but this young man, not even 20 years old, seemed to outshine them in terms of learning ability. Unfortunately, someone like him couldn't be brought under his control. Fine then. Let's go all out, Sanders, Shiki roared, his Haushika Haki intensifying. Red lightning crackled around him, gathering around his swords. Conqueror's Haki infusion. Only a select few could master this power. The red lightning of Conqueror's Haki entwined around Shiki the Golden Lion's swords, Kiku and Yamaroshi, under his feet. This was an advanced form of Conqueror's Haki, the same divine avoidance, Kamusuri, technique used by legends like Joel D., Roger, and red-haired Shanks. Sanders wasn't surprised that Shiki could wield such an advanced technique. As Shiki charged, Sanders scanned his Haki foresight list, finding that he could soon grasp the technique of Conqueror's Haki infusement. For now, he focused on maximizing his armament Haki, layering his lightning blade with the strongest form he could muster, honing its projection to perfection. Bang! Their weapons clashed mid-air, separated only by the fierce energy that blazed between them. Shiki's strike carried his full force, sending Sanders flying from the impact. Not giving him a moment's rest, Shiki pursued his airborne figure and unleashed another slash. Thunder Flash. Sanders quickly activated his Thunder Flash technique, dodging the terrifying blow as it cleaved the ground in two, leaving a deep trench dozens of meters wide. Jayaha! Shiki laughed, taunting. So, you can dodge after all. Thought you'd just keep taking a head-on. Picking on me because I haven't learned Conqueror's infusion yet. Sanders scoffed, spitting to the side in disdain. As he glanced at the progress bar for mastering Conqueror's infusion, he grinned. He was almost there, all thanks to Shiki. Shiki raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. You're aware of Conqueror's Haki infusion? According to my intel, you've never been to the New World. And even there, few can wield it. How do you even know about it? The Marines don't teach that stuff. Since you know it exists, let's see if you can master it. Shiki sneered, lunging at Sanders with a series of ferocious attacks. Sanders matched him, undaunted. Though Shiki's infused Conqueror's Haki attacks were powerful, he was no longer in his prime. With the rudder in his head and the loss of his legs, his full strength had diminished just enough that Sanders could endure. The two exchanged blows, strikes fierce enough to shake the island. Shiki threw every technique at his disposal, but Sanders remained unharmed, only growing stronger as the battle wore on. Shiki felt a chill as he realized that Sanders had gotten even stronger than when the fight had begun, meeting his Conqueror's Haki techniques as an equal. The bright moon now hung high in the sky, casting its soft glow over the land as Shiki and Sanders fought on through the night. You monster! Just what are you? Shiki gasped, breathing heavily in frustration. Sanders, just as winded, chuckled. Old lion, you're not bad yourself. Losing your legs, a rudder stuck in your head, and you still fight with admiral-level strength. However, Shiki the Golden Lion, even now, was likely the weakest among the top-tier fighters. Being as injured as he was, it was already impressive that he could retain such power. Thanks for the lesson, old lion. Sanders grinned, and now, alongside the blue lightning of his thunderblade, red lightning crackled as well. He had finally mastered the technique of Conqueror's Haki infusion after hours of intense battle. Shiki looked at the red lightning with a heavy expression. He couldn't believe that Sanders had learned yet another skill from their fight. In gratitude for your guidance, let this island be your final resting place. Shiki the Lion King. Sanders shouted. Are you kidding me? I'm Shiki, the Golden Lion. Shiki's golden hair billowed like a lion's mane, his imposing aura undeniable. He couldn't end here, not when his grand plan was still unfulfilled. Lion Slash, Lion's Thousand Slice Valley, Lion's Might, Imperial Roll, Lion's Might, Shogunate Roll. In that moment, Shiki seemed to return to his peak, unleashing a series of devastating attacks. The two clashed, tearing the island apart, with fragments falling from thousands of meters high, creating enormous waves below. As the fight continued, Sanders noticed Shiki retreating toward a specific direction. Eventually, they reached the sea. Indeed, the island Shiki controlled had water, entirely kept afloat by his powers. Suddenly, Sanders realized Shiki's plan. Lion's Might, Shogunate Roll. In an instant, Shiki used his signature move, transforming the endless seawater into a massive water lion that lunged at Sanders, aiming to trap him. Out of tricks already, Shiki? Sanders sneered, recognizing the ploy to restrict him with seawater. Jai ha ha ha. This is part of my power, Sanders. Shiki cackled, unbothered. Besides, I'm a pirate. We do whatever it takes to win. The torrent of seawater engulfed Sanders, suppressing his devil fruit abilities. However, Shiki hadn't anticipated that the seawater would have minimal effect on Sanders. He could still use his powers underwater. Seeing Sanders ensnared, Shiki didn't hesitate to launch several massive slashes, aiming for a serious blow. Thunder flash. Sanders shot through the water, dodging Shiki's slashes with ease. What? Shiki's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't unusual to see Sanders withstand his attacks with Haki, but using devil fruit abilities underwater was unheard of. In just a moment, Sanders escaped the seawater and returned to the ground. It's useless, Shiki. The sea can't confine me. What's the matter with you? Shiki the Golden Lion's face was filled with shock and confusion. What devil fruit user could use their abilities underwater? There's a lot you don't know. Sanders smirked. I'm not like you, who had to crawl out of Impel Down after losing your legs. I fought my way out fair and square. Taking a quick glance at the progress of mastering the float fruit, he grinned. 2 days of fierce fighting with Shiki hadn't been for nothing. Just a few more hours, and the power of the float fruit would be his. You little brat, don't underestimate me. Shiki's face darkened. He might not understand what Sanders was, but he knew that if he didn't go all out, he'd die here at this young upstart's hands. Sure, he could try to run, but he was Shiki the Golden Lion, once a rival to the pirate King Roger. Running away like a beaten dog would be worse than a valiant death. Come on, kid. Show me everything you've got. Let's see if you can reach the peak by stepping over my dead body. The two clashed again. This time, after the intense exertion, Shiki was clearly weakening, his strength waning by about 20%. Sanders also held back. He didn't want to finish Shiki off just yet, not while he was on the verge of claiming the float fruit's power. They fought through the night until morning. The sun rose high, casting light over the fierce battleground. Not far away, Nami hovered in the Thunder God, watching the scene unfold. They've been fighting for nearly 3 days, and they're still going. Aren't they tired? She sipped a glass of juice through a straw. Uncle Isho, do you think Sanders will win? She asked, curious. Sanders will win. Even from this distance, Isho could sense that Shiki was reaching his limit, while Sanders retained his strength. Yet, something puzzled Isho. The two still appeared evenly matched. Was Sanders toying with Shiki? That didn't sound like him, and they had no personal grudge between them. Isho speculated that Sanders' actions might have something to do with obtaining the float fruit. The day before, Isho had noticed that Sanders' swordsmanship had reached the level of a grandmaster swordsman. His technique had improved at a frightening pace, even resembling Shiki's own style. Isho had reason to believe that Sanders had a rare gift for mimicking or rapidly learning others' abilities. So, did Sanders prolong the fight, not just to learn swordsmanship, but also the float fruit's power? Although this theory was far-fetched, no one had ever heard of someone being able to learn a devil fruit power. Isho's intuition told him this might indeed be the case. Shiki, meanwhile, had clearly noticed that Sanders wasn't rushing to end the battle. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt humiliated. Sanders, what's your game? He shouted, furious. If you're going to kill me, just do it. What's with all this toying around? Hearing the pain and anger in Shiki's voice, Sanders paused, a serious look crossing his face. He glanced at the now fully mastered float fruit ability and responded firmly. Shiki, Sanders called out, his voice filled with resolve. Thank you for all you've taught me. Now, I'll send you off with everything I've got. In gratitude for Shiki's unintentional instruction and out of respect for his strength, Sanders had decided it was time to end the battle. You damn brat. You've been holding back this whole time. Shiki roared, his face twisted with both fury and resignation. Fine, show me your true strength. Thunder roared from the darkened sky above. Countless bolts of lightning began to converge, casting an ominous glow across the battlefield. 1 billion volts, heaven's wrath. Sanders unleashed the full power of his rumble fruit for the first time. Against Akiji, he had never gone this far, holding back from delivering a fatal blow. But this time, with Shiki, there would be no restraint. Hovering in the air, Sanders looked like a god of thunder descended upon earth, lightning swirling around him and merging into a massive, towering hand. Ka-ha-ha-ha! So this is your true power, Sanders. Shiki's mad laughter filled the air, tinged with a rare sadness. So, my era has finally come to an end. He knew, as he gazed at the destructive power Sanders wielded, that his time had passed. Come on, then, he shouted, using his last ounce of strength. Lion's might, Earth's roar. The ground shifted, forming a massive stone lion that rose to meet the thunderous giant hand from the sky. This final clash of titans would end in either complete destruction or a victory that would mark the dawn of a new era. It's finally over, Isho murmured, opening his eyes and sensing the terrifying thunderous hand descending from the sky. So, this is the power of the rumble fruit? One of the most powerful devil fruits indeed. Watching this scene that seemed like divine judgment, even the usually calm Robin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Nami stood there, stunned, staring up at the sky. After a long pause, she looked at the sparks of electricity dancing across her hand and muttered, "Can the rumble fruit really be developed to this level?" She could hardly believe its immense strength. Back at the lion's den, Indigo watched the screen, trembling. Though he wasn't present at the scene, he could feel the terrifying aura of death emanating from that thunderous hand. He could only imagine the feeling of the one standing at the center of that attack, Shiki himself. Indigo looked at the golden lion, his golden hair wild and his eyes blood-red, like a mad demon. In the face of that overwhelming power, even he seemed like an insect. Dr. Indigo, do you think Boss Shiki can survive this attack? One of Shiki's trembling underlings asked Indigo. It's over. Indigo slumped to the floor, muttering in despair. He understood. It was all over. The golden lion Shiki was finished. He himself was finished. Their goal of using IQ to dominate the world was finished. That gigantic hand of thunder was about to destroy everything they had worked for. On the battlefield, the golden lion roared as he sent a massive earthen lion charging toward the giant hand. Sanders floated in the air, his face expressionless, watching over the scene like a deity looking down on mortals. With a thought, the thunderous hand pressed down on the golden lion. The earthen lion shattered instantly, like fragile porcelain. The thunderous hand struck Shiki directly, his body bathed in blinding light. Despite seeing his creation destroyed, he didn't flinch, facing the immense force head-on. Hee, I'm the golden lion. Even in his final moments, Shiki didn't stop fighting, raising his stone leg in defiance. Boom! The thunderous hand crushed Shiki to the ground, shattering the earth itself and leaving a deep imprint. It tore through the island, pulverizing everything in its path. Rumble! The island began to collapse with a thunderous roar, chunks breaking away. Then it started shaking uncontrollably and plummeting toward the ocean below. Sanders' face shifted. He knew Shiki was finished. Without Shiki's float fruit ability, the floating island naturally began to fall. Sanders landed quickly, placing his hands on the ground and channeling his newfound float powers to try to stop the descent. But having only recently acquired the fruit's abilities, he was unable to hold such a massive island aloft, only slowing its fall somewhat. If the island crashed into the sea, most of the lives on it would perish. He didn't care about the fate of Shiki's pirates, but there were countless innocents on the island. He hoped that they could find a way to escape. Back in Shiki's base, the Golden Lion's crew stared in terror at the quaking ground beneath them. They understood what it meant. Their captain had been defeated, or worse, killed. And now, the very island they stood upon was plummeting toward the sea. Boss Shiki has lost. The power of the float fruit is wearing off. Not good. The island is falling. We're going to die. What should we do? We can't fly, and there's no way we'll survive crashing into the sea. Quick, find one of the flying beasts. If we can ride them, we might survive. Do you think those winged guys can fly? Idiot, how would I know? They've got such tiny wings. They probably can't. The pirates scrambled in a panic, searching for a way to survive. Meanwhile, though the island's natives were alarmed, their main concern was for their family's safety. The island continued its downward descent, and Sanders could do little to hold it back with the float fruit powers he had just acquired. Isho! Sanders shouted, calling for Isho. Isho's gravity fruit could place objects in a weightless state. Even if he couldn't stop the island, he might be able to slow it down. Isho was already prepared, tapping his bamboo sword lightly. A force covered most of the island, and its rapid descent immediately slowed. Sweat dripped down Isho's forehead. It wasn't easy holding back this much mass. Fortunately, Sanders had already demolished a significant portion of the island. Otherwise, stopping it might not have been possible. As the main island began to descend more gently, the ground stabilized. Pirates hugged each other, crying in relief. However, the smaller islands didn't fare as well. The Golden Lion had not only levitated one island. The larger one beneath their feet was just part of it. Several smaller islands crashed into the sea like massive meteors, creating towering waves. All life on the smaller islands that couldn't fly was wiped out, and even the few resilient creatures left were barely alive. Sanders leapt onto the Thunder God. "Are you all right, Sanders?" Nami asked, looking at the injuries covering him with concern. "I'm fine. They're minor wounds. A little rest, and I'll be back to normal." Sanders waved off her concern, then turned to Isho. "Can you lower the smaller islands slowly onto the sea?" Isho nodded with a faint smile, and Sanders exhaled in relief. Once all the smaller islands had safely reached the ocean, Isho gradually set the main island down as well. The land shook one last time, then settled into calmness. Seeing this, Sanders and Isho relaxed in unison. "Thanks to you, or I don't know what I would have done," Sanders said to Isho, who pointed toward the sky. "Even if the islands fell, the residents would have been fine," Isho said, indicating a group of figures hovering in the sky. His observation Haki had detected dozens of human-like figures flying in midair. They were natives from the smaller islands. Wow, they really can fly. Following Isho's gaze, Nami saw a group of adult natives, both men and women, hovering there. The smaller islands were home to strong young adults, while the elders and children were in the villages on the main island. Thanks to Sanders and Isho, casualties were minimal. "Go check on the villagers in the main settlement and see if they need any help," Sanders instructed. This island was now part of Sanders' domain, even with part of it damaged. It had forests, lakes, and residents, making it a promising base. "Captain, are you going to take on the Golden Lion's crew?" Nami asked curiously. "No, I have something more important to do." Sanders shook his head. With his observation Haki, he could sense that Golden Lion Shiki was completely dead, and the Paramishi type float fruit must have respawned somewhere among the floating islands. Out of respect for Shiki's past help and his strength, Sanders hadn't killed him as ruthlessly as he had the Thunder fruit user. However, Sanders had already devised another way to locate devil fruits, his deduction ability. Just by the name, it suggested he could deduce almost anything. When Sanders killed Shiki, he had used his ability to pinpoint the location where the float fruit would regenerate, and now there were only 3 minutes left before his deduction would be complete. Until now, Sanders had mostly relied on his powers for enhancing strength, forgetting that they could also work as a sort of search function. The 3 minutes passed, and a map appeared in Sanders' mind with a red dot marked prominently. "So, it's on the main island?" he muttered, swiftly making his way towards the location on the island, Shiki's old lair. With his lightning speed, Sanders arrived quickly. Shiki's lair was now half collapsed. a consequence of the island's descent, and the pirates inside were in complete disarray. Some were debating going to find Shiki to confirm his fate, while others, convinced he was dead, were gathering their belongings to make a run for it. They fought among themselves, battling over Shiki's treasure. As Sanders entered, some pirates noticed him. "Sanders! It's Sanders!" Fear spread instantly as the pirates who had been fighting stopped and backed into the corners, trembling. If Shiki, a legendary pirate, couldn't beat Sanders, they had no chance. They knew if Sanders attacked, they'd be reduced to ash by his lightning. Just then, a pirate shouted, "Sanders, you defeated Boss Shiki, so why not take us in his crew?" He was clearly seeking to join Sanders. Hearing this, the other pirates perked up. For them, following anyone was fine as long as they stayed alive. And with Sanders, who had defeated Shiki, they'd be under the wing of someone stronger, younger, and with a much brighter future. "Yes, Sanders, we're skilled too. Take us with you. We'll help you become Pirate King." The place buzzed with excitement as all the pirates eagerly watched Sanders. "Leave the treasure behind and get lost," he commanded coldly, dismissing them. Taking these weaklings as subordinates was a waste of time, and he had no interest in sparing them a glance. A few pirates seemed as though they wanted to say something, but when they saw Sanders' icy expression, they swallowed their words and left without another word. Ignoring the pirates, Sanders headed straight for a storage area. It was a large warehouse, likely used by the flying pirates to store food. Quickly, he found an unusual fruit hidden among the various fruits and vegetables. A strange fruit with a spiral pattern covering both its peel and flesh. "So this is the float fruit," Sanders murmured, examining it. Suddenly, his face lit up. His deduction ability revealed to him that consuming a devil fruit could accelerate his deducing power for new abilities. Now possessing the float fruit's power, Sanders realized that consuming this extra devil fruit could instantly bring his abilities to an awakened level. Without hesitation, he decided to consume it, knowing it would save him years of slow development. Back when he obtained the Thunder fruit, it had taken him 3 full years to awaken its power through self-training and gradual advancement. This time, by consuming the extra fruit, he could skip that lengthy process entirely. As the devil fruit in his hand dissolved into nothing, not even leaving a trace of dust behind, Sanders felt a surge of new energy settle within him. He could now clearly sense that, at his will, the island beneath his feet could be made to float at any moment. Alongside his Thunder fruit abilities, he had now fully awakened his second devil fruit power, complete control over the float fruit's potential. After awakening the full power of the float fruit, Sanders gained the ability to make dozens or even hundreds of islands float in the sky. With this newfound control, his vision of a floating kingdom could finally begin to take shape. Besides his current territories, such as the kingdom of God above Jaya Island and the island beneath his feet, his plans were beginning to unfold. As he stepped out of the warehouse, the pirates had already fled, and Sanders didn't bother chasing or recruiting them. His focus was on the residents of this island and those of his kingdom. There was no need to rely on the remnants of the flying pirates. Using his float abilities alongside the speed of his Thunder fruit, Sanders quickly found Robin, Nami, and the others. They were helping free residents trapped in the collapsed ruins of their homes. "Captain, you're back," Nami said with a smile of relief. "Are your injuries serious?" "It's nothing serious. I'll heal up on my own," Sanders reassured her. He then asked, "How are the residents? Any casualties?" "Thankfully, very few," Robin replied quietly. "Just a few people were trapped under debris and needed help getting out." Sanders nodded, content with the outcome. Then, Robin's curiosity got the better of her. "Captain, did you manage to obtain the float fruit's power?" "Yes," he replied with a grin. To demonstrate, he touched a rock at his feet, and it immediately began floating in the air as though it had lost all weight. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched. "You really did it. It's incredible. Just how did you manage to obtain another devil fruit power?" At that moment, Isho approached and asked, Captain, what do you plan to do with the remaining pirates? They're all gone. This place is ours now, Sanders said. Even though some of the buildings were damaged, most of them are intact. We can live here just fine. Are you planning to make this place our base? Robin asked. It's far from the New World, though. Based on what she knew of Sanders, she expected him to go head-to-head with the most powerful pirates, which would mean moving into the New World. Placing a base here didn't seem ideal. As for making the island float, she assumed it would take Sanders time to develop his powers before he could lift an entire island like Golden Lion did. No problem. We can bring the island with us to the Grand Line whenever we want, Sanders replied with a smirk. Already, Robin was stunned. If he could do it now, why hadn't he lifted the island right away? Captain, what about the villagers? Isho asked. Sanders smiled. They're your responsibility. Let them keep living as they always have. Just drive the beasts in the forest into one area and contain them with a barricade. That way, they won't cause trouble. He had no interest in oppressing the island's residents. The treasure they had on the Thunder God was more than enough. In the Golden Lion's treasure vault, a significant amount of resources remained. It was enough to sustain their pirate crew for decades. So, does that mean all of this now belongs to the Thunder God pirates? Nami asked excitedly. Yes, this place will be our base from now on. Sanders replied. There's a lot of treasure that the Golden Lion left behind. Would you like to take a look? Treasure. Nami's eyes sparkled, showing her usual greedy expression. After a moment, she hesitated and looked at Sanders. Aren't these treasures something the Golden Lion took from these villagers? Should we return them to them? Seeing the thin villagers before her, Nami remembered her own hometown. If you're willing to give it up, go ahead, Sanders laughed, ruffling Nami's orange hair. But even if you give them the treasure, they won't have anywhere to spend it. It would be better to give them some of the supplies and the storage. But for that, you'll need to talk to Isho. It's his responsibility. Sanders had already decided to take a hands-off approach, leaving all the management to Isho. For the time being, the Thunder God pirates stayed on this island while Isho handled the village's matters, and Sanders took some time to recover from his injuries. Isho first organized the distribution of the Golden Lion's abundant supplies among the villagers, ensuring their basic needs were met. Then, he led the able-bodied residents to begin rebuilding their homes, gradually shrinking the wild areas inhabited by dangerous animals. The Golden Lion's palace was connected to the village area, making it the Thunder God Pirates' initial base of operations. While the Thunder God Pirates quietly developed, the flying pirates who had fled the Golden Lion's base spread the news of Sanders' battle with the Golden Lion, creating an uproar worldwide. Island falls from the sky. Golden Lion Shiki's base discovered. Legendary pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, reappears at sea. Thunder God Sanders battles Golden Lion Shiki, who is defeated. Golden Lion Shiki's plan to destroy the world foiled. Flying pirates flee in chaos. These shocking headlines appear in newspapers, spreading rapidly across the seas. Whoa, are you kidding? The Golden Lion Shiki actually appeared. Who's Shiki? You don't know? He was a legendary pirate from Roger and Whitebeard's era, a paramecia-type devil fruit user who once attacked Marine headquarters and later escaped from Impel Down. Just like Thunder God Sanders, who also escaped from Impel Down. Scary, but not as scary as Sanders, right? He defeated Shiki. I only know that Sanders has started challenging legendary figures, and Shiki was only the first. He certainly won't be the last. The paramecia-type devil fruit is amazing, letting you make islands float. If I could get it, I'd become a great pirate and crush anyone in my way with islands. In your dreams, if you ate the fruit, you'd be lucky to get a ship to float, let alone an island. Get real. Shut up. How do you know I can't do it? At Marine headquarters, Sengoku slammed the newspaper down on the meeting table, his face red with anger. Tell me, why are we learning these things from the press? He shouted. Do we need to get our intel from a newspaper now? Spittle flew as he berated the head of the Marine Intelligence Department, who stood with his head bowed in shame. Around the table, the Marine High Command sat with mixed expressions. Kizaru casually trimmed his nails as he lazily commented, "Oh, So not even the Golden Lion could beat him? How scary. He really lives up to being able to defeat Aokiji. Aokiji lifted his eye mask, casting a glance at Kizaru. You should be glad it was me who went after him. But that's mainly because Sanders and I didn't have much conflict. That battle only lasted a few hours, and we both held back. It wasn't a true life-and-death fight. If it had been Kizaru who went, Sanders would have fought to the death to keep him there, sparing nothing. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Don't be so angry, Sengoku. We can't really blame anyone here, said Vice Admiral Tsuru. Try to defuse the situation. The flying pirates scattered everywhere, and it was only after we captured some members that we learned about the Golden Lion's reappearance. She continued, now, what we need to discuss is how to deal with Sanders. According to the flying pirates we captured, Golden Lion Shiki had been studying a plant called SSIQ. This plant can induce a certain level of evolution in animals, but also makes them irritable and highly aggressive. Shiki's original plan was to use these animals to destroy the world. Now that Sanders has taken over that place, there's a chance he might want to keep the plant for himself, Tsuru suggested. He might continue Shiki's research and use it to exact revenge on the Marines or the world government, carrying out the Golden Lion's plans. Would he want to destroy the world like Shiki? Sengoku frowned, unsure. It's hard to say. After all, he's now a pirate, Tsuru replied, leaving the rest unsaid. But everyone understood her implication. Sanders had plenty of reason to retaliate after all he had endured from the Marines. Betrayed by the very institution that claimed justice, it wouldn't be unthinkable for him to want revenge on the world. What's the plan, then? Asked Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Should we go after him? I recommend activating the Buster Call and deploying an admiral, said Doberman. After his battle with the Golden Lion, Sanders must be injured, so this might be our best shot at capturing him. At the very least, we can destroy the SSIQ plant to prevent him from using it for any schemes. What do you think, Tsuru? Sengoku asked for her opinion. This might be our only chance to catch Sanders, she said after some thought. But sending just one admiral wouldn't be enough. We'd need at least two, and Garp should go as well. Huh, me too, Garp muttered, half awake. You mentioned that Sanders has a swordsman, Isho, who might be formidable. It's unclear if a single admiral would be enough to capture Sanders, Tsuru explained. Plus, with his ship's ability to fly, even if we deploy all these forces, there's still a high chance he'll slip away. Hearing this, Sengoku took off his glasses, rubbing his temples in frustration. After a long pause, he finally said, all right, I agree with Doberman's suggestion to launch the Buster Call and send Garp along with Aokiji. Ideally, they can capture the wounded Sanders. If that's not possible, they should at least destroy the SSIQ and those mutated animals to prevent any potential threat from Sanders using SSIQ to endanger the world, and start searching for any leads on the float fruit's whereabouts. We can't let it fall into pirate hands again. Sengoku had ultimately decided against sending 3 admiral-level fighters. With the world's current instability, committing so much of their elite force could be too costly. He would first send Garp and Aokiji, hoping they would succeed, or, at the very least, be able to eliminate the SSIQ threat. And, if possible, try to gauge the true strength of that blind swordsman, Sengoku added. The news Garp brought back from the East Blue weighed on Sengoku's mind, making it hard for him to rest. If the Thunder Pirates truly possessed 2 top-tier powerhouses, the balance of power would shift, turning the current 4 emperors into 5. All right, Aokiji shrugged, accepting the mission with a hint of reluctance. He had only just recovered, and now he had to face Sanders again. Ha ha ha, Kazan, let's team up again. Garp laughed, clapping Aokiji on the shoulder. That brat Sanders really riled me up back in the East Blue. Let's join forces and teach him a lesson. The sharp sound of alarm bells echoed through Marine headquarters. Led by Garp, Aokiji, and a formidable fleet including Vice Admirals Mamanga, Dalmatian, Doberman, and Strawberry, they set out toward the island where Sanders was located. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick in the New World, Marco rushed over to Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. Pops! Pops! The Golden Lion, Shiki, appeared again. Setting down his enormous jug of sake, Whitebeard laughed. Gururara, that old man's still kicking. Actually, Pops, he's probably dead now, Marco replied. Oh, dead? How? Whitebeard was surprised. Shiki was no pushover. Even without his legs, he retained a great deal of power. Combined with the float fruit, he could evade the Marines easily. Sanders killed him. Shiki and Sanders clashed in a fierce battle, and Shiki was completely defeated. He's likely dead now. Marco handed Whitebeard the newspaper. Sanders, the Thunder Kid? Whitebeard mused, a mix of emotions crossing his face as he watched the end of his contemporary, Golden Lion Shiki. The tides of history kept moving, leaving behind the giants of the previous era. Gururara, it won't be long before Sanders comes to the New World. I wonder who he'll challenge first. Whitebeard laughed, already sensing the disruption coming to the New World. Who cares who he challenges first? He won't go after Pops, the world's strongest, Marco said optimistically. Besides, the Whitebeard pirates aren't afraid of any challenger. The rest of the crew nodded in agreement. Whitebeard simply smiled, thinking to himself. He could protect his sons for now, but the future was uncertain. Elsewhere, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom cursed Shiki, calling him a useless fool for not handling a young upstart like Sanders. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, Kaido didn't react at all. He had no real connection to Shiki. Back when they were both in the Rocks Pirates, he had just been a low-ranking member. Now, that former small fry had become a Sea Emperor, while the old Rocks cadre, Shiki, was dead, crushed beneath the wheels of the new era. On a certain sea route along the Grand Line, Crocodile stood on the deck of his ship, now heading toward the New World. His failed attempt to obtain Pluton had left him burning with resentment towards Sanders, reigniting his ambitions for conquest. Sanders, just wait for me, he muttered, gritting his teeth. Cigar clenched between his lips as he crumbled the newspaper into sand, scattering it to the winds. With the island's residents lending a hand, Shiki's old base had been fully restored, and the villagers' homes were quickly rebuilt. The island, once dominated by fear and oppression, now buzzed with life, and the once desperate faces of its people lit up with newfound smiles. The fierce animals roaming the island were driven into a dense forest by Sanders, who intended to turn the area into a training ground. Meanwhile, he salvaged parts of Shiki's wrecked flagship to reconstruct the ship. His previous ship had become far too small, especially considering his plans to one day convince, or perhaps kidnap, Princess Shirahoshi onto his crew. A ship too small would never hold her massive frame. While using an island as a floating base was an option, it was slow. Sanders needed a real ship for quick movement and planned to make smaller flying vessels powered by stored electric energy, so his crew could operate independently of his abilities. Someday, he envisioned a fleet of airships powered purely by technology, a departure from Shiki's fleet, which required his direct support. While Sanders continued his recovery and ship construction, Isho led the villagers in rebuilding their community, and Robin researched the island's ancient history. As for Nami, she had practically taken up residence in Shiki's treasury, mesmerized by the mountainous piles of gold and berries. One day, Robin was leisurely strolling along the shoreline when she noticed a cluster of small dots on the horizon. Casually pulling out a telescope, she adjusted her view and froze as the distant shapes sharpened into sight. A line of giant marine warships, their sails marked with the unmistakable blue seagull emblem, approached. The formation was spearheaded by a dog-headed warship, flanked by 10 more ships, each larger than standard marine vessels, like massive beasts gliding over the waves. Their dark hulls gleamed ominously in the sun, and the towering cannons aimed unwaveringly at the island. Marines? Robin's heart skipped a beat, and a chill crept over her. This is a buster call. An icy dread flooded her veins as memories of O'Hara's destruction surfaced. Her body trembled, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The gentle sea breeze did nothing to quell the growing terror in her heart. Seeing her beloved home engulfed in flames replayed in her mind. The Marines have launched a buster call. She broke into a desperate sprint toward the heart of the island, needing to warn Sanders before it was too late. Every second counted. The entire island could be reduced to rubble if they didn't act swiftly. She could almost hear the deafening roar of the cannons that had obliterated O'Hara. Out of breath, Robin stopped and called into the sky, "Sanders, Captain, the Marines are here. The Buster Call is here." She knew Sanders' Haki could cover the entire island, and her voice would reach him. Over by the construction site, Sanders' ears perked up. He stood, eyes narrowing, and looked toward Robin. The moment had arrived. The entire person floated into the air. First, he notified Isho, and then swiftly headed toward Robin. Soon, Sanders arrived at Robin's location. "What's wrong?" "Sanders, the Marine Buster Call is here." Robin's eyes were filled with terror. Even though she knew her captain could wield power far beyond that of a Buster Call, she couldn't suppress her inner fear. That was the brutal shadow the Marines had cast upon her childhood, a nightmare she would never forget. "It's all right. I'm here." Sanders placed a comforting hand on Robin's shoulder, his voice warm yet firm. He'd thought that Robin's fears would fade over time, thanks to the Thunder God Pirate's strength. However, he didn't anticipate that the shadow of the Buster Call would leave her this shaken. In that moment, Robin no longer resembled the calm and knowledgeable archaeologist she usually was. Instead, she seemed like a small, trembling creature encountering its natural predator. "It's just 10 warships." Sanders spoke soothingly. "The Thunder God Pirates are too powerful for the Buster Call to harm you, or anyone on this island." Sanders' words seemed to calm her. Although some fear still lingered in her gaze, Robin appeared more composed. Isho arrived shortly after. "Sanders, what happened?" Isho asked. "The Marines sent a Buster Call, and Garp is here, along with an old friend of mine." Sanders chuckled. "Looks like he's recovered from his injuries." Facing the Marines' overwhelming fleet, Sanders' eyes were without a trace of fear. In fact, he looked eager. "Shall we lift the island now?" Isho asked. "The Buster Call's indiscriminate attacks will cause severe casualties among the island's residents." He wasn't worried about the Thunder God Pirates. With the strength he and Sanders possessed, the Buster Call couldn't harm them. Nami was a Logia-type devil fruit user, impervious to ordinary artillery unless they used sea-stone bullets. Robin's observation Haki had also developed to the point where she could easily avoid attacks. Moreover, with both himself and Sanders present, Robin's safety was assured. But the island residents, lacking the ability to evade the bombardment, would have no way of surviving unless they were all airborne. "All right, let's lift it today." Sanders agreed. "I planned to stay a bit longer, but it seems it's time to go." He hadn't lifted the island immediately because Isho suggested they let the residents fish to replenish the island's food supply. But now that the Marines had brought the Buster Call, there was no need to remain. With a thought, Sanders set the island trembling, not as violently as when it initially descended, but enough to cause the surrounding sea to churn and splash. Slowly, the island rose into the air, accompanied by a small body of seawater and the fallen islets nearby. Sanders had already imbued the smaller islands with the powers of his float fruit, enabling them to float at any time. The island residents felt only a slight tremor beneath their feet, and the sky seemed to draw closer. After a short while, the tremors ceased, and the island floated steadily in the air. The island residents went back to their tasks, unperturbed by the island's ascent. They had been informed well in advance by Isho that the island would rise again one day. Inside the island's treasure vault, Nami, who had been counting berries, was suddenly buried beneath a mountain of treasure. "What just happened?" "An earthquake," she muttered, dazed, as she crawled out from under the pile of treasure, brushing off the gold chain tangled around her head. The sun shone over the sea as a brisk wind swept across the waves. Several Marine vice admirals stood on the deck, their expressions serious as they watched the distant island. On the dog-headed ship, Garp was snoozing loudly on a chair, while Admiral Akiji, dressed in a dark blue suit with a white vest over it, lay on a simple cot with an eye mask covering his face. "What's that?" Suddenly, Vice Admiral Doberman's surprised voice rang out. The Marines looked up to see the island, previously floating on the sea's surface, beginning to slowly rise into the sky, taking with it a small expanse of seawater, as if the area were wrapped in some invisible force. The hole left behind on the sea's surface caused nearby waters to rush in, churning into chaotic waves. The island is rising. This has to be the power of the float fruit. Vice Admiral Doberman's brows knit tightly as he stared at the levitating island in disbelief. But wasn't the golden lion, Shiki, supposed to be dead? So who's lifting the island now? According to captured members of the Flying Pirates, Shiki was likely dead. But then, how is the island floating? Could it be that someone else has eaten the float fruit? Impossible. Doberman immediately countered. A newly awakened float fruit user couldn't possibly raise islands and seawater like this. It takes time to develop that much power with a devil fruit. Could it be that blind swordsman, Isho? He has the gravity fruit, which also allows things to float, Vice Admiral Strawberry speculated. If it's him, then this is going to be difficult. Doberman's face grew tense. At that moment, a Marine ran up to them and reported loudly, "Vice Admiral, the island has entered the range of the ship's artillery. Commence bombardment," Doberman commanded in a low voice. "Yes, sir." With the order given, the 10 massive Marine ships aimed their cannons at the rising island. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared, sending rounds of artillery toward the island. The thunderous noise jolted Akiji and Garp awake. "It's starting, huh?" Garp rubbed his eyes, glancing at Akiji. "Get up. It's time to give Sanders a good beating." Akiji removed his eye mask and stood, glancing up. Why is the island rising? Could Shiki still be alive? Garp's mouth dropped as he stared at the levitating island. On the island, Sanders looked at Isho with a grin. "Let's go. It's time to see what this Buster Call is all about, and have a good fight. Maybe it'll stop the Marines from always pestering us. They should be going after the 4 emperors in the New World instead of focusing on me, right?" With that, Sanders shrugged off his coat and handed it to Robin. "Wait here, Robin. There's no need to fear the Buster Call as a member of the Thunder God Pirates." Sanders floated up, preparing to face the incoming assault. Isho chuckled, and with a sweep of his bamboo sword, a section of earth lifted beneath him, and he followed, right behind Sanders. Boom! The sound of cannon fire filled the air. Robin was startled, clutching Sanders' coat tightly, her face pale from the intense pressure. Dozens of massive cannonballs shot directly toward the island, but just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the shells exploded mid-air, leaving a cloud of smoke. As it cleared, Sanders' figure emerged in the Marines' line of sight. His cold voice echoed to the Marine forces. "So, you went all out just to come and arrest me?" The Marine hero and Akiji both decided to show up. "Sanders." Several vice admirals stared grimly at Sanders. A moment later, Isho appeared behind him. TSK, look at all the familiar faces. But where's Enigmo? Did he finally die?" Sanders scanned the group, noticing Enigmo was absent. After the battle at Impel Down, he hadn't seen any news of Enigmo's death. At Sanders' words, the faces of the Marine vice admirals turned dark. Seeing their expressions, Sanders cracked a smile. So he really is dead. Poor guy. If he'd been anywhere else, even with serious injuries, he could have lasted until Marine rescue. But down in Impel Down, he probably sank unconscious and got swallowed up by Sea King. If he didn't get saved fast enough, who knows where that Sea King has gone by now? "Sanders, surrender yourself." Doberman shouted furiously at him. The island had already risen high enough that it was out of reach of the cannon fire. It was clear that the Marines might not be able to accomplish any of their objectives here. They could only try to see if they could capture Sanders now. With Garp among them, the Marines had 5 vice admirals and an admiral, giving them a powerful lineup surpassing the Thunder God Pirates in raw strength. Surrender? Doberman, where do you get that confidence? Sanders picked his ear with his pinky, seemingly unconcerned. If you hadn't triggered the Buster Call, which dredged up unpleasant memories for my crew, I wouldn't have bothered with you at all. He looked to Garp and Kazan aboard the dog-headed ship. Oh, Kazan, all healed up and back for revenge, are we? Garp clenched his fist with a grin. You cocky brat. Let me show you the might of my iron fist this time. Oh, really? Sanders arched an eyebrow, raising a hand. Then let's see if you're up to it. As he raised his hand, he activated the power of the float fruit. The calm sea suddenly surged. Massive waves rose, towering over the marine warships, trapping them between the surging waters and crashing toward them with the force of a natural disaster. It was a sea roll. The warships rocked violently in the turbulent sea, looking like helpless ants about to be swept away. Everyone watched the scene in shock. This is the power of the float fruit. Garp immediately recognized the source of the power as he witnessed the phenomenon, his eyes wide in disbelief. How is this possible? Doesn't this kid have a rumble fruit? How can he possibly have a second power? Garp couldn't believe it, but the way he controlled the seawater resembled the float fruit, just not shaped into water lions like the golden lion used to do. Seeing the warships about to be engulfed by the sea, Akiji leapt into the air, extending both hands as a bone-chilling frost shot forward. Ice Age. Akiji's freezing aura extended from his hands like white tendrils, reaching the towering waves beside the marine battleships. The icy chill instantly froze the waves mid-air, creating a wall of ice. Well done, Admiral Akiji. That's incredible. Admiral Akiji's ice fruit ability froze the waves. Relief washed over the previously panicked Marines, who now cheered. Quite a useful ability, Sanders remarked, casting a longing look at the frozen waves below. With another devil fruit, he might have caused damage to at least some of the 11 battleships. But the ice fruit's crowd control powers prevented the battleships from being swallowed by the waves. Sanders had been working to reduce the time required to replicate Akiji's powers through combat, and today, with more fighting, he might finally acquire the ice fruit's abilities. Isho, keep Garp occupied. I'll take on Akiji, Sanders said to Isho, who nodded without a word. Akiji, let's have another round, and show me if you've recovered. Lightning crackled around Sanders' hands, forming into a brilliant thunderblade. With it in hand, Sanders charged at Akiji. You'll have to go through me first. Garp leaped from the dog-headed warship, fists raised, and aimed at Sanders. Clang! Isho intercepted Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, please don't interfere with the captain's battle, he said, holding his bamboo sword firmly. Out of my way. I'm here to teach that kid Sanders a lesson. Garp swung a Haki-infused fist at Isho. Isho remained unfazed. Gravity blade. Fierce tiger. He compressed gravity onto his sword, releasing it in a powerful horizontal strike, as if to crush and destroy everything in its path. The gust of wind from the blade's strike rippled through the area, causing the sails on the marine warships to flap violently. Many Marines were knocked over by the powerful blast, though 4 Marine vice admirals stood firm on the deck. The bamboo sword and Garp's fist collided, stirring up waves on the ocean. Both fighters were forced to retreat. Garp rebounded by stepping through the air with moonwalk, his expression solemn as he eyed Isho standing atop a stone slab. So it's true, as Sanders said. You have one of the finest powers on the seas. Kazan, Garp called out to Akiji, who nodded and extended his freezing powers across the sea, leaving a broad path of ice. Withdraw the warships. We'll support Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Akiji. Doberman ordered, using moonwalk to join the fray, followed by the other vice admirals. With their foes as fierce as Sanders and Isho, they were ready to fight without restraint, planning to surround the pair. Meanwhile, Akiji had left the sea open for the warships to retreat safely, and all 11 Marine battleships turned to distance themselves from the battle. Watching Doberman and Enigmo charging at him, Sanders let out a cold smile. Not afraid of death, are you? Gripping the thunderblade, you prepare to strike. One sword style, thunder/wave. A massive, electrified blue slash surged from Sanders' thunderblade. His mastery as a swordsman was on full display, and the terrifying strike bore down on Enigmo and Doberman, tearing a huge crack through the frozen surface of the sea. Both Marine Vice Admirals paled, drawing their swords and coating them in Haki to meet the attack. Boom! The powerful slash sent them flying. They tumbled across the ice, finally coming to a stop. Damn it! Are we not even qualified to interfere? Doberman muttered in frustration, slamming his fist onto the ice. His power has grown way too fast. I'd never heard Sanders was a swordsman before. Enigmo remarked, grimacing as residual lightning crackled over their blades, filling the air with the smell of singed metal. Vice Admirals Enigmo and Doberman were blown away. This is Sanders' strength? He's a monster. Marines on the battleships watched in disbelief as the powerful Vice Admirals were repelled so effortlessly. A great swordsman, Akiji was momentarily stunned at Sanders' swordsmanship. He had never shown such skills before. Kazan, did you think I wouldn't improve after all this time? Sanders laughed, charging towards Akiji. Let's see if you've improved as well. Akiji's eyebrow twitched at that. All this time? It's only been 3 months. And back then, Sanders hadn't even used a sword. Despite the urge to retort, Akiji prepared himself, summoning a frigid blade of ice in his hands. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing blades and roaring elements echoed across the battlefield as Sanders and Akiji exchanged blows on the icy surface. Meanwhile, Garp was locked in a fierce battle with Isho. Garp's powerful fists, brimming with Haki, hammered at Isho in relentless waves. The intensity of their fight made it impossible for Vice Admiral Strawberry and Momonga to join in. Approaching the center of the battle, they felt gravity distort around them, making movement challenging and rendering even the swift techniques of the 6 powers difficult to use. On the floating island above the chaos, Nami navigated a small boat towards Robin. It was a lightweight vessel Sanders had built for quick trips while working on the Raijin. Robin, where's Sanders and Isho? Nami asked as she landed beside her. The island's floating. Is something happening? The Marines are here. They've called a buster call, Robin explained, a hint of fear crossing her face. Buster call? Nami asked, puzzled. Robin gave a brief explanation. 10 battleships? That's serious? Without having lived through O'Hara, Nami felt little fear of the buster call. It's a no-holds-barred bombardment, wiping out every living thing on the island, Robin said, a glimmer of terror in her eyes as the memories of flames and explosions played across her mind. Don't worry, Robin. The captain and first mate can handle it. Nami reassured her softly, sensing Robin's apprehension. Let's go check on Sanders. Will we distract them? Robin hesitated. She knew her strength was no match for Sanders and didn't want to be a burden. We'll stay on the boat, far from the fight. From their elevated position, they couldn't see the battlefield below, and the scene drew Robin's curiosity. All right, Robin agreed, and they started down the path. Back on the battlefield, Sanders and Akiji clashed, with ice and lightning ripping through the air. The battleships had retreated to a safe distance, and several vice admirals stood ready nearby, observing and waiting for an opening to strike. Wow, those Marines are so shameless. Nami muttered, frustrated as she saw Sanders and Isho fending off 3 opponents each. Is that really Hero Garp and Admiral Akiji? Robin asked, identifying their opponents. Isn't that Akiji the one Sanders defeated before? Nami asked curiously. Growing up in the East Blue, she didn't know much about the powerful figures across the seas. Garp is a legendary Marine, Robin explained. He spent years chasing the Pirate King, Roger, around the world. If he could chase Roger, he must be even stronger than the Golden Lion, Shiki, right? Nami exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening as she saw Isho's precarious situation. She knew Shiki had lost to Roger, so Garp's strength must surpass even Shiki's. Meanwhile, Robin turned to observe the battle between Sanders and Akiji, her expression complicated. Akiji, after all, had once saved her life by sparing her from the flames of O'Hara's destruction. Meeting him again now stirred conflicted feelings within her. Nami, unaware of Robin's turmoil, looked at the frozen waves and icy terrain with admiration. That's an amazing power. Do you think Captain will gain the Ice Fruit's ability someday? Unlike her worries for Isho, Nami was confident in Sanders. She had seen him take down Shiki and knew he was capable of handling even Aokiji. Perhaps, Robin replied uncertainly. At that moment, Nami gasped, and Robin quickly turned to see what had caught her attention. Doberman had taken advantage of an opening in Sanders' clash with Aokiji, sneaking behind Sanders and bringing his sword down towards his back. Clang! The blade tore through Sanders' clothing, but struck his back with a sound like steel meeting stone. Sanders pushed Aokiji back with a punch, then turned to glare at Doberman, his eyes cold. "Is this how the Marines fight?" he asked icily. "Against pirates like you, there's no need for honor." Doberman replied boldly, showing no fear. "Then you've chosen death." Lightning crackled around Sanders' body as he clenched his left fist. Red and blue lightning intertwined with Conqueror's Haki, surging around it. Thunder flash. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, closing the distance between him and Doberman. His electrified fist crashed down, charged with 300 million volts. 300 million volt thunder fist. "Watch out," Aokiji called out, raising several icy spears in an attempt to distract Sanders and protect Doberman. But Sanders sensed the spear's deadly force with his observation Haki. Doberman, face paling, raised his Haki-coated sword in a defensive stance. With a cold look, Sanders ignored the spears at his back and slammed his fist down. Doberman's sword shattered on impact, and his head twisted under the force of the blow. Blood and teeth flew as Doberman's body was driven into the ice, unconscious. At the same moment, Aokiji's icy spears closed in. Sanders spun, extending his left hand and catching one of the ice spears mid-air. A wave of Conqueror's Haki surged through the battlefield, red lightning crackling across his body as the ice spear shattered into pieces, raining down onto the frozen sea below. "You possess Conqueror's Haki," Aokiji murmured, taken aback. Seeing the red lightning crackling around Sanders, Aokiji's expression grew serious. Even Garp, who was in combat with Isho, looked startled, recognizing the advanced technique Sanders was wielding. "This brat has already mastered such a high-level skill," Garp muttered, his tone edged with concern. "His learning ability is terrifying." "Listen, Aokiji, you'd better tell these weaklings to stay out of our fight," Sanders declared coldly, his voice cutting through the air. "Otherwise, I won't mind crushing them with ease." Aokiji didn't respond with words. Instead, he immediately launched another attack. Ice block, pheasant beak. He understood that he needed to keep Sanders occupied. Otherwise, the injured Doberman would be in grave danger. The two clashed once again, but this time, Sanders seemed genuinely angry. Red and blue lightning crackled around his every move, each blow forcing Aokiji to retreat. Ice formations shattered under the relentless barrage, scattering into fragments. Seizing this brief window, Garp quickly pulled Doberman from the ice. Checking his pulse, he let out a sigh of relief. Doberman was still alive. Wasting no time, he began dragging Doberman off the battlefield. But just as he was about to leave, a bolt of lightning flashed toward him. Garp's face changed as he urgently tried to evade with Doberman in his arms. The lightning struck the ice, leaving a deep hole. Lightning? Was Sanders unwilling to let them go? Garp cast a doubtful look at Sanders, who was battling Aokiji. Then, suddenly, another bolt of lightning came his way. This time, Garp managed to catch a glimpse of the lightning's origin with his observation Haki. He looked up. In the sky, on a small boat, two women, a taller one and a smaller one, were leaning over the edge, watching the scene below. The lightning had come from the orange-haired girl's hand. Nico Robin? And that orange-haired girl, she's Sanders' new crewmate. But how could she summon lightning? Noticing Garp looking their way, Nami stuck out her tongue. I've been spotted. He's a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. It's not that easy to hit him, Robin said with a sigh. Besides, with your current control over it, even if you hit him, it's questionable whether it would do much harm. Well, they attacked Sanders first. I'm definitely going to train hard, so I can at least be a little help to Captain Sanders, Nami huffed, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. Robin chuckled, patting Nami's head. Her gaze turned distant as she watched the battle unfold. She thought to herself that she should train harder, too. At the very least, she wanted to master Haki so that she wouldn't be completely helpless in situations like this. That's Nico Robin from the Thunder God Pirates. Fire at that small boat. Shoot them down, a Marine Rear Admiral shouted from one of the warships. He knew they couldn't directly assist Vice Admiral Garp or Admiral Akiji, but against Nico Robin, who had a 93 million bounty, they had some chance. Cannons thundered, and countless shells flew toward Nami's small boat. Nami's face turned pale, and she immediately pulled the boat higher. Rear Admirals Dalmatian and Strawberry launched themselves toward Robin and Nami using Moonwalk. Sanders hadn't yet moved, but Isho, who was fighting Garp, immediately took action. The power of his gravity fruit spread out, catching the shells in midair and pulling them down. Under the influence of gravity, the shells plummeted, exploding on the ice around Dalmatian and Strawberry, covering them in smoke and dirt. Is this really how the Marines operate? Isho emerged from the icy rubble, speaking in a calm tone. Ha ha ha! When dealing with pirates, any method is fair game. Garp laughed. Although he was slightly annoyed at the interference, he couldn't criticize the Marines for trying to capture pirates. Is that so? I understand. Isho gave a small nod, seemingly at peace. He lifted his head, sending the power of his gravity fruit skyward. Garp squinted, watching the sky in confusion as he saw no immediate change. Sanders, however, couldn't help but smirk. Through his observation Haki, he sensed massive objects high above, hurtling down towards them. Isho's voice was firm as he spoke to himself. No matter who I was before or what I might become, right now, I'm a pirate. And they're my crewmates. In the Thunder God Pirates, Isho felt truly happy. Being around these young people brought him comfort. Over the past few months, the Thunder God Pirates had saved numerous civilians, from Alabasta to Cocoyasi village, and now the residents of their current base. He greatly admired Sanders' way of doing things. By now, he had fully integrated into the crew. However, the current Buster Call aimed to destroy everything on the island, and both he and Sanders were being surrounded and attacked. While they could handle their own battles, taking advantage of the fact that they were preoccupied to strike at his defenseless crew members was beyond what he could tolerate. Sanders once said something that I now fully understand. Isho said calmly, facing Garp. What did he say? Garp asked, confused. Just then, a series of shocked cries rang out from the Marines' warships. Those are those meteors. All the Marines stared wide-eyed at the sky, and Garp looked up as well. Several enormous, flaming meteors were plummeting downwards. This is your doing, Garp demanded, looking at Isho with widened eyes. He said if we don't teach the Marines a lesson, they might start thinking the Thunder God Pirates are easy to bully. Isho replied coolly. In the midst of Sanders' battle with Akiji, Akiji also looked up at the sky, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. So Akiji, what do you think of my crew now? Sanders asked with a grin. Where on earth did you find a monster like that? Akiji muttered, his voice laced with tension. By now, the meteors were visibly growing in the sky as they hurtled toward the Marines' ships. Turn the ships around. Get us out of here. The meteors are falling directly toward us. The Marines on the decks were frantically ordering the ships to change course to escape. Did Uncle Isho bring down those meteors? Nami asked, wide-eyed, from the small ship in the sky. Maybe, Robin replied uncertainly. Uncle Isho is amazing. No wonder he's the vice captain. He can even use his gravity powers to bring down meteors from the sky. Nami murmured in awe. Yeah, to be recognized as vice captain by Sanders, he must be incredibly strong, Robin responded softly. On the battlefield, Garp's expression grew darker. He was well aware of the power of those meteors. If they hit, the 10 massive warships in the Buster Call fleet would be obliterated in an instant. What kind of power was this that someone could bring meteors down from the heavens? Realizing the destruction the meteors would cause, Garp immediately broke away from the battle, intent on saving the Marines aboard the ships. Mr. Garp, our fight isn't over yet, Isho said calmly. With his gravity powers at their peak, Isho intensified the weight around him and Garp, causing the icy ground to sink, forming a large pit. Hell voyage! Just as Garp tried to leap out of the pit, he found the gravity around him increased several times over. The ice cracked underfoot, forming a deep depression as he struggled to break free. "Damn it!" Garp yelled, unleashing his full might in a desperate effort to escape, but he could only manage a powerful leap out of the pit before sprinting toward the ships. Meanwhile, Akiji attempted to withdraw from his fight as well. However, Sanders had no intention of letting him go that easily. "Not so fast, Akiji," Sanders called. He utilized his powers to manipulate the nearby ice, transforming it into towering walls to contain Akiji. 300 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A colossal thunder dragon materialized before Sanders and roared, hurtling toward Akiji. Akiji had no choice but to block Sanders' powerful strike, knowing he couldn't afford to take it lightly. At the same time, 3 Marine vice admirals were approaching the ships. They readied their weapons and braced themselves for the incoming meteors, which were now speeding toward the fleet. Garp, having finally reached the ships, clenched his fist, unleashing his full power with armament Haki and his martial arts in a final attempt to intercept one of the meteors. With a powerful strike, Garp shattered the incoming meteor. Searing fragments splashed into the sea, sizzling as they hit the water. Nearby, 3 Marine vice admirals launched their most powerful attacks, joining forces to destroy another meteor. Akiji managed to break free from Sanders' attacks and rushed toward the fleet. He unleashed his Ice Age technique, but it was already too late. Several meteors crashed into the ships, piercing the decks and snapping the keels. The devastating force obliterated the warships, crushing any unlucky Marines caught in the blast. Some Marines tried to escape, but were flung aside by the intense shockwave, which whipped the sea into towering waves. Countless Marines were lost to the meteors, and only 3 of the original 10 warships remained even remotely intact, though even those were badly damaged by the shockwave. The rest have been reduced to little more than debris. This is terrifying. Nami and Robin looked on in shock at the destruction of the Marine fleet. Neither of them could have imagined that Isho, usually so gentle and good-natured, could unleash such catastrophic force. "Incredible," Sanders said with admiration, crossing his arms as he hovered in the air and approached Akiji and the remaining Marines. "So, shall we keep going?" The faces of the Marines turned grim, especially the vice admirals, whose expressions showed a fierce desire to tear into Sanders and Isho. "Sanders, many of us are students of Zephyr Sensei, elite Marine officers dedicated to fighting pirates," Garp yelled, his veins bulging in anger. "Does that mean anything to me?" Sanders sneered. "I'm a pirate. No matter if you're Marines or pirates, once you're out at sea, you'd better be prepared to risk everything. Did you think this was some kind of game? Instead of wasting time arguing with me, you should be gathering your forces and leaving while you still can." Sanders added. This time, he had done nothing, yet this fleet had come right to his base, fully prepared to take him down. Even if Isho hadn't acted, he would have destroyed this fleet anyway. Did they really think that just because he had once been a Marine, he wouldn't strike against ordinary Marines? "You little brat," Garp growled, his fist clenched as he charged at Sanders with a terrifying iron fist. Sanders met him head-on with the Conqueror's Haki-infused Thunder Fist, refusing to back down. The impact of their clash sent both of them skidding backward. "Still going strong, Garp, even at your age. Let's hope when both of your grandsons become pirates, you'll fight this hard." Sanders mocked with a cold smile. Garp's face darkened. "My grandsons would never become pirates. They're destined to be fine Marines," he retorted angrily. "Is that so? I'll be waiting to see them become Marines," Sanders replied, then turned away from the grim-faced Garp, floating back to join Isho. Isho rose from the ice, and under the watchful eyes of the Marines, the two quickly made their way to the small boat where Nami was waiting. "Uncle Isho, you were amazing. You went toe-to-toe with Garp, the marine hero, and even pulled down meteors from the sky. Nami cheered, throwing her hands in the air in excitement. Isho simply smiled, remaining silent. But Sanders, pretending to be hurt, teased, "And what about me? Wasn't I impressive?" "Of course. You were awesome too, Captain. You had Admiral Akiji on the ropes, and you took out a vice admiral with a single punch." Nami laughed, her admiration clear. "See that, Robin? The Buster Call means nothing in the face of true strength," Sanders said, glancing at Robin with a smile. "Yes," Robin replied calmly, nodding as she looked down at the wreckage of the warships, feeling the shadows of her past beginning to lift. "Sanders, are you sure it's okay to reveal your powers to the Marines?" Robin asked, a hint of concern in her voice after a pause. During this battle, Sanders had used his float fruit ability openly, lifting the island. Nami had even unleashed 2 lightning strikes against a vice admiral, revealing her rumble fruit powers. The clever Marines would definitely piece things together. "It doesn't matter. Even if the Marines figure out, so what?" Sanders replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. "Even if they send their entire force, they still won't be able to do anything to us." With the float fruit ability, the Marines and world government had no chance of tracking him down. Even if the world government had the power to wipe an island off the map, he wasn't some sitting duck waiting to be attacked. As they neared the island, Robin looked thoughtful before finally nodding. Once they reached it, Sanders raised the island high into the sky, an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then began drifting towards the Grand Line. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Garp and the other Marines were busy retrieving any survivors. They had arrived with 5 vice admirals, an admiral, and over 10,000 elite Marines. But by the time they left, 1 vice admiral was critically injured and unconscious, and only about 4,000 elite Marines remained, a devastating loss. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku quickly received news of this catastrophe. The Buster Call, led by 4 vice admirals, Hero Garp, and Admiral Akiji, ended with 1 vice admiral critically injured, most of the fleet destroyed, and heavy Marine casualties. The world is once again shaken by the Thunder God pirates. This time, however, people are talking less about Sanders defeating a vice admiral and more about the mysterious blind swordsman, Isho, who brought down meteors to decimate the fleet and the island that rose back up to 10,000 meters in the sky. He brought down meteors and destroyed most of the fleet. That can't be true. A Buster Call is powerful enough to harm even the 4 emperors. But the Thunder God pirates came out unscathed, and a vice admiral was critically injured. Incredible. That blind swordsman can actually pull meteors down from the sky. Those were meteors, natural disasters capable of obliterating entire villages. No wonder the fleet was destroyed. The bounty for Isho was severely underestimated. If he can go toe-to-toe with Garp and pull down meteors, his bounty should be over $1 billion. Could even the deputies of the 4 emperors pull off such a feat? He's terrifying. I declare, the 5th Emperor of the Sea is about to rise. Really? The Thunder God pirates may have powerful fighters, but they're still small in number. Only Sanders and Isho can really fight, while the 4 emperors control vast territories and have legions of loyal followers. Sanders is still quite a ways off from that. Is Noah going to talk about that island floating back up? That has to be the power of the float fruit. Could it be that the legendary golden lion Shiki isn't dead and has joined the Thunder God pirates? No way. If Shiki were alive, the flying pirates would have regrouped with the Thunder God pirates instead of running amok everywhere. So then, did the Thunder God pirates acquire the float fruit? Do they have another person with float powers? Who knows? But it's clear now that the Marines will never be able to catch the Thunder God pirates. They can just stay up in the sky where no one can find them. Enough speculation. Go read the latest issue of the World Economy News. The Golden Lion Shiki has been confirmed dead. Did anyone notice the new recruit with the Thunder God pirates? The little girl with red hair. Yeah, she was releasing lightning attacks. She must be a devil fruit user, though she seems young and likely not very powerful. The Marines made a massive blunder this time. Even after deploying 2 top forces, they couldn't injure the Thunder God pirates. How is Garp considered top tier? How not? He was one of the Navy's elite of the last generation and the one who pursued the Pirate King, Roger. Pirates across the world eagerly discussed the news, while the atmosphere at Marine headquarters was tense. In the main meeting room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head, looking grim. The loss of thousands of elite Marines and several massive warships had humiliated both the world government and the Marines. Even the 5 elders personally questioned Sengoku. Can anyone explain why we suffered such a massive defeat this time? Sengoku pounded the table angrily. We haven't suffered such losses even when facing the 4 emperors. At that moment, a crisp munching sound broke the silence, and Sengoku's face darkened as he glared at Garp. Damn it, Garp. Is this the time to be eating? Garp stopped mid-bite and offered Sengoku a rice cracker. Want some? You fool. Sengoku's face turned livid. Garp laughed heartily before turning serious. Sengoku, you must have read the battle report. This had nothing to do with me. The island was lifted, and I thought both sides would exchange a few punches and call it a day. That seemed to be Sanders' plan as well, but Garp didn't finish, but everyone understood. Isho attacked the Marine fleet because the other Marines had tried to capture Nico Robin. Even Doberman was seriously injured because he attempted to ambush Sanders. What should have been a scuffle escalated when the Marines aboard the ship, and the vice admirals leading them, decided to act, resulting in this disaster. Vice Admiral Tsuru quickly tried to mediate. They were simply following orders to capture the pirates. This mission failed entirely because we underestimated the strength of the Thunder God pirates. No one expected Isho to be this powerful, nor could anyone have foreseen the island rising back into the sky. Sengoku turned to Garp. Did you manage to gauge Isho's strength? Yes, I've got a clear grasp of his abilities. Whether it's Haki, swordsmanship, or his devil fruit powers, Isho uses them all with impressive mastery. Without a doubt, he's a top-tier fighter. Sanders really managed to recruit an extraordinary person. Gritting his teeth, Sengoku muttered in frustration. Why do fighters of this caliber keep becoming pirates? With so few truly powerful people on the seas, each one that joins the pirates is another formidable enemy for the Marines, adding to the already heavy pressure they face. And what's with this float fruit power? He continued, turning to Aokiji. The float fruit ability is likely in Sanders' possession, Aokiji replied casually, removing his eye mask and stifling a yawn. Having fought Sanders the most, he had a good sense of the man's abilities. During the battle, Aokiji noticed several instances where Sanders seemed to use powers resembling those of the float fruit, like creating massive waves to flood the battleships and obstructing Aokiji's attempts to intervene during the meteor attacks by freezing the surface. Impossible. No one can wield 2 devil fruit powers at the same time. Sengoku snapped, firmly rejecting the idea. This was an iron rule discovered over centuries of experience. Sengoku, Tsuru interjected. The world is vast and full of mysteries. If devil fruits can be artificially created, who's to say someone couldn't wield 2 of them? And remember, we're talking about Sanders here. Sengoku was taken aback for a moment. Tsuru had a point. If devil fruits could indeed be manufactured, then perhaps the idea of someone possessing 2 abilities wasn't so far-fetched. And when it came to Sanders, this was a man who had pulled off countless surprises over the years. It might be an outlandish possibility for others, but for Sanders, it almost seemed plausible. This recent encounter revealed that Sanders possessed swordsmanship on the level of a great swordsman, the advanced Haki technique of Conqueror's coding, and potentially a second devil fruit ability. Though startling, it felt oddly believable coming from him. The 5 elders have sent word. From now on, we are to treat Sanders with the same caution as Whitebeard and avoid engaging him casually, Sengoku announced gravely. With 2 top-level fighters and the float ability in their ranks, the Thunder God pirates had reached a point where they could impact the balance of power in the world. Now, what do we know about the Thunder God pirates' newest member? Sengoku asked. Presently, the Thunder God pirates were a team of only 4. Sanders and Isho were powerhouses in their own right, and Nico Robin, while not particularly strong, possessed abilities that posed a unique threat to both the world government and the Marines. Given this, Sengoku was very interested in learning more about the newest recruit. "We've identified her," the intelligence officer said, opening a dossier. "Her name is Nami, hailing from the East Blue. She goes by the nickname Cat Burglar, and was the reason for the deaths of Arlong and the Marine Captain Izumi in the East Blue. She's skilled in cartography and navigation, and currently serves as the Thunder God Pirates navigator. Her suspected devil fruit ability is..." "What? What devil fruit ability?" Sengoku pressed. "Suspected to be the rumble fruit," the intelligence officer replied hesitantly. "What the heck? Sanders already has the rumble fruit." Sengoku shot back, irritated by the report. "Everyone knows that Sanders ate the rumble fruit. Are you telling me there's a second one? Do you think I'm a fool? You might as well just say it's some random lightning-based paramecia fruit. Based on our intelligence and thorough analysis, it's indeed very likely the rumble fruit," the intelligence officer replied, bracing himself. Sengoku, about to rebuke him, suddenly stopped. He recalled the existence of artificial devil fruits and swallowed his words. The sea was vast and full of the unknown. With such mysteries in play, he couldn't afford to dismiss anything outright. He had to save face as Fleet Admiral. "All right, that's all for now," he said. "Issue a bounty for Cat Burglar Nami," came the order. Initial bounty set at 32 million berries. As the Thunder God Pirates navigator and a suspected wielder of the rumble fruit, her first bounty of 32 million berries was already quite high. Blind Swordsman Isho's bounty has increased to 2 billion berries. His bounty skyrocketed, increasing 5-fold. Sanders' bounty is now at 2.861 billion berries. And Devil Child Nico Robin's bounty has been raised to 110 million berries. The entire Thunder God Pirates crew saw an increase in their bounties, with Isho's rise being the most substantial. Given his considerable power, confirmed by the Marines, and his role in the fleet's devastation, a 5-fold increase seemed justified. Sanders' increase stemmed largely from his recent victory over the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. Nami's high bounty was due to her affiliation with the Thunder God Pirates and her rumored rumble fruit powers, landing her an impressive 32 million for a first bounty. This was an exceptionally high amount for a new bounty in the first half of the Grand Line. Though, if her rumble powers were verified, it could skyrocket into the hundreds of millions. In Cocoyasi village, ever since Nami had set off, Jinzo had been buying newspapers daily, hoping to hear news of her. When he heard about Shiki's defeat, there were mentions of the Thunder God Pirates, but no specifics on Nami's involvement, leaving the villagers concerned. After all, facing a legendary pirate crew was dangerous, and Nami was just a young girl. That morning, as usual, Jinzo arrived at the dock to wait for the news delivery birds. One arrived with a satchel, and after paying, Jinzo unfolded the paper, only to have several bounty posters fall out. Among them, Jinzo's eyes widened when he saw Nami's. Cat Burglar Nami, navigator of the Thunder God Pirates, bounty, 32 million berries, alive or dead. He was shocked. Nami's first bounty was incredibly high. The tyrant Arlong, who had previously ruled over them, had only a bounty of 20 million berries, which was a significant amount for the East Blue. But now, this little girl from their village had a bounty of over 30 million. Without delay, Jinzo rushed back to the village, shouting, "There's news of Nami." "Nami's got news." The villagers, who had been worried, gathered around him eagerly. "Wow, little Nami's doing amazing. She's already worth 32 million berries. This is great. A bounty poster means she's safe." "Huh, and that Isho guy is now worth over 1 billion berries. That's incredible." "And Sanders, worth 2.8 billion now. It's hard to believe such a notorious pirate once visited our little village and even shared drinks with us," someone remarked, awestruck. "Let's tell Nojiko. She's been worried sick these past few days. We should throw a feast to celebrate." Our Coco village has produced a big-name pirate." But Jinzo's face turned stern. "A feast?" he retorted. "Our village is now home to a pirate, which brings shame to us all. Everyone, go home and remind your children not to follow in Nami's footsteps." With that, he clutched the bounty poster and headed toward Nojiko's house, leaving the other villagers in puzzled silence. "What's with Jinzo? Isn't he happy?" someone asked curiously. "Pissish. I saw him smiling from ear to ear as he turned away," the village doctor chuckled. "He's just worried the Marines might cause trouble for us or make things harder for little Nami. After all, Coco Village had produced a pirate, and who knew how the Marines might react? Jinzo was just trying to protect everyone. What's there to worry about? The new Marine base captain seems easygoing. He's even helped us fend off some small-time pirates lately. Ever since the Thunder God pirates left, a Marine vessel had been patrolling near Cocoyasi village, which made the villagers nervous at first. They feared the Marines might retaliate against the village for Nami joining a pirate crew. But to their surprise, these Marines were quite understanding. Not only did they never mention Nami, but they even lent a hand in dealing with minor pirate threats and helped the villagers when they ran into trouble at sea. The new captain, who replaced Captain Izumi, had explained his motives. He wasn't exactly thrilled to be posted there, but knew that if Cocoyasi village were to be attacked by pirates, Sanders himself might come looking for him, which wouldn't end well. Besides, he owed his promotion entirely to Cocoyasi village, so showing goodwill seemed like the right choice. Why not do a good deed here and there? The sea isn't just about fighting, it's about connections too. And who knows? Small gestures now might save me in the future, he'd thought to himself. High in the sky, an altitude of 10,000 meters, Sanders and his crew remain unaware of the commotion their recent clash with the Marines has caused below. After the battle, Sanders directs the floating island towards the skies above Jaya Island. This is the Sky Island. Nami gasps in amazement as they approach the realm of the gods. She marvels at the sight, clouds that act like the sea, capable of supporting ships and hosting strange sea creatures. Robin is equally curious about this white sea, especially anticipating the possibility of finding historical poneglyphs in this heavenly realm. Their sudden appearance quickly alerts the Sky Islanders and the Shandians. The nearby patrols immediately report the arrival of several landmasses. Not good, Gonfall. Several islands have appeared around the realm of the gods. A patrol guard rushes to inform Gonfall on Angel Island, looking panicked. Since Sanders' arrival and his defeat of Enel, the title of god has passed to Sanders, while Gonfall has resumed his previous position and name. Islands? Gonfall asks in disbelief. Yes, just like the island of the gods, these islands have solid land. And there's not just one. They're all substantial in size, with the smallest as large as the island of the gods, the guard reports. Have Ashandians been notified? Gonfall inquires further. They were with us when the islands appeared. They've likely already set up defenses around the new islands, the guard replies. Since Enel's defeat, Sanders has encouraged the Shandians and Angel Islanders to coexist peacefully, with each group maintaining its own patrol force under Sanders' orders to jointly protect the realm of the gods. Gather everyone and prepare for defense. Gonfall orders. Are we taking over these islands? One guard asks excitedly, eager at the prospect. Since losing their former lands, many Angel Islanders feel disheartened. While they currently occupy land, it was given to them by another, and nothing compares to owning their own territory. The sudden appearance of new islands has sparked their desire to reclaim lands. Gonfall, however, disapproves of using force to take land, as he's always favored peaceful solutions. No, we must protect the island of the gods and Angel Island and prepare in case these newcomers intend to invade us. The guards, though slightly disappointed, understand the importance of defense. After all, no one knows if the occupants of the new islands will be friends or foes. If they prove to be hostile and powerful, the guards will be more concerned with protecting their homes than expanding their lands. Meanwhile, the Shandians, led by Wiper, head toward the new islands as well. The two forces meet at the border, and Wiper casts a cold glance at the Angel Island guards without speaking. Although still wary of the Angel Islanders, both groups avoid conflict, recognizing that they now share allegiance to the same god. As Gonfall stares at the new islands before him, he can hardly believe his eyes. He had never seen so many islands at once. Compared to this cluster, the island of the gods seemed minuscule. He could only hope these islands weren't a sign of trouble. "Wiper, you're here too," Gonfall said with a smile, riding his odd-looking Pegasus as he greeted Wiper. "As Shandians, of course we're here," Wiper replied with a stern expression. "This is the territory of our god. No one can invade here. We'll destroy any intruder." Wiper's people felt a deep gratitude towards Sanders, who had restored their homeland to them. Wiper was no exception. "That's good," Gonfall nodded. "But let's approach this peacefully if possible. If conflict arises, we must work together. Otherwise, if the god returns, none of us will have a good explanation for him." "We're not idiots," Wiper said coldly, hoisting a rocket launcher onto his shoulder. Just then, they noticed a ship approaching, adorned with a pirate flag they didn't recognize. "A pirate flag? Everyone prepare yourselves. Pirates often aren't very friendly," Gonfall warned, his face serious as he eyed the ship drawing near. "Wiper, Gonfall, you're here," Sanders called from the ship's railing, sensing their presence with his observation Haki. "God!" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Sanders. At least he wasn't an intruder. "Captain, why are they calling you God?" Nami asked from aboard the ship, curious. "Here, God is just a title, similar to being called a king," Sanders explained. The new Thunder God docked on the White Sea as Sanders stepped off to greet Wiper and Gonfall. "God, you've returned," Gonfall said respectfully. "These islands, did you bring them here?" "Yes, I did," Sanders replied. Both the Angel Islanders and the Shandians stared at him in awe. To have transported so many islands, it was unimaginable power. "The arrangement to share land with the Shandians is no longer needed," Sanders announced. "I'll assign one of these islands for your people to use." "Really?" Gonfall's face lit up. After 400 years of possessing land, its importance to the Angel Islanders was undeniable. Though they had relinquished most of it to the Shandians, being able to cultivate their own land again without conflict was a thrilling prospect. "Of course," Sanders said with a smile. "Aside from the largest island, you may choose any one of the others. I'll have it anchored close to Angel Island." Gonfall and his guards bowed deeply in gratitude to Sanders, overwhelmed with appreciation. At this moment, Gonfall and the residents of Angel Island felt a deep, genuine respect for Sanders. It wasn't only because Sanders had gifted them a new island, but also due to the powerful display of strength he demonstrated by controlling multiple islands and bringing them to the land of the gods. This was strength on a whole other level. "This is Isho, my first mate. From now on, what he says is as if I've said it myself. Usually, I won't be managing day-to-day matters." Sanders introduced Isho to Wiper and Gonfall. "Mr. Isho," Wiper and Gonfall greeted him. "Wiper, please escort Robin and Nami to Shandora. They're interested in seeing the historical poneglyphs and the City of Gold," Sanders instructed Wiper. "And, Gonfall, you can go ahead and choose your island." Afterward, Robin and Nami went off with Wiper to the ruins, while Isho led some base residents in trading with the Sky Islanders, especially for the useful shells. Shortly after, Gonfall selected an island, and Sanders personally moved it near Angel Island. Hearing that their god had gifted them a new island, the people of Angel Island were overjoyed and eagerly went to explore their new land, their faces beaming with happiness. The Shandians and Angel Islanders also began trading with residents from the main island, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the land of the gods. After a few days, Sanders prepared to depart. Before leaving, he selected a few individuals from both the Shandians and Angel Islanders to join his new guard stationed at the base. Similarly, he selected a few people from the base to join the guard, bringing some life to the previously sparse palace. Sanders' next destination was the North Blue. There, he intended to recruit a new crewmate. In the North Blue, on a small island, The Heart Pirates had just finished a meal and were heading to the port to set off on their next adventure. Their captain, Trafalgar Law, wore a fuzzy, leopard-spotted winter hat. He carried a sword on his left shoulder while toying with a coin in his right hand. Law had black tattoos on his hands and forearms, with a large heart-shaped tattoo on his chest and shoulders. Accompanying him were his two longtime friends, Penguin Shiki and a polar bear named Beepo. Just then, Law suddenly stopped, his gaze turning serious as he looked toward a dark alleyway. "What's up, Law?" Penguin asked, stopping beside him. Shiki tugged on Penguin's sleeve, pointing ahead. In the alley, 4 figures stood, their faces obscured by shadows. "Are they enemies?" Penguin asked, visibly tense. At that moment, one of the figures stepped forward. The man leading them was over 2 meters tall, slowly walking toward them. "Trafalgar Law," the man said, his voice echoing in the narrow alley. "They call you the Surgeon of Death, don't they? A paramecia-type devil fruit user with the power of the Nami fruit. That devil fruit is rumored to be worth 5 billion berries." Law immediately raised his sword from his shoulder, gripping it defensively. "Who are you?" The man stepped out of the shadows and introduced himself. "The name's Sanders, captain of the Thunder God Pirates." The figure was indeed Sanders, who had journeyed from the Sky Islands to North Blue, his ability to sense all things making it easy to locate Law and his crew. "The Thunder God Pirates? Is it really the Thunder God Pirates I'm thinking of?" Penguin exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, so you know of us. That makes things easier." Sanders raised an eyebrow, somewhat amused. He thought he'd have to do more talking. "Captain Sanders, may I ask what brings you to see me?" Law tried to maintain his composure despite the pressure of being face-to-face with a pirate worth over 2 billion berries. "My ship needs a doctor. I'd like to invite you to join my crew as a crewmate," Sanders stated directly. "To join your crew?" Law looked surprised. After all, Sanders was a highly sought-after pirate with one of the highest bounties on the sea, while he was just a rookie pirate who had barely set out. There was hardly any common ground between them. "Of course. You're a remarkable doctor," Sanders replied. "But I already have my own crew," Law began, hesitant. Since Sanders mentioned the Nami fruit, he feared Sanders might want him to perform the perpetual youth surgery, similar to Doflamingo. He knew from Wolf, the elderly inventor who had taken him in after he acquired the Nami fruit, that it could grant eternal life to someone. Sanders seemed to understand his concerns. "Your crew is welcome aboard as well. And you don't need to worry. I have no interest in the immortality surgery." "You know about the immortality surgery?" Law's eyes widened. "You don't desire eternal life?" "No one can say if immortality is a gift or a curse," Sanders chuckled. "And besides, the Nami fruit isn't the only thing in this world capable of extending life. I know several other methods myself. In the pirate world, there were indeed various ways to extend one's life: dragon bones from 1,000-year dragons, pure gold, and more. With his abilities, Sanders could easily obtain these materials and even use his knowledge to refine them, ensuring each crewmate enjoyed a long life. Isho and the others behind Sanders weren't at all surprised by his knowledge of ways to achieve immortality. Sanders always seemed to know so much, leaving them in awe time and time again. Like how effortlessly he'd found Law. "So, you don't have to worry about me wanting the immortality surgery," Sanders continued. "Besides, Law, don't you want revenge?" "Revenge?" Law's eyes flashed. "Doflamingo, of course. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea and extremely powerful. And he killed Rosinante, didn't he? Isn't he your true enemy?" Sanders revealed this secret, one that few knew. "How? What do you know about that?" Law's expression was filled with disbelief. Even his crew didn't fully know this part of his past. How could Sanders? "That's not your concern," Sanders replied, smiling. "What matters now is this. Will you join us?" Listening to Sanders' proposal, Law fell silent. Revenge was something he certainly wanted. He had set sail with the dream of one day bringing down Doflamingo. But now, faced with the invitation of a pirate as infamous as Sanders, he found himself questioning if he really had the choice to refuse. "Captain Sanders, I need to discuss this with my crew," Law finally said after a moment of hesitation. No problem, Sanders agreed with a nod. Law pulled his 3 crew members aside and asked, "What do you all think?" "What do we think?" "You're the captain." "Of course. It's up to you to make the call," one of them replied. "But I think we should join them," Penguin chimed in. "Sanders has a bounty of over 2 billion. If we refuse, will he get angry and kill us?" He glanced nervously in Sanders' direction. "I doubt it. He's a well-known and respected figure in the sea," Shachi said, though not entirely convinced. "Whatever decision you make, we'll go along with it. Besides, you didn't set sail to become Pirate King. Our dream wasn't that ambitious. And joining the Thunder God Pirates wouldn't be so bad," Shachi added. "At least this way, we wouldn't have to worry about the Marines and the world government hunting you down because of the ope fruit," he continued. "Honestly, getting an invitation from Sanders himself shows he's giving us a lot of respect. The Thunder God Pirates are so powerful that this is practically on par with an offer from one of the Yonko," Shachi concluded. "Traveling with the Thunder God Pirates would definitely broaden our horizons," Penguin added. "If we keep going alone, it could take us ages to bring down a warlord of the sea." Law was tempted by their words. He hadn't come out to sea to find treasure or become the Pirate King. His primary goal was to get revenge for Corazon, and in some ways, he felt he had things in common with Sanders. Law's parents had died due to the world government's policies, and Sanders' adoptive father had been killed by the world nobles. Both had reason to hold a grudge against the world government. The difference was that Sanders already had the strength to act on that grudge, while he was still weak. "But what about the Heart Pirates?" Law asked, hesitating at the thought of disbanding the crew he had worked hard to form. "We could just change it to the Heart Medical Unit," Shachi suggested. "You'd be the ship doctor and still be our leader." "Sanders did say we could join as well," he added. "All right, then it's decided. We'll join the Thunder God Pirates," Law said, finally making up his mind. He walked back over to Sanders. "I'm willing to join the Thunder God Pirates, but as you said, my crewmates need to join as well. We can form a medical team on board." "Of course, my ship doctor," Sanders replied with a smile. Recruiting Law turned out to be a smooth process. With Sanders' reputation and his promise to help Law with his vengeance, there was no reason for Law to refuse, or perhaps he didn't really have a choice. "This is Isho, the vice captain of the Thunder God Pirates. This is Robin, our archaeologist, and this is Nami, the navigator and sea chart master," Sanders introduced them. "Welcome to the crew." The members of the Thunder God Pirates warmly welcomed Law and his crew. Law, in turn, introduced his own crew members. Nami was fascinated by Bepo, the mink, as she had never met one of his kind before. Meanwhile, the 2 crews prepared to set sail from the port. Both the Thunder God ship and Law's submarine were docked there, ready for their journey. "Is this the Thunder God ship?" Penguin gasped, staring at the massive ship, which dwarfed their submarine. "Everyone, board the ship. We're heading for the Grand Line," Sanders said to Law. "What about our submarine?" Law asked, feeling reluctant to leave behind the gift they'd received from the old man wolf. "Easy fix," Sanders said with a snap of his fingers. The submarine floated up, rising from the water and hovering before landing gently on the deck. "Our submarine is flying." The former Heart Pirates stared wide-eyed as they watched it settle safely onto the deck. "All aboard," Sanders said. Law and his crew boarded, amazed by everything on the ship. It was far bigger than before, with a full 8 floors above the deck, each floor filled with rooms. Even if they multiplied their crew tenfold, there would still be plenty of space for everyone to have their own room. Once everyone was on board, Sanders focused, and the mighty ship began to lift into the air, much to Law and his crew's astonishment. Sabaody Archipelago. The Thunder God ship descended slowly into the port at Sabaody Archipelago, where the Thunder God pirates planned to rest for a few days before heading to Fishman Island. They also intended to get a protective coating for the ship. As the ship sailed into port, those onshore and on nearby ships recognized the flag of the Thunder God pirates, their faces turning pale with shock. That's the Thunder God pirates," someone exclaimed. The Thunder God pirates, with a captain worth 2.8 billion berries and a vice captain worth 2 billion? Are they here to take on the world government? Oh ho! Is Sanders finally aiming for the Yonko's throne? I wonder which emperor he'll go after first. I wonder if they're recruiting. A ship that size must need a lot of crew members. You're dreaming. The Thunder God pirates would never take someone like you. Hey, do you want to die? I'm a pirate with a 30 million buried bounty. Get lost. A 30 million bounty is nothing. The crowd of pirates argued, and scuffles broke out among them. Go alert the authorities. The Thunder God pirates have arrived on the Sabaody Archipelago. A marine spy disguised in civilian clothing whispered urgently into a din-din mushi, reporting to the marine stationed on the island. On the Thunder Mountain, Sanders stood on deck. Here we are, the Sabaody Archipelago. We'll be resting here for a few days, he announced, gathering the crew around him. Feel free to explore the island and pick up any supplies we need. By now, the crew of the Thunder Mountain had grown significantly, not only with Law and his friends, but also with a group of people from the Land of Peace who had formed the God's Guard under Wappa's lead to help manage things on the large ship. After spending time together, Law and his friends had started to blend in well with the crew. Law, Shiki, and Penguin had even formed a medical team to treat any injuries or illnesses on board, while Beepo, like Nami, took on the role of navigator. Hearing Sanders' words, the crew cheered, and even Isho cracked a smile. Robin, let's go shopping. I want to buy clothes. Nami excitedly grabbed Robin's hand, rushing eagerly toward the island. Captain Sanders, we're off. Law called as he and his crew also disembarked, eager to explore the Sabaody Archipelago. This island was famous throughout the seas. Every pirate hoping to reach the New World would stop here first. Law and his crew were also full of curiosity about the place. Isho, as usual, headed straight for the casino. Aren't you going to explore? Sanders asked Wiper and his men. Captain, we'll stay behind and guard the ship. Once some of the others return, we'll take turns, Wiper replied earnestly. Although Sanders had instructed him to address him as captain, Wiper still wasn't quite used to it. Now dressed like the people of the Blue Sea, he no longer wore the simple attire from Skypiea. No one would dare come aboard. Sanders pointed to the Thunder God's flag flying proudly above the ship. Seeing Wiper's determined expression, though, he shrugged and said, All right, suit yourself. I'm off to meet an old friend. With that, he floated towards the direction of Sabaody Archipelago. After Sanders left, Wiper diligently trained in martial arts on deck, as did the other crew members. Compared to the other crew members who had various devil fruit abilities, the God's Guard members knew their strength was lacking. They were eager to improve, knowing that the New World was rumored to be terrifyingly dangerous. They could end up as nothing more than foot soldiers if they didn't push their limits. Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. It was a hot day, and the bar was packed with people cooling off with chill drinks, gathered in small groups, boasting and swapping stories. Sanders walked in and immediately spotted Shiki, sitting at the bar, her usual cigarette in hand, smoke swirling around her. A renowned pirate. What brings you here? Shiki teased, glancing at Sanders. It's only been a few months since you left, and you're already making big waves on the seas. What? Not welcoming an old friend? Sanders replied, casually, taking a seat at the bar. I'll take a cold beer. Oh, you're welcome, but whenever you're around, my business tends to suffer, Shiki said, handing him a bottle of beer and nodding towards the patrons in the bar. Sanders looked around and noticed several people looking alarmed at his presence, hurriedly dropping money on the counter and leaving. Clearly, they'd recognized him. The Grand Line was a far cry from the Four Seas. Back there, Sanders could walk down the street, and no one would recognize him. Here, even the casual newspaper readers knew his face. Not my fault. I haven't done anything, Sanders said with a slight grin, cracking open the beer. Well, you're a pirate now. A fearsome one at that, with a reputation for destroying marine ships and causing all kinds of chaos, Shiki replied with a laugh. Those Marines always come after me first. I don't go looking for trouble with those small fry Marines, Sanders shrugged. Only the top brass in the Marines can hold my interest. He wasn't interested in anyone below the level of an admiral. Only by fighting the strongest could he improve his own abilities. Admirals, however, their devil fruit powers fascinated him. So, are you heading for the New World this time? Shiki asked, intrigued. Yeah, I've more or less wrapped up my business in the four seas. It's time to meet the emperors, Sanders nodded without hesitation. Are you going through Fishman Island, or just flying straight across? The newspapers had reported that the Thunder God pirates had used the float fruit to lift an entire island during the Buster Call attack. So, everyone on the seas knew that the Thunder God pirates had gained the power of the float fruit. Though who had eaten it remained a mystery. Shiki didn't ask any further questions. Fishman Island. I haven't been there yet, so it's the perfect chance to check it out. I heard it's part of Whitebeard's territory. Sanders said. Yes, Shiki replied. Fishmen and mermaids are often captured and sold, and even with Jinbei as a warlord, he couldn't completely stop it. But once Whitebeard claimed Fishman Island as his territory, the trafficking dropped significantly. Fishmen, and especially mermaids, particularly female ones, fetched high prices, attracting pirates and hunters. Since Whitebeard protected the island, the situation had improved, which had strengthened Jinbei's bond with the Whitebeard pirates. Despite being a government-affiliated warlord, Jinbei would often sneak over to see them. Let Rayleigh handle the coding for me, Sanders suggested. Oh, he'll definitely charge you an arm and a leg, Shiki replied, chuckling. I don't mind. I'm not short on money. Sanders suddenly added, by the way, next time you see a member of the Kuja pirates, pass a message to Hancock for me. Tell her I'll be searching the New World for what she asked for. Shiki raised an eyebrow. Looking for what? No need to worry about that. Just pass along the message, Sanders said with a casual wave of his hand. Shiki gave him a long look. You're not up to something, are you? Sanders kept a straight face. We're allies with the Kuja pirates. There's no ulterior motive here. Shaki's smirk said otherwise. Well, I'm off to find Rayleigh. I promised someone I'd relay a message to him. Sanders grabbed a few more beers, then walked out of the bar. Shiki waved goodbye, mentally tallying the berries left by earlier customers. After a while, she took a drag of her cigarette and muttered, That kid didn't pay, did he? A little while later, Sanders strolled through the Sabaody Archipelago, eventually finding Rayleigh fishing by a steep shore. Tossing him a beer, he greeted him with a smile. Good to see you again, Rayleigh. Rayleigh caught the bottle, bit off the cap, and took a swig. Hasn't been that long, has it? With you relaxing here fishing, I'm guessing you sold yourself for a decent price again, Sanders joked, sitting on a rock nearby. Enough to cover the bar tab for a month or so. Rayleigh chuckled, then sighed. But I'm getting old. Those slavers are offering me less and less. If you're short on cash, just go rob some pirates. Why go through the trouble? Sanders laughed. I'd rather not alert the Marines to my whereabouts. I like my retirement quiet, Rayleigh grinned. Sanders nodded. Fine. Coat the Thunder God for me. I'm heading to the New World. Why not just fly across? Rayleigh asked. I want to go through Fishman Island, Sanders replied. Rayleigh paused, giving him a sidelong look. No need to go overboard. Overboard? Sanders was confused. Not planning on hunting down Hatchon for revenge, are you? Rayleigh clarified. After Arlong's downfall, Hatchon had returned to Cocoyasi village briefly before fleeing to Rayleigh, terrified. Oh, that, Sanders chuckled, realizing Rayleigh's concern. Arlong's dead. That's enough. I have no interest in hunting anyone else down. I would have let him go, even if he was there at the time. For your sake, Sanders said with a smile. All right, I overthought it, Rayleigh replied, adjusting his glasses and smiling. By the way, I ran into the Pirate King's doctor at Reverse Mountain. I mentioned you, and he asked me to send his regards, Sanders continued, sharing a bit about Crocus's current situation. He's still alive, huh? That's great to hear. Rayleigh smiled warmly. Thank you for bringing me this news. Rayleigh nodded and added, and with your leniency toward Hatchon, the coding for your ship is on the house this time. Thank you, Sanders replied, not one to refuse a favor. Your ship's still at the port, right? Do you need it moved to a specific spot? Rayleigh asked. The port is fine. I appreciate it, Sanders responded. We'll stay on Sabaody Archipelago for a few days to get everything ready before we set off. Rayleigh nodded with a slight smile, indicating he understood. Looks like Sengoku won't be getting much sleep these days, Rayleigh laughed. Especially now that the Thunder God pirates have gained the float fruit ability. He's probably afraid you'll storm Marineford or even the Holy Land Mariewa, like Golden Lion Shiki did. I'm not as reckless as Shiki, Sanders chuckled. I'm not about to go throwing myself at Marineford. If Shiki had just dropped a few islands and escaped, Garp and Sengoku wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But he chose to face both Garp and Sengoku head-on, refusing to retreat even when he was outmatched. It was no wonder he got caught. Sanders had no intention of ending up as Douglas Bullett's cellmate. Sengoku had likely already strengthened Marineford's defenses after hearing of his arrival on Sabaody Archipelago. With the Kainu stationed in the New World, Marine HQ still had Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru as formidable forces nearby. And with Mariewa not too far away, they could quickly call upon the Five Elders or the Holy Knights if needed. Only a fool would charge into Marineford under such conditions. Once you're heading for Fishman Island, I'll ask Hachi to guide you, Rayleigh offered. Sure, whatever you think is best, Sanders replied with a stretch. Without a Fishman guide, finding Fishman Island could indeed be challenging. All right, you enjoy yourself. I'll see to the coding for your ship, Rayleigh said. After reminiscing, Sanders waved goodbye and wandered back into Sabaody Archipelago. Not long after Sanders left, Rayleigh turned towards the ocean and spoke. You can come out now, Hachi. Sanders is gone. A six-armed, octopus fishman emerged from the water, with the mark of the Sun Pirates on his forehead. His eyes held a mix of terror as he gazed in the direction Sanders had left. Rayleigh, are you sure he won't come after me? Hachi asked, trembling. He's terrifying. He electrocuted Arlong's entire crew to cinders, and they crumbled to dust on contact. Don't worry, Rayleigh assured. He said he wouldn't harm you, and a man of his strength doesn't lie. Plus, do you really think hiding in the water would have kept him from sensing you? You mean, he knew I was there? Hachi's eyes widened in horror, his body shaking. Of course. You should know by now he has observation Haki, Rayleigh replied with a smile. So don't worry, just show him the way in a few days. Hachi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded quietly. Sabaody Archipelago, a clothing store. Robin took the outfit she liked and entered the fitting room. She removed her coat, revealing her graceful figure, and was about to try on the clothes when a man's voice drifted over from the adjacent fitting room. Nico, Robin. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the clothes, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Aokiji. She recognized the voice immediately. It was Admiral Aokiji. Have you finally found a place where you belong? Nico, Robin. Aokiji's calm voice came from the other side. Yes, the captain and the others are trustworthy companions, Robin replied softly as she put on the new coat she intended to buy. Are you here to arrest me? Admiral Aokiji? No, Aokiji said, falling silent afterward, leaving his reason for being there a mystery. After a long pause, Robin spoke first. Thank you, Mr. Aokiji. Aokiji sounded slightly surprised from the next stall. Thank you for sparing Saul. Saul is my friend, but how did you know he was still alive? Aokiji asked, sounding puzzled. Years ago, he had indeed spared Saul, who had since lived in hiding, his survival unknown to others. So how did Robin know? Sanders told me, Robin replied, a slight smile forming on her lips. Even though she trusted Sanders, hearing confirmation from Aokiji that Saul was alive brought her genuine joy. Sanders, huh? That guy seems to know quite a bit, Aokiji mused. But I wonder, why did he invite you onto his ship? Our captain knows more than you think, and he's far stronger than you realize, Robin replied calmly. Since joining the Thunder God Pirates, I've read 2 poneglyphs, yet he's never asked me about the contents. She mentally added that he already knew well what was recorded on them. Is that so? He sounds like quite the partner. Congratulations, Nico, Robin. So keep on living well, Aokiji said softly. Let's see how that seed Saul protected with his life will grow. Robin heard the sound of a door opening next door. She quickly put on her clothes and exited the fitting room, but Aokiji had already vanished. Just then, Nami entered the store, laden with bags and packages hanging from every limb. Robin, have you decided yet? Let's check out some other shops. We should pick up a few things for the captain and the others, too. Picked everything I need. Let's go, Robin replied with a smile. and they continued their shopping spree. Sanders strolled through the streets, a beer in hand. He had been scanning the entire island with observation Haki, but he hadn't detected any sign of the celestial dragons. "Bad luck, I guess," he muttered. Just as he was about to look for a place to grab some food, he suddenly stopped and turned his head in another direction. In a small alleyway, he spotted Akiji leaning against a wall. "Hey, Kazan, it's you again," Sanders called out, smiling. "Why didn't Sengoku send that guy Borsellino?" He casually tossed 2 bottles of beer to Akiji. "Give me a quick chill on these, will you? What do you think I am, a fridge?" Akiji sighed, but he caught the bottles, froze one, and tossed it back to Sanders. "You better not cause any trouble here," Akiji warned. Sengoku had sent him to keep an eye on Sanders, hoping to prevent any chaos on Sabaody Archipelago. If they'd sent Borsellino, it would almost certainly have led to a massive conflict. Sengoku preferred to let the Thunder God pirates head off to the New World and clash with the Emperors rather than provoke another fight right now. If those battles led to injuries or casualties, it would benefit the Marines after all. "Well, that's unfortunate," Sanders said, raising an eyebrow. "I was just planning to toss the whole Sabaody Archipelago at Sengoku's doorstep." "Are you kidding me? Sabaody has a population in the millions. Do you plan to kill them all?" Akiji asked sharply, knowing Sanders had the power to do it. After all, the islands floating in the sky earlier were proof enough. Sabaody Archipelago, as a starting point island, housed countless merchants, pirates, and marines, easily over 1 million people. "Not my problem." Sanders shrugged nonchalantly. "Unless you spar with me, I'll go ahead and drop an island on Marineford," Sanders demanded, facing Akiji. They had already fought twice before, and Sanders had nearly mastered the ice fruit's abilities. One more fight, and he'd be able to fully integrate its power, a skill he'd long coveted. Not only would it allow him to create advantageous battle terrain, but it would also come in handy for cooling things down during the summer. A fight. Akiji squinted, suspecting Sanders had some ulterior motive. "Yeah, fight. After all, I'll be around Sabaody Archipelago for a few days anyway." "A good sparring match would be fun," Sanders replied nonchalantly. "Besides, when was the last time you improved your skills? Sparring with someone strong is the only way to get better. Otherwise, before you know it, I'll be strong enough to take you out in seconds." Sanders sounded perfectly serious, which made Akiji twitch. At their level, any improvement, even a tiny one, was almost impossible. But this guy was a freak, growing visibly stronger every time they crossed paths. Sometimes Akiji even felt nervous for Borsellino. At the rate Sanders was advancing, Kizaru would eventually be in trouble. "Have you decided?" Sanders urged. "If you don't agree, I'm going to start moving these islands." As soon as he said that, Akiji felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble as if an earthquake were taking place. Even though he knew it would be difficult to lift Sabaody Archipelago, since it was essentially a giant cluster of trees with exposed roots forming islands above the sea, he couldn't be sure Sanders wouldn't find a way to uproot the entire place. "I'll do it," Akiji sighed, giving in. Sanders stopped using his float powers immediately. Truthfully, he couldn't actually lift all of Sabaody with the roots anchored deep in the ocean bed. It would take a ridiculous amount of time to sever them. "All right, let's go find a secluded spot," Sanders said. They quickly moved to a remote area of Sabaody Archipelago where the battle began. Unlike their previous 2 encounters, this one was more of a sparring match, with both of them holding back. Not far from the battlefield, a Marine scout was watching and quickly reported back. "Urgent. Sanders and Admiral Akiji have started fighting." At Marine Base 66 on Sabaody Archipelago, the officer in charge immediately contacted Sengoku. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akiji has engaged Sanders. Should we seize this opportunity to capture other members of the Thunder God pirates?" On the other end, Sengoku quickly ordered, "Don't make any rash moves. Fighting the Thunder God pirates isn't something we can just initiate on a whim. As long as they don't cause trouble on the island, let them be. Your primary duty is to ensure the safety of Sabaody Archipelago until they depart for the New World." "Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Sengoku hung up with a sigh. The Thunder God pirates had grown too formidable for direct confrontation. Yes, this was an opportunity to arrest crew members like Nico Robin, the Demon Child, or Nami, the cat burglar, but capturing them now would be reckless. With Sanders and Isho still free, any rash move to detain the crew would only enrage Sanders, especially now that he possessed the powers of the float fruit. At any moment, Sanders could pose a massive threat to Marineford and even the Holy Land, Mariewa. Sengoku had come to understand this well. As long as no one provoked Sanders, the most he would likely do was kill a few celestial dragons, leaving innocent civilians unharmed. The death of some celestial dragons wasn't worth getting too worked up over, even if it meant putting up with the Five Elders' complaints. But if they truly angered Sanders, the death of countless elite Marines would be a far greater loss. So upon learning that the Thunder God pirates had arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, Sengoku simply sent Aokiji to keep an eye on them and refrain from taking further action. The real priority was to send Sanders off to the New World, where he could create as much chaos as he liked. And if he happened to take down a few notorious pirates, all the better. On the battlefield where Sanders and Aokiji clashed, lightning flashed and ice fragments scattered. As they fought, Sanders kept pestering Aokiji for tips on how to develop ice-based abilities, which was starting to irritate Aokiji. What are you asking all this for? You don't even have the ice fruit. Aokiji finally snapped. What if I get it one day? Sanders chuckled, giving Aokiji a knowing look. Aokiji's expression grew serious as he recalled Sanders' mastery over the float fruit. What's going on with you? He asked. Why do you have multiple powers? Curious? Sanders grinned. Join my crew, and I'll tell you. Sanders was still trying to recruit Aokiji. If he could get Aokiji on board, the Thunder God pirates would be a formidable force, even against the Marines' top fighters like Akainu, Kizaru, Sengoku, and Garp. 3 against 4 might be tough, but at least they'd stand chance. And if needed, Sanders could push himself to take on 2 of them. Don't be ridiculous. I'm a Marine, Aokiji replied, his face darkening as he launched an ice pheasant attack. So what? Sanders replied, shattering the icy bird with a bolt of lightning. Don't forget, I was a Marine once too. And Garp's own son also left the Marines, didn't he? If you're fighting for justice, why limit yourself to titles, Kazan? You even know about Dragon? You were only in the Marines for 2 years. How do you know so much? Aokiji asked, clearly puzzled. It was one thing that Sanders knew Saul was alive, but to know about Dragon too? Dragon had left the Marines over a decade ago, and only veteran vice admirals even knew the details. That Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, also known as Monkey D., Luffy's father, was now the most wanted man in the world. I know plenty. Sanders smirked. If the government knew half the things Garp's been involved in, they'd consider it a betrayal. He secretly protected and raised the bloodline of the Pirate King himself. And with a son who's the world's most dangerous criminal, he's still free to walk around as a Marine hero. Think about it, Kazan. Join me, and you'll uncover secrets beyond imagination. Immortality, the truth of the world, and even the 3 ancient weapons of legend. Join us, and I'll tell you everything. Aokiji looked unconvinced. Are you serious? How could you possibly know any of that? Believe it or not, I know more than you think, Sanders replied with a grin. His knowledge of the world's secrets was a huge advantage. He didn't know every detail, but it was enough to shock anyone. We should have used every resource we had to capture you the moment you showed up. Aokiji's expression grew darker. Immortality, the truth of the world, ancient weapons. Any one of these could drive people to madness. If Sanders really held even a trace of knowledge about them, who knew what kind of chaos he could unleash upon the world? Even if he knew nothing concrete, his influence alone could spark disorder. With a bounty of 2.8 billion and his notoriety, a single word from Sanders could send countless pirates into a frenzy, much like how Roger's final words ignited the great pirate era. Sanders might not be as legendary as Roger, but he still had the power to create chaos. The world was already unstable enough. Aokiji didn't want to see it plunge in a further disorder. Yeah, it's a shame you missed your chance, Sanders replied with a faint smile. Had the Marines sent 3 or 4 of their top forces when he first arrived at Sabaody Archipelago fresh out of Impel Down, escaping would have been nearly impossible. But he knew that was unrealistic. Sengoku would never deploy that much high-level power in one place. The world is vast, and the Marines have countless territories to control. Each high-ranking force is incredibly valuable, so the Marines won't mobilize all their top fighters unless absolutely necessary. If another pirate crew were to cause trouble at the same time, Sengoku couldn't bear the consequences. Kazan, don't tell the Marines or the world government what I just told you, okay? Otherwise, I can't promise that I won't make Garp's actions public, Sanders reminded with a smirk. He shared so much with Kazan because he valued him, but he had no intention of letting the rest of the Marines know how much he actually knew. Kazan was silent, and his attacks grew more forceful. Sanders didn't mind. In fact, he was quite pleased. He was close to fully replicating the powers of the ice-size fruit. The two fought near the coast for an entire day and night. Though they didn't go all out, the intensity was still staggering. The Marines monitoring the fight, as well as nearby pirates, were left in awe. This is terrifying. So, this is the strength of a great pirate and a Marine admiral? Just being in the area would kill me from the shockwaves alone. They've been fighting for a whole day and night. I wonder if they're as resilient in other ways, too. Watch your mouth, or I'll punch you. Who do you think you're calling ugly? Keep your hands off. Meanwhile, Sanders continued his battle with Kazan, while the rest of the Thunder God pirates stayed put. Though Law and Wiper initially wanted to join, they were held back by Robin. As the sun rose higher, reaching noon, Sanders finally succeeded in replicating the ice-size fruit's power. After landing a punch to knock back Kazan, Sanders gestured to pause the fight. All right, enough. No need to keep going. Now that he had the ice-size fruit ability, he'd lost interest in further fighting. After such an extended battle, he was starting to feel hungry too. Kazan also seemed relieved. Having to spar for an entire day and night was exhausting, even for someone who could sleep through briefings at Marine headquarters. How about I treat you to a meal, Kazan? Sanders asked with a playful smirk as he dusted off shards of ice. After all, Kazan had helped him obtain the ice-size fruit's powers, so Sanders thought he deserved a proper thank you. No need, Kazan replied, waving it off. A Marine admiral fighting with a pirate was one thing, but sitting down to eat together would surely cause an uproar and lead to all kinds of misunderstandings. All right, if you insist. Sanders didn't press the matter. I've held up my end, so don't forget what you promised, Kazan reminded. The only reason he fought Sanders was to keep him from causing trouble on the Sabaody Archipelago. Fine. As long as you Marines don't provoke me, I'm not interested in clashing with you, Sanders replied, clearly annoyed. With that, he lifted into the air and headed back to the Thunder God, the cruise ship. Back at the ship, Rayleigh was busy coating the Thunder God in a protective bubble. The coating used resin from Urukumin mangrove, a unique material found on the Sabaody Archipelago. This natural resin is secreted from the roots of the mangrove trees as they breathe. It expands in the air, forming bubbles that float up to the sky. However, these bubbles only survive in the climate around the Urukumin mangrove. Once they leave the Sabaody Archipelago's atmospheric zone, the resin loses its properties and bursts. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every corner of the Sabaody Archipelago. To reach the New World, there are two main options. The first is to request permission from the world government, allowing one to cross over the red line at Mary Geos, located at its peak. However, this option requires abandoning the ship, is time-consuming and expensive, though it's the safest method. The second option is to coat the ship with Urukumin mangrove resin, dive 10,000 meters below the surface, and pass through a massive underwater cave beneath the red line, traveling through the undersea route to Fishman Island before entering the New World. This route, however, is extremely dangerous, with only a 30% success rate. You're back. I heard you had a fight with Kazan, Rayleigh remarked, setting his tools down and smiling. Yeah, just killing time, Sanders nodded. So, where is everyone? The ship was completely empty, with no sign of Wiper or the others. They didn't want to disturb the coding process, so they all went to explore the Sabaody Archipelago. They won't be back for a few days, Rayleigh said, taking a sip of the drink Robin had given him. Good stuff. Where did you get it? Sanders rolled his eyes. Looted from Celestial Dragon. This is all that's left, so if you want more, you'll have to go after another one yourself. Rayleigh chuckled. Too bad. I was hoping for a peaceful retirement for a few more days. How long will the coding take? Need any help? Sanders asked. About 5 more days. No help needed. I've got it, Rayleigh estimated. All right, you keep busy then. After fighting all day and night, I need a feast and some solid rest, Sanders said, waving him off as he left the Thunder God. Sanders found a restaurant and, to the amazement of the owner, devoured enough food for dozens of people, eating until he was stuffed. Using Life Return, he quickly digested it all, returning to his original form. After paying for the meal and grabbing a couple of bottles of sake, he went off to find a place to sleep. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Kazan had returned after his fight with Sanders. Just as he was about to head to his office for a nap, a Marine approached him. Kazan recognized him as Sengoku's assistant, a secretary whose main role was to run errands for the fleet admiral. Before the Marine could speak, Kazan said 3 things. Tell Fleet Admiral Sengoku this. First, Sanders does indeed possess the float fruit and has developed it to an impressive level. Second, as long as we don't provoke Sanders while he's on the Sabaody Archipelago, he won't cause any trouble. Third, I'm going to my office for a nap. Do not disturb me. Without waiting for a response, Kazan walked into his office, shut the door, and laid down on his sofa for a well-deserved rest. The Marine assistant stood there momentarily stunned, then turned to deliver the message to Sengoku. Elsewhere on the Sabaody Archipelago, Law, Bepo, Penguin, and Shachi hid in a shadowed alley. Are we really going to do this? Won't we cause trouble for Captain Sanders? Shachi asked, looking unsure. What's there to worry about? Penguin shrugged. Since the captain said he'd help Law get revenge, he'll have to deal with Doflamingo sooner or later. I found out that the slave auction house next door is owned by Doflamingo. When they arrived on the archipelago, they heard that Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, owned some businesses here. Penguin suggested they should cause trouble at one of his establishments. Seeing Law's hesitation, Penguin continued, We'll be heading to Fishman Island soon, which I hear is 10,000 meters underwater. A very dangerous journey. Only about 30% of ships make it through safely. Tomorrow, the auction house plans to sell a female mermaid. Right now, she's locked up with other slaves in the storage area behind the auction house. If we free her, she'll be grateful and can guide us safely to Fishman Island. Captain and first mate will definitely agree with this plan. Fewer and fewer people dare to capture merfolk, so whenever one is sold at auction, it's heavily advertised to attract buyers and maximize profits. Upon hearing that rescuing a mermaid could improve their safety en route to Fishman Island, the hesitation on Law and Shachi's faces disappeared. The 10,000-meter dive to the seabed was daunting. No matter how powerful their captain and vice captain were, as devil fruit users, their abilities would be limited underwater. A mermaid guide would indeed make the journey much safer. All right, let's do this, Law said after some thought. We'll plan it out and head to the warehouse tonight. We'll rescue the mermaid and free the other captives as well. But let's move quickly and try not to alert the other guards. Hearing Law's agreement, Penguin was thrilled. Got it. I'll gather more intel and make sure the plan is flawless. With that, Penguin immersed himself in the crowds of slave traders, criminals, and pirates populating the area. Night fell quickly. 3 men and a mink hid in the shadows, watching the slave warehouse from afar. Room scan. Law activated his devil fruit power, creating a spherical space and sensing the guards around the warehouse. Since this place was one of Doflamingo's holdings, few dared to cause trouble here, so security was light, with only 7 guards. There are 7 in total. Everyone, let's move quickly, Law informed his team. Silently, they approached the warehouse. Room scalpel. A nearby guard suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he was horrified to see a heart-shaped hole with no blood. He was about to scream when a furry hand covered his mouth, and he collapsed from the shock of having his heart extracted. Beepo then knocked him unconscious. The team continued to incapacitate the guards one by one, using the same method. After securing the keys, they unlocked the warehouse door with ease. Inside, Law found dozens of captives, men, women, young and old. But the most striking figure was a mermaid in a large water tank at the center of the warehouse. Freely. Wow, so this is a mermaid? She's beautiful. No wonder someone would pay a fortune for her. Penguin whispered in awe, noticing her immediately. The mermaid had twin ponytails with black hair trailing outside the tank, a black and white patterned tail, and a bikini top that matched her scales. Her fair skin was exposed, and her delicate features were captivating. Penguin's voice seemed to stir her awake. Her long lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her tear-streaked, bloodshot eyes. She looked at Law and his crew with a mix of confusion and hope. Startled, she was about to scream when Shachi quickly covered her mouth. "We're here to rescue you," he whispered in her ear. "We need you to help us get to Fishman Island. Don't make a sound, or we'll have trouble with the guards." The mermaid's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. By then, the other captives were also waking up. Law and Penguin quickly reassured them, explaining that they were there to free everyone. The captives' eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. Living in freedom was a dream none of them thought they'd see again. "Do you have keys for the collars?" one slave asked in a hushed voice. "If not, we'll be caught soon even if we escape." As long as they still wore their slave collars, the residents of the Sabaody Archipelago would report them, and the Marines would capture them. Escape would be impossible. Penguin searched the guards for a while and then walked over to Law, whispering, "What do we do? There aren't any slave collar keys. The auction house people are cautious. They don't leave them with the guards." "Are you stupid?" Shachi rolled his eyes. "With Law here, those collars are useless. Just cut off the heads, remove the collars, then put the heads back on." Penguin slapped his forehead, annoyed with himself. "How'd I not think of that? Law, it's up to you." Using his basic amputate skill from the op fruit, Law could cut objects or living beings into pieces without causing pain, bleeding, or death. Nodding, he approached the mermaid. In the shocked gaze of all the captives, the mermaid's head was instantly severed. All the slaves were struck speechless by the terrifying sight. Moving quickly, Penguin removed the collar, and Shachi reattached the mermaid's head in one swift motion. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Before the mermaid realized what had happened, her head was back in place, and the slave collar was gone. Blinking in surprise, she touched her neck to confirm she was alive, relief and gratitude flooding her face. "My head came off, and I didn't die. No blood either. What a miracle." This scene left the remaining slaves astonished, but Penguin quickly reassured them. "It's a devil fruit ability. Stay quiet, and we'll get you all out soon." Many slaves nodded, tears of hope glistening in their eyes. They worked with practiced efficiency, cutting, removing collars, and reattaching heads. In just over a minute, they freed all the captives. None of the freed slaves ran off immediately, likely feeling safer with a devil fruit user nearby. "All right, everyone, let's go. The guards outside are all down," Shachi told the slaves, picking up the mermaid and dashing toward the exit, with Law and the others close behind. Penguin muttered enviously, "Damn it, he got to hold the mermaid first." As Law's group ran off, the freed slaves scattered, blending into the night without collars to mark them as anything other than ordinary people. After a while, one of the guards slowly woke up, looking around in confusion. His face paled as he noticed the open warehouse door. Rushing inside, he saw that every single slave was gone, leaving only a pile of abandoned collars scattered around. "Not good," he screamed. "The slaves have all escaped." His shout quickly roused the other guards, who soon arrived, throwing the place into chaos. Meanwhile, Law's group kept running. "Shachi, are you tired? Want me to carry her for a while?" Penguin asked, concerned for his friend's stamina. Shachi, seeing through him, smirked. "I'm fine. I could run all the way to the North Blue right now." "You're unbelievable, Shachi." Penguin grumbled, gritting his teeth as Law and Beppo chuckled. The mermaid in Shachi's arms blushed, lowering her head in silence. Law, cover her with your coat. If people realize she's a mermaid, it could be trouble, Shachi suggested, glancing at her tail. Law nodded and draped his coat over her, concealing her tail. Luckily, it was night, and they could move more. The group ran at full speed, quickly reaching the Thunder God. Seeing the ship so close, Law and the others sighed in relief. Here, they were safe. The auction house wouldn't dare cause trouble on the Thunder God. They jumped onto the deck, breathing heavily, especially Shachi, who had been carrying the mermaid. Serves you right, you idiot. Penguin grumbled at the exhausted Shachi. The mermaid, now on the deck, glanced fearfully at Law and the others, worried she'd just escaped one dangerous situation only to enter another. At that moment, Rayleigh stepped out of the cabin holding an oil lamp. "Oh, you brought a mermaid back," he said. "Rayleigh." Law greeted him, standing up. They had met Rayleigh briefly when they'd first returned to the ship. "We rescued her from the slave auction. We were hoping she could guide us safely to Fishman Island." Rayleigh chuckled approvingly. "It looks like Sanders' crew is more resourceful than him. You actually thought ahead to have a mermaid guide you." Rayleigh then called toward the cabin. "Hatchon, come out here and see if you know this mermaid." Hatchon, who'd been helping Rayleigh with some tasks, came out, still rubbing his sleepy eyes. A fishman. Law and the others were surprised to see Hatchon, not expecting another fishman to be on their ship. Rayleigh explained, "Hatchon is a friend of mine, here to help with coating your ship." When the mermaid saw Hatchon, her face lit up with excitement. "Hatchon!" Hatchon, hearing his name, looked over and was just as surprised. "Ishali, how did you end up here?" Seeing a familiar face, Ishali's eyes filled with tears, and she began to cry, finally releasing the fear and anxiety that had built up over the past days. Rayleigh laughed, saying, "Looks like you saved someone Hatchon knows. Good work, Law." Law and the others were equally surprised. They hadn't expected the mermaid they rescued to know Rayleigh's fishman friend. Hatchon walked over, concerned. "Ishali, weren't you on Fishman Island? How did you end up here?" Ishali tearfully recounted how she'd been captured by humans, taken to the auction house, and eventually rescued by Law and his crew. "Thank you for saving my friend," Hatchon said gratefully. "When we get to Fishman Island, I'll treat you all to takoyaki." "No need to thank us, Hatchon," Law replied. "It was the least we could do." Ishali, finally calmed down, introduced herself. "My name is Ishali, a striped beakfish mermaid. Thank you for saving me. I can't imagine what would have happened if I'd been sold." "There's no need to thank us, Miss Ishali. It was the right thing to do." Penguin chimed in while Shachi rolled his eyes and stayed silent. "You want to go to Fishman Island, right?" Ishali said. "I'll help guide you there." Hatchon patted his chest reassuringly. "Ishali, you should head back first. I promised Rayleigh-eyed guide, the Thunder God Pirates, to Fishman Island. It's been a long time since you've been home. I'm sure Cammy's been worried." Ishali hesitated. While she was grateful to Law and his crew, she wanted to return home. Life on land had felt anything but safe. "Miss Ishali, you can return home first," Law said. "With Hatchon leading us, we'll make it safely to Fishman Island. Stays or not?" Ishali nodded. "You're the Thunder God Pirates, right? I'll remember that. When you get to Fishman Island, make sure you visit my cafe." "That's right, we're the Thunder God Pirates. Our captain has a bounty of 2.8 billion, and even our vice captain had a bounty over $1 billion," Penguin said eagerly, proud to talk up the crew's reputation. For Penguin and Shachi, who used to be small-time troublemakers, joining the Thunder God Pirates was a big honor. 2.8 billion berries. Ishali was familiar with Fishman Island, but she didn't know much about the world above. Still, she understood that a 2.8 billion berries bounty was no small matter. The protector of Fishman Island, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, had a bounty of 5 billion berries, and even his right-hand man, Marco, only had a bounty in the billions. It amazed her that the crew that saved her was led by someone with such a high bounty. She looked around, as if trying to spot the legendary captain worth 2.8 billion. "The captain's not here," Shachi explained, noticing her curiosity. "Besides us and Rayleigh-san, there's no one else on board." The rest of the crew is still out on Sabaody. At that moment, Hachi leaned over to whisper to Isho, "You know, Arlong was killed by Sanders. He's a powerful guy." Isho shivered. She knew Arlong as well. She had once worked at the Mermaid Cafe on Fishman Island, which was run by her. However, unlike Arlong, who held a deep-seated hatred for humans, Isho was actually curious and open-minded about them. "Are you sure you'll be okay here?" Isho asked, a bit worried. "Maybe I should be the one to take them to Fishman Island. I've already been missing for days. A few more won't matter. Or you could take a message back for me," she offered. She understood why Arlong's gang had been wiped out and was concerned that the powerful pirate Sanders might hurt Hachi as well. "No worries. Rayleigh assured me that Sanders won't harm me. Plus, I've already apologized to Nami and earned her forgiveness," Hachi replied confidently, patting his chest. Without Nami's forgiveness, he would never have dared set foot on the Thunder God. "That's a relief," Isho sighed, visibly relaxing. Law and his crew exchanged surprised looks, not expecting that this mermaid and their vice-captain had such a backstory with the Fishman Island crew. "Well, I'll head back then. When you get to Fishman Island, you must come visit me at the Mermaid Cafe," Isho said, looking at Law and the others. "No problem, Isho-san. We'll definitely come," Penguin said, thumping his chest in promise. As the crew watched, Isho leaped gracefully into the sea, waving to them as she disappeared beneath the waves. Elsewhere, the slave auction house manager was frantically calling one of Doflamingo's subordinates. After a harsh scolding, he immediately began organizing a team to recapture the escaped slaves, especially the mermaid. They had already advertised her for the auction tomorrow. It would be a huge blow to Doflamingo's reputation if the mermaid wasn't there. Despite searching through the night, the auction house managed to find a few of the runaway slaves, but the mermaid remained missing. Early the next morning in Dressrosa, Doflamingo woke up and sat at the dining table for breakfast. Diamante approached him. "Doffy, we had an incident at one of our slave auction houses on Sabaody Archipelago. Dozens of slaves escaped, including a mermaid." Diamante summarized the situation in a few words. Doflamingo paused, his expression instantly turning icy. "Fufufu," he chuckled darkly. "Useless fools. Grind every responsible one of them into fish food," Doflamingo said with a chilling calm. "Understood. Did we find out who was responsible for this?" Doflamingo asked. "According to the captured slaves, there were 4 of them. 3 young men and a talking bear," Diamante reported. "A talking bear? A mink? How interesting," Doflamingo mused, showing a hint of excitement. Minks were even rarer than fishmen. If he could capture one for auction, it might fetch an even higher price than a mermaid. In his black market empire, he dealt not only in humans, fishmen, and mermaids, but in creatures of all races. The slaves mentioned that the leader called himself Law, and that he possesses a devil fruit ability, Diamante continued. He can decapitate someone without causing pain or bleeding and reattach the head as if nothing happened. "Fufufu. Is it Law?" Doflamingo's eyes widened in surprise and delight. "It's been a while since I last heard anything about him. I didn't expect him to reappear with such a surprise." "As expected of my acknowledged brother," he said with a satisfied grin. "Only Law's powers would allow such bizarre surgery-like effects, cutting without blood and seamlessly reattaching body parts. And that name, Law, Doflamingo knew it could only be his beloved heart. The news of the auction house incident had initially soured his mood, but learning about Law's presence brightened it considerably. The losses at the auction house suddenly felt trivial by comparison. It has to be him. His age, name, and abilities all match up, Diamante confirmed. "Excellent. I didn't expect him to show up on Sabaody Archipelago. I thought it would be years before I'd hear anything about him again," Doflamingo said, smiling. "Take a team to Sabaody yourself, Diamante. Make sure you bring him back." "Understood, Doffy." With the mermaid still missing, the auction house's reputation took a major hit. The manager and the 7 guards responsible for the incident disappeared without a trace that very day. Meanwhile, Law and his crew were in high spirits after successfully disrupting Doflamingo's operations. They wandered around Sabaody Archipelago, enjoying the island's unique attractions. On this day, the group exited a restaurant, patting their full stomachs. That was great. Today's the day we finally head to Fishman Island. I wonder what kind of food they have down there, Penguin said, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. Yeah, and we'll get to visit Shirley Sand's place, too. I bet Fishman Island has plenty of beautiful mermaid ladies, he added with a grin. Stop daydreaming. Let's get back to the ship and gather the others, Shachi said, crossing his arms. At that moment, Law suddenly halted in his tracks. What's wrong? Penguin asked, seeing the serious expression on Law's face as he stared ahead. Looking in the same direction, he saw a group of 12 men blocking their path. Leading them was a towering figure, 5 meters tall, wearing a fur-edged hat and a red cape that gave him the appearance of a tribal warrior. He had 2 face tattoos, a rapier at his waist, and a menacing smile. Long time no see, Law. Diamante sneered. Diamante, Law said, gritting his teeth, eyes narrowing with apprehension. He's one of the top officers of the Don Quixote family. Run, he shouted to Penguin and Shachi, raising his hand to activate his devil fruit ability. Army flag. Diamante was faster, striking first. Law suddenly felt the ground beneath him become as loose and unstable as a billowing flag, making it impossible to keep his balance. Penguin and Shachi lost their footing entirely, stumbling to the ground. It was the power of the Hira no Mi. Diamante sneered. Is this your crew, Law? So weak it's disappointing. When Diamante first arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, he expected Law's group to be somewhat formidable, given that they had reached this far. But seeing them now, he was unimpressed. You all go ahead, I'll hold him back. Room, scalpel. Law activated his no Mi abilities, launching an attack directly at Diamante's heart, but it had no effect. Ha, Law. Diamante laughed mockingly. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared? I already know your tricks. Having anticipated Law's move, Diamante covered himself with armament Haki. As a top officer of the Don Quixote family, he was no stranger to the New World's dangers. Show me how much you've grown over these years, Law. Diamante drew his rapier and closed the gap between them with blinding speed. Snake sword. Diamante's rapier suddenly loosened like cloth, whipping toward Law in unpredictable, snake-like motions. Caught off guard, Law barely managed to raise his own sword, Cocoyasi, to defend. Boom! The impact hurled Law backward, slamming him into a nearby wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Law overwhelmed, Beppo roared and charged at Diamante, only to be effortlessly kicked aside. Penguin and Shachi, struggling to maintain their footing, pulled out pistols, attempting to shoot, but Diamante dodged with ease. Pathetic, Diamante sneered. How did you even survive this long? Seems like pure luck. Let Law go, or you'll regret it. Penguin shouted, pulling the trigger with each word. Oh, and who exactly are you? Diamante mocked. Law is the ship's doctor of the Thunder God pirates. Shachi yelled. If you harm him, our captain won't let you off. Diamante burst into laughter. The Thunder God pirates? You think that scares me? Law, catching his breath, shouted. Is that so? Try laying a hand on one of them and see what happens. A cold voice echoed, making Diamante freeze in place. Shachi and Penguin looked up at the sound, eyes widening with joy as they saw their captain, Sanders, floating in the air, arms crossed. Captain, they called out, faces lit up with excitement. Law, upon seeing Sanders arrive, let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a wave of powerlessness washed over him. He couldn't put up any resistance against the Don Quixote family's top officers. He didn't even have the strength to protect his own crew. If it were Doflamingo himself, he'd be helpless. He was still too weak. Diamante turned, looking up at Sanders, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. It really was Sanders. But what was he doing here? Could Law and those insignificant ants actually be members of the Thunder God Pirates? I dare you to try touching them. Sanders' eyes lowered, his gaze cold. His Conqueror's Haki burst forth, radiating from his body. All of Diamante's men collapsed, eyes rolling back as they fainted on the spot. A misunderstanding. Diamante forced a strained smile. Confronted with Sanders, he had no will to resist. A joke. This was someone capable of going toe-to-toe with an admiral. Diamante knew that even if Doflamingo himself were here, he'd have to bow down. The admirals might refrain from acting due to Doflamingo's status as a Shichibukai, but Sanders was different. He wouldn't care whether you were a Shichibukai or a celestial dragon. Misunderstanding. Sanders landed on the ground, his voice calm. Weren't you just saying you'd take my ship's doctor? Diamante tried to speak, but in a flash, Sanders appeared at his side, delivering a devastating kick. Diamante's face contorted as he was launched across the space, slamming into a distant wall, which cracked into a spiderweb of fractures. He was knocked unconscious on the spot. Can you move? Sanders asked softly as he walked over to Law. Yes, Captain. Law struggled to his feet. Then let's head over. The others are waiting on you, Sanders said calmly. Sorry for the trouble, Captain, Law replied, an apologetic smile on his face. Trouble? Sanders raised an eyebrow dismissively and said, This is what you call trouble. But there's one thing you got right. You're still too weak and need to train harder. Law had impressive potential, even possessing a rare fruit ability, but he was still very young, 2 years younger than Sanders. Being weaker was only natural at this stage. I understand, Captain. I'll work hard to improve. Law's face was filled with guilt. If he had been stronger, he might have been able to protect his crew and escape. Now, he was determined. Once they got back, he would dedicate himself to training. Sanders had agreed to help him seek revenge, but it wouldn't mean much if he couldn't even handle members of the Don Quixote family himself. Shachi and Penguin were also ashamed. Even Beepo had managed to stay on his feet against the enemy's abilities, while they were left lying on the ground, helpless and shooting like sitting ducks. There's no need for you to put yourselves down, Sanders reassured them. You're only in your teens or 20s. Diamante is decades older. It's normal not to be a match for him yet. At this point, Law and his crew had only recently set sail and had little combat experience. Diamante, on the other hand, had been a pirate since Doflamingo's youth and had fought across the seas for over a decade. His Haki, physical abilities, and devil fruit powers were all highly developed. Against Law's fledgling crew, it was no wonder they were overpowered. Law flushed slightly with embarrassment. Sanders, the captain standing before him, had already reached heights Law could only dream of. Sanders led the crew back to the Thunder God. By now, everyone had gathered on board. What happened? Why is Law all beaten up? Nami asked curiously when she saw their battered state. Just a minor problem. It's taken care of, Sanders replied casually. Where's Rayleigh? Rayleigh left us a little guide before he departed, Robin answered. Sanders scanned the crew assembled on the deck. Is everyone here? Yes, we're all here. Ready to dive to Fishman Island whenever you are, Nami replied. Perfect. Get ready. Take out the buoyancy bags from the bottom of the ship. Ships coated with the special membrane could withstand intense pressure, so by removing the buoyancy bags supporting the hull, the ship would naturally sink due to lack of buoyancy. I'll do it, Hachi volunteered, grabbing tools and diving into the sea. In a short time, the membrane coating the ship began to inflate and expand. The bubble is inflating like jelly, Beepo exclaimed with awe as he watched. Soon, the entire Thunder God was enveloped in a transparent bubble. Wiper, raise the sails, Nami instructed, reading from the guide Rayleigh had given them. Wiper nodded and leapt up to the sails. Sails? We're underwater. Do we really need sails? Penguin asked, confused. I heard coated ships use ocean currents instead of wind to propel them, Robin explained. I thought we'd just sink to the bottom and end up at Fishman Island, Shachi said, surprised. Soon, the sails were unfurled, and the entire ship was now wrapped in its protective bubble, ready to dive into the depths of the sea. Hachi climbed back onto the deck, dripping wet. As the crew watched eagerly, Sanders rose into the air and announced, Set sail. To Fishman Island. The entire ship began to sink, slowly vanishing beneath the waves. In the distance, Rayleigh sipped from a bottle, watching the scene with a smirk. Looks like the new world's in for another storm. Meanwhile, Marines assigned to monitor the Thunder God quickly reported the crew's dive towards Fishman Island. The Marine commander stationed at Sabaody Archipelago finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elsewhere on the archipelago, Diamante slowly regained consciousness. He looked around in panic, relieved to see that Sanders was nowhere in sight. Without wasting a moment, he pulled out a din-din mushy to report to Doflamingo. Buru, buru, buru. As soon as the line connected, the din-din mushy morphed to resemble Doflamingo's face, complete with his trademark sunglasses and exaggerated grin. Fuff-fuff-fuff-you-foo. Diamante, did you find our little heart of the family? Doflamingo laughed on the other end. He was eager to have a word with Law, confident that capturing him would be easy. After all, how much could Law have grown in just a few years? Doffy, the mission failed, Diamante replied, his swollen cheek making his words slurred. The din mushy's expression froze. Fuff-fuff-foo. Really? Law's already strong enough to escape from you, Doflamingo said, surprised. How unexpected. No, Doffy. Law is still weak, as are his crewmates. I defeated them easily, Diamante explained quickly. But the problem is, Law joined that crew. What did you just say? Doflamingo's tone sharpened. Law joined the Thunder God Pirates? Are you talking about Sanders' crew? Yes, Doffy. Law is now the doctor of the Thunder God Pirates, Diamante confirmed. I had them beaten, but Sanders showed up out of nowhere, kicked me once, and I blacked out. By the time I woke up, Law and the others were gone. Doflamingo fell silent, gripping the din mushy tightly. This was a serious problem. If Law had joined Sanders' crew, he would never have the chance to bring Law back into his own ranks. His plans for immortality were slipping away. Doflamingo knew better than anyone how powerful the admirals were. Their strength had solidified the Marines' dominance over the seas. And if the Marines couldn't touch Sanders, then Doflamingo stood no chance either. I understand, Diamante. Return to base, Doflamingo finally said, then disconnected the call. In the palace at Dressrosa, Doflamingo leaned back on his sofa, a cold smile on his face. Young master, with Law joining the Thunder God Pirates, will they come for revenge? Asked Treble, who had overheard Diamante's report. Who knows? Doflamingo replied, his smile widening. It all depends on how much Sanders values Law. The Thunder God continued its slow descent toward the ocean depths, and silence enveloped the crew. Massive roots stretching down from the surface became visible, a reminder of just how far they were from the world above. We're really leaving the surface far behind, Robin murmured, holding a book as she glanced upwards. Everyone was captivated by the undersea world unfolding around them. It's amazing. I feel like we're getting further from a human world, and it's exhilarating, Nami said, gazing in awe at the fish swimming just outside the bubble. It's incredible, Law exclaimed, gripping Kikoku. Although he had experience with submarines, they couldn't compare to this view, every angle visible through the transparent bubble. Hey, are we sure this bubble won't break? Penguin asked nervously, tapping the thin membrane with his finger. Hatchon reassured him. Don't worry, Rayleigh's coding skills are top-notch. These bubbles can withstand immense pressure. As long as we don't hit a reef or get chomped by a big fish, even bullets wouldn't break them. Nami nodded, holding up Rayleigh's manual. That's right, everyone. These bubbles are durable enough to handle deep-sea pressure and flexible enough to let objects pass through without rupturing. As Sanders looked at the enormous roots stretching deep into the ocean, he realized the limits of his powers. Threatening Akiji with raising the Sabaody Archipelago now seemed bold but unrealistic. His devil fruit abilities could damage the surface, but lifting the entire archipelago was impossible. Whoa, look at the size of that fish. Beepo's startled voice broke the silence as he stared wide-eyed at a massive fish wedge between the roots, seemingly lifeless. It's huge, almost as big as a sea king. But it looks like a normal fish, Shachi commented, marveling at the scale of the marine life. The ocean is amazing. Imagine how big these fish can grow down here, Penguin said, still in awe. Sanders laughed and turned to Isho, saying, "Hey, Isho, it's too bad you're missing this beautiful view." "Captain, don't say that. You shouldn't tease Isho like that." Nami scolded Sanders. Isho simply chuckled, waving his hand. "I've seen it all before when I was younger. The beauty of the ocean is something I'll always remember." The crew continued to enjoy the ocean's wonders as they descended deeper. Soon, they reached a point where the sunlight couldn't penetrate. Darkness swallowed the ship, bringing an eerie silence that filled the crew with unease. Click! The crew lit up a series of lamp dials, special lights from Skypiea, casting a soft glow across the Thunder God. The illuminated surroundings brought everyone a sense of relief. With Hatchon's guidance, they navigated smoothly, eventually reaching the ocean floor at a depth of 10,000 meters. "There it is, Fishman Island." Hatchon pointed to a distant, glowing sphere ahead. "It's incredible," Robin whispered. "Even at a depth of 10,000 meters, there's sunlight here." In the distance, within a giant bubble similar to the coating on Sabaody, stood Fishman Island. Fish swam in dense schools around it, and several gigantic sea kings prowled nearby, guarding the bubble's perimeter. Nami looked down at her wrist compass, grinning as the needle pointed straight toward the distant Fishman Island. "There it is, Fishman Island. It even has clouds above it. Maybe even air." The crew buzzed with excitement, marveling at the mysteries of the island ahead. Except for Hatchon and Isho, none of them had ever visited Fishman Island. For those from the Sky Guard, who had come all the way from 10,000 meters above sea level to 10,000 meters below, the place seemed like another world. Suddenly, a group of enormous sea beasts blocked the Thunder God's path. A walrus, a sea lion, and a sea rhinoceros, among others. "What do these huge creatures want?" Penguin asked, his face pale with fear. "It looks like there are fishmen riding them," Shachi noted. "It's the new Fishman pirates." Hatchon exclaimed, visibly distressed. "What's the new Fishman pirates?" Nami asked. "They're led by Hody Jones, a group formed after Arlong's death, supposedly carrying on his will. They're known for their hatred of humans, but it's strange to see them here," Hatchon explained, then quickly glanced at Sanders. "I didn't tip them off, I swear." He was terrified that Sanders might suspect him of betraying the crew to help the new Fishman pirates. "Are they here for revenge on Arlong's behalf?" Nami's expression turned worried. At 10,000 meters deep, the devil fruit users in the crew, including the captain and first mate, will be vulnerable in a fight against the sea beasts. "Calm down. They're just a few sea beasts," Sanders said nonchalantly, stepping onto the deck. On the neck of a tall, giraffe-like sea beast stood a fishman with a scruffy appearance. He wore a hat, sported curly hair with a slight wave, and had a small beard. An Arlong pirate's tattoo marked his lower right abdomen. "It's Hammond, one of the new Fishman Pirates fighters." Hatchon recognized him immediately. "Hammond," Hatchon yelled out, voice firm. "What do you want? Isn't it obvious? We're here to avenge Arlong." Hammond sneered. "Imagine killing a pirate with a 2.8 billion bounty. The new Fishman Pirates would make a name for themselves, and no human would dare look down on us again." "Step aside, Hammond," Hatchon shouted, invoking the name of Jinbi. "If he hears about this, he won't spare you." "Jinbi," Hammond scoffed. "Our boss is Hody Jones, not that traitor who sides with humans. Jinbi isn't fit to lead fishmen." Hammond then turned his gaze to Sanders. "So you're Sanders? Since you killed a celestial dragon, our captain wanted to recruit you. But you're too strong. He doubts he could control you. So instead, you're all going to die here."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.